What's up, guys? It is Eric Swanson. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good 3 o'clock in the morning if you're over in, wherever you are, Australia or UK, or I'm not sure what other countries. Actually, I have a list of 242 countries, so I'm going to name them right now. Hi. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. How are you guys doing? What's happening? My name's Eric Swanson. I've got some music in the background, as you can probably tell, because you know what? I'm getting my groove on. Wait. I'm not Stella. Hold on. So I'm really excited about you guys being here. This is going to be an awesome experience. Let me turn her down. I have a little relationship with Echo right now. Echo, could you just put down maybe volume 2 a little bit? I'll be right back. We'll see if she's all mad at me lately. She's like, see? She's like, I don't know what you're trying to talk about. Hold on. Echo, volume 2. So I'm really excited about you guys being here. Super excited. All these people are jumping on, as you can probably tell in all the comments and so forth that, well, I haven't even played the comments here. Here, check it out. Hey, brother, what's happening? Patrick Carney, ladies and gentlemen, in the house, in the casa, in this little 4 walls thing. Oh, I got to tell you guys, this morning, I literally got up early this morning, and you know what I did? We got USA. Good morning. What's happening? Robert Freeman. What's up, my friend? So I got up this morning, and I said to myself, well, I got to get up early because I got to travel today. So I traveled this morning from the bedroom way over to the kitchen, and that was it was a journey. I spent a good hour and a half in the kitchen. It was awesome. And then I was like, oh my God, I got to get over here because we got this live, right? So I'm like, oh. So traffic was crazy. So I ended up heading over to way over here and to the office. I'm in the office right now, and I had some traffic in there because, well, I have 2 dogs. You guys know them, so they'll be out later on. So guys, I want to woohoo! I want to remind everyone on the private chats, guys. No private chats. Private chats, please. Thank you very much. And I'm going to mute some people out there. You guys are still there, but muted. Rock and roll. Okay. I wonder if we can delete those private chats. I wonder if we could do that. All right, no private chats. Remember thank you. All right, guys, rock and roll. I'm so excited about this. As you guys know, I always check my my other feeds to make sure everything's going, and you guys are all commenting, which is awesome. We are here at the live Habitude Warrior Global Virtual Summit. I'm so excited about this because, well, it's finally I get to put clothes on. That's one of the reasons why I'm really excited about it. And if I didn't have everyone on mute, all the co-MCs, you would have heard a lot of laughter right there. It would have been great. But I'm so excited. Have I said excited a couple thousand times already? All right, I'm checking the feeds to make sure everything's good, and we've got volume, and let's everyone on. Yeah, we do. We are good to go. All right, guys, I want to welcome all of you here. Hey, Lynn's over there. Lynn Rose, good to see you. Valerie Fritz is over there. Dana Lisa gang, what's happening? Oh, of course, John Kovac. Everybody's jumping on everywhere. Okay, so let's do this. What I want to do is I want to bring to screen or stage. I guess this is the stage, isn't it? It's kind of funny. I want to bring to stage a lot of our amazing Habitude Warrior rock stars. These are the co-MCs for the summit for today and for next Friday, which is going to be, let me see if I can pull this comment back off so you can go full screen. It's funny, I can't find the comment. Let's just go like this and then pull that off. There we go. Boom. I am figuring this out. Oh, I got to tell you guys. I got to tell you who is, so I've got a list. I want to thank, before I bring on my co-MCs, I have a list. I want to thank the producer, the executive producer, the studio director. Okay, the lighting producer and manager, lighting, and also the stage grips, and the person that's handling the cameras, the cameraman. I want to thank all of you, and that's me. Okay, so I'm really excited about you guys being here. So let's do this. Let's do this. I'm gonna bring on my first. Let's bring on the first co-MC, which is a dear friend of mine, an amazing young lady, and her name is Yuri Choi, ladies and gentlemen. She is unmuted. There we go. She's unmuted. Yay! How are you? Oh, I'm actually bringing everyone. Look at this.
Everyone's here.
Everyone on.
I was laughing so hard.
Are you guys Oh, guys, by the way, I'm sorry. Everyone's unmuted now, so now you can speak. Here you go. I'll just hold this little mic. There we go. If you want to pass this over, pass this around. Oh, we should have got a little mics for everybody. Everyone could have had a little mic, and then I pass it to you, and John takes it and passes it to Wendy. Oh, that would have been awesome. Hey guys, let's a little what's this called? Elbow high five, elbow five. All right, rock and roll. You guys are awesome. So let me introduce the crew, the team, the awesomeness, the amazing, and raise your hand if you have no pants on. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm telling you, this is gonna be fun. What? Yes, it is. Here we go. So Yuri Choi. I want to introduce real quick. Yuri is what I call we've got Natalie Susie's backstage too. Natalie Susie, what's up, man? All right, we got the crew here. So we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count. We have actually 6 co-MCs for this whole summit today and next Friday. And one of them is going to be jumping on a little bit. And then, by the way, we can only put on 6 at a time. Oh well. So there we go. So first off is Yuri Choi. She's a performance coach. Let me read you her bio. Here we go. She's a performance coach, and what I call her, by the way, there's nothing here. What I call her is the.
Oh, you have a bio?
She's the intentional. She's what I call the intentional transformer, is what I call her. So she's all about transforming your intentions into greatness, which I love. So say hi, Yuri. What's happening?
Hi, good morning. Yes, so today my intention is to get inspired and be inspired. Like, I'm so excited to create this here today virtually because this in person is amazing. And I think this is going to be equally amazing. So I'm so excited. We have some amazing speakers here today and I can't wait to introduce them to you guys.
Yay!
We love you. You are incredible.
Aww. I gotta put myself on the screen when I say aww. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. You're awesome. And I see you've traveled to the living room. Okay, so
just be careful about not getting up without pants on,
Oh, wait, what? Everyone up. Just kidding. Next, I want to bring on Miss Lynn Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Lynn Rose! How are you, Lynn? Now, Lynn's bio is, it's the same one. It's crazy how I have the, wait, hold on. It's crazy how I have the same exact bio as Yuri. Actually, all of you are using the same piece of paper.
What?
So, Lynn Rose, somebody said what? So, Lynn Rose is a singer and a performance coach. She helps people grow to the next level. She's amazing, and she knows literally, if you look, she should work for missing persons, because if you're missing somebody, she'll know where they are. She knows everybody. She knows everybody in the whole world. It's crazy. There was really a positive out of that spin. Anyway, so Lynn Rose, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited, Eric. And and thank you for giving me an outlet. I'm used to being on the big stages, right? Like you guys. And okay, so how do we translate and get to do what we love to do in interacting with everyone, raising up the energy and bringing on the people that we love? And that's what we get to do today together. And my intention is that we get to be part of the catalyst of being able to raise the energy with these amazing friends of ours and speakers and legends in the industry. So get ready for an awesome day. And I'm very excited to share all this with you guys.
Absolutely. Super excited you're here. And it's funny, we are part of the catalyst. I am always part of the cattle, but anyway, what catalyst? So next I want to bring on Mr. Awesome John Kovacs Jr.
Yeah.
What's happening, John? What's happening?
There.
Hey, welcome to the Habitude Warrior family. For those of you who are watching at home, I love this family. This is going to be such a fun day. My intention is to have an absolute blast communicating with you guys in the chat section and just getting to know every single person and eliciting your intention. So super pumped and excited. This is going to be awesome.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And I got to tell you, man, I love your desk. You have this, you've got this awesome. What's the name of your what's the name of your company?
Amplified Minds is the company I work for, and I'm also the founder of a Champions Circle, which is a small group mastermind.
That's what it is. I love it, man. And I got to tell you, put the just put it down just a little bit. Just Just put it down a little bit. Just put it down. Yeah. No, John, put it down. There you go. Look at all the books. They're all my books too. I love it, man. It's literally like I've infiltrated your office. It was awesome, man. I appreciate you being here.
Most of these books back here are yours.
I appreciate it, brother. And what is that magazine? Show me that magazine again. Now you can pick it up.
Hey. This magazine is the Habitude Warrior Influencers Magazine.
Nice, dude. That's awesome.
You look great.
I think I have a copy. Here's a commercial break. Okay, we're back. So, and we've got them all over the place. Look at this. Check it out. It's over there at Lynn's house. I'm everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. All right, next I want to bring on.
But,
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Oh, my.
It's muted.
That's awesome. Okay, you're unmuted now. Sorry about that.
This is a microphone, by
Whoa,
the way. So,
look at that thing. That's awesome.
I love it.
Next I want to bring on my dear, amazing friend. She's like, I've known her for years and years and years, although I just met her last year. And her name is Miss Natalie Susie, ladies and gentlemen. Natalie Susie!
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Habitude Warrior. I am so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to be with all of you guys. Eric, thank you for creating this beautiful space for all of us. I have my magazine too.
Aww.
My intention for the day with the little microphone is to make today amazing.
Yes.
I put up new signs and to just keep having the faith in and that we are in a collective ascension moment, and that we all have the opportunity to learn and grow today and in this moment of time. And we are so grateful to have you all here with us.
Love it. You're awesome. Thank you very much for being here. And you have this, and we'll talk about it later, but the Conscious Conversations program, which I want to dive into that later on. That's awesome. Super excited about it. And we have one more individual that I call my secret weapon. And you know who it is. Let's see. She's right there. Wendy Freeman, ladies and gentlemen. She's my secret weapon. She owns Be Bright Events. And again, she and I have been working together for about 20 years probably, but we just met about, 3 months ago or less. So, and who introduced us? I think it was Mark Zuckerberg, right? Yeah.
Yep. Our good friend Mark.
Facebook, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So tell us about what you do, Wendy, because you're my, well, I got to tell, wait, hold on. She's literally my project manager was like, hurry up. Yeah, I got it. By the way, I'm talking to myself because I'm the project manager. Anyway, so Wendy is like my secret weapon because she has all these things figured out, literally how to produce all of these individual events throughout the world. And if you have an event, go through her, tell her Habitude Warrior or Mr. Awesome sent you, and she'll help you out in a major way. Tell us about that.
Definitely. Yeah. Use drop a Habitude Warrior in there and you'll get the Habitude Warrior discount. But yeah. So I own Be Bright Events. I am super excited to be here, super excited to show everybody what you are able to do in this virtual space with virtual events. Getting the lineup of speakers that we have today would take months and months and months of securing. And the fact that we have all of these amazing people here today is to share with you is just one of the little benefits of virtual events. So if you're in the process of transitioning or you want to get your message out there, you can do it in 30 days or less. No joke. It is not as difficult as long as you know what needs to happen. But really what I want to know, I'm super excited to be here. I am so excited for all of the speakers. And, we've all shared our intentions. I mean, my intention is just to be inspired and hear all of this wonderment that everybody's going to share, go into the weekend feeling inspired and powerful and motivated and confident. But I'm curious, you guys drop in the comments. I want to know, what are your intentions for today?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And I love the way you said no joke. I love that. You should put that on your business cards. Be Bright Events, no joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's awesome. It's like, it really is no joke. You guys are, and you know what? Later on today, remind me, I'm going to try to pull up your website and so forth, because I want people to see what you do. Like, the caliber of events that you put on are amazing. Like, it's amazing. Like, these, anyway, I'm not going to go through it, but you're just awesome. So I'm super glad you're here. Definitely glad you're here.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
So we've got so it's 9:47-ish. That's what we're looking at here. So just to kind of give you an idea. Oh, let's put some hey Lynn, everyone's saying hi. Hey pal.
I don't know how to reply in the comments to them. So if anyone knows how, let me know.
Awesome.
Hi, you guys.
Yeah, say hi to the group while I'm playing lots of roles here. So you talk for a second. Go. Lynn.
Well, I do want to say shout out. Thank you for everyone. I would normally be in there trying to comment back, but I'm not seeing how to do that. Yuri, you did somehow. Maybe you can let me know where you're doing that so that I can also be.
I'll show you. Yeah. I'm just going on the Facebook Live.
Yeah. So
on Habitude Warrior, because shout out to everybody, whether I can comment back or not. So
yeah,
that's a great question. So I'll answer that question real quick.
I'm ready.
And right here, this young lady to my left, which is Wendy Freeman, she right there. Let's all point to Wendy. Boom, right there. Point up. There you go. So Wendy explained and showed me how to literally broadcast to everything. It's amazing. So we actually have we're broadcasting to 5 or 6 or 7 different things. I think there's 5 right now. And just to kind of give you an idea, they're going to some Facebook groups, some open ones and some closed ones. So I'm super glad you're here. We already have, looks like 72 that's on mobile, and then we've got a bunch more that are on the computer. So we got about 300 people joining us right now across the board right now. So super excited. We should have close to about 1,000 people today. So I'm so excited about you guys being here. And the way you can, the way we, the 5 of us, well, the way we can comment is just by multitasking, right? You just go, you're on here and keep this live, but just open up a new tab and make sure that it is that tab is on mute, right? Because that's really important. We can't have two feeds going at the same time. But you're welcome to go ahead and comment and so forth and interact. And for those who are jumping on and commenting, we're going to be doing some giveaways. Oh, you guys, should I show you? Oh my gosh. I have these really cool, really expensive, really nice. I actually opened them. Oh, look at this. These are Bluetooth sunglasses that just came in the mail to me, and I had to open them up. Check these out. Aren't these cool looking? They're like Ray-Bans, but they're really cool. And they actually have Bluetooth in the ear section. Oh, I'm so excited about these. I really want them. But I ended up, I know you guys want them, don't you? I know. I ended up getting different colors, and I've got white over here. I think Yuri would like the white, of course, right? Here, pass this over to Yuri, please. There we go. All right, so I'm going to be doing some
hi, Wendy.
I'm going to be doing some contests and giveaways for all these things. And what you have to do is comment in a major cool way. And I may start it off by the most comments that I see that says, "This is awesome." If people put it, by the way, okay, hold on, time out. Combs, please. I'm not talking about you guys. Put it in there. Everyone's like, "This is awesome." All right. So I'm talking about the guests that are coming on. We'll do a raffle for some of those in a little bit. All right. I want to introduce one more individual that's going to be joining us, and he is one of our co-MCs. So I want to go ahead and bring him on to the screen. His name is Steve Talman. Dr. Steve Talman. What's up, man?
Guys? I'm awesome. How you guys doing?
Fantastic, man. How do you feel? How do you look? Oh, you look great. How do you feel?
Oh, good. Yeah.
Ooh, so nice.
I'm good, man.
Good.
Well,
Are you excited about today?
Yeah, this is a big day. I've got this, and then I've got a workshop I'll be teaching, and a lot of good stuff.
Absolutely, man. It's going to be awesome. And giveaways rock, somebody said. Robert Freeman, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And by the way,
Robert is going to be a guest on my Facebook Live very soon. So we're looking forward to having Robert with us.
Yeah.
Cool, dude.
So
Yeah.
Dr. Steve.
Hey, Lynn. Hey, Yuri.
Says, hi, Dr. Steve. And Erica says, hello. So I want to mention also that the more you guys comment, all these people up here that are commenting, the more you comment, the more we mention you. And if you comment in a really cool way, then I really want to take a bite out of this. Hold on. Okay. I may actually, I knew I would get Yuri to laugh at that. Did you see that? I was just trying to bite this little thing right there. Okay. So if you guys, people are like, calm down with the AD lights. Look at that. All right, What? Stop. No, there's not a scroll.
I literally feel like we're actually on a stage right now.
I know. I'm telling you.
Like, this would be happening.
It's really awesome. So I want to mention, good, people are putting this is awesome. Great. So what I want you guys to do, if you're on one of our open feeds, all right, and let me go full screen for a second. Pardon me. If you're on one of my open feeds, okay, couple rules. One, be positive, okay? 2, don't advertise. This is what I do, by the way. I do 3 things that are really cool when you're on somebody's feed, okay? 1, be positive. 2, don't advertise. And 3, I forgot what 3 is, but just do those 2, okay? And 3 is
interact.
Share. This is what I do, by the way. I do 3 things. 3 is share it. Oops, somebody's got their video on. Okay, 3 is share it, meaning if you're on an open platform. So we're streaming right now. I think we're on three or four, what's it called? Facebooks. We're on some YouTube, I just called it. And we're on LinkedIn. And what I want you guys to do is share it. There's a couple of groups that you cannot share because you have to be an actual member of that group, which is private and so forth, which is fine. But the other ones you can share, and we're happy for you guys to do that. Rick Denley says hi, by the way, Steve. Steve's getting the most shout outs. We should have a contest. Who gets the most shout outs? Hey, I got one. Okay, I'm writing this stuff down. Let's do some shout outs. Who wants to take
I'll do it at the end of the day.
Yeah, we should do that, right? And then that person wins. So maybe that would be a great idea. The most shout outs, so that person wins a pair of the glasses and the co-MC wins the other pair of glasses. That'd be kind of a cool idea.
Nice.
We might just do that. Oh, we got one for oh no, that's Lynn saying hi to Nancy. Never mind. That was awesome. Hey Kyle, what's up, brother? 3 is awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, Wendy's got a shout out too. This is awesome. Okay. So I'll tell you what. Here's the rule. Time out. Here's the rule. If you're going to do shout outs, you need to do it this way. And this is the way it'll count for you. You have to have somewhere in there that this is awesome. Okay. Like this live is awesome, or this summit is awesome, or whatever. Something positive about the summit. And then a shout out in the same sentence with whoever it is. All right. Rock and roll. All right. So are there any questions anyone has? Oh, by the way, I want to mention there was something I had a question, but I forgot what it was. All right. I have a question. Dr. Steve Taubman, just a quick note, no private chats, please. Remember, don't put anything in the private chats.
Okay, well, that actually, which goes right to my question, which is, last time I tried to do a live stream while having Facebook open and also like StreamYard open, I was getting feedback. So can I have the 2 of them open simultaneously?
It's because you have to mute one of them. So you have to mute either your Facebook or this one, but definitely don't have it at the same time. Yeah. And I'll just mute you as well. Rock and roll. See you later. Bye.
Okay.
Talk and I'll talk. Just talk and I'll talk for you. Ready? Go. So anyway, what I was trying to say is this is going to be an amazing event, and I'm so excited. And you guys rock. Okay, I'm out of here. Okay, bye bye. Okay, that was
Great.
that was pretty good, actually. That wasn't bad. I got to tell you, I actually ate at 2:30 in the morning, not last night, but the night before. I was up. I was doing some things on something, and I saw this feed, something on TikTok. I don't know what it's called. And there was this girl doing something, and I was like, I know. And you know what I did? I went and I grabbed a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at 2:30 in the morning, because here's what she did. I should play it. I'll find it during the day. She did this. She was just this really cute girl, like standing there, and cute girl. She's like a woman, right? She's just standing there, this petite woman, and her hands were big, okay, but she was standing there with everything in front of her, okay, the peanut butter and jelly and everything, and it was her husband behind her with the hands, and she's talking the whole time, going, well, I think okay, all right, we're gonna grab some peanut butter. Okay, well, that's a lot of peanut butter. Okay, and she's putting, you're gonna put it on both pieces of bread. All right, it was hilarious.
You should play it. Find it.
Yeah, we'll find it. It was hilarious. All right, guys, I'm really excited. Ooh, I got another shout out. I'm just going to put my shout outs on here. How about that? So I win. Yay, they're my glasses. What's up? This is awesome. All right, guys. Hey, that's actually really cool. I could actually do the whole show with these, with the Bluetooth. It's a microphone and a speaker. So you can actually talk on these. These are really, really cool. I just got them all in. I'm really excited about it. Are you guys excited a bit? Me too. All right. My intention, somebody says, my intention today is to share Habitude Warrior love to all my family members. Let's go. What's up?
Yes,
Steve Calvin, shout out to rock and roll.
Guys, I want to hear more of your intentions today, whether it's here or, you know, just in life.
This is awesome.
Awesome. We love you.
Dana Lisa gang. She's gonna be on the summit later on tomorrow. No, next week. Oh, Nancy Matthews. Nancy's a dear friend of mine. I love Nancy. I love you.
Love Nancy.
Oh, I got another Lynn Rose. Got a shout out. Yay. All right. So we got to keep track of this. I don't know how we're going to keep track. I guess just going through
end of day.
Right, end of day feed. Yeah, we'll figure that out.
I got you.
All right, guys. Well, you guys are awesome. I'm really excited about this. I've said that 19,000 times. It's going to be probably a little bit more as well. Hopefully, now I've got one of my intentions today is hopefully not to put something up there that I haven't read and it's a negative comment. I really hope I don't do that. Although we rarely get negative comments, but I have heard some of the Zoom bombing thing, and that's not a good situation. So my disclaimer up front: if something comes on the screen, look away if it's bad. Okay. So I'm just saying. What's up? Somebody said, what's up? John's got a shout out. Tony Rodriguez. What's up? Oh, I got 3. Does that count as 3 right there, guys?
No. Look at you counting.
Come on. That's got to count as 3.
No.
Oh, man.
You want to win your own sunglasses? Is that
I really do. I like the black ones. That's what I'm saying. Look at these things. These are cool.
Like, I want to keep them.
I like the gray ones are actually kind of cool. What do you think of the gray ones?
I love those.
Yeah, the gray ones are pretty cool. And the white ones are sort of like, if I had the white ones, I would probably paint them black.
Ooh, I do like those.
Yeah, aren't they cool? Oh, and you can change the.
I need the white. I'm in white.
You can change the lenses as well. The lenses change. It's amazing. This thing's amazing.
Who makes those, Eric?
I don't know. I ordered them online, like
Amazon.
Wait, are they really Bluetooth, or are you making that up? Because I can never tell anymore.
So this whole summit is going to be about the sunglasses, ladies and gentlemen. So they are real Bluetooth. Let me go full screen for a second.
All of a sudden, it's a sponsored commercial.
Yeah, you see the right here.
Oh,
so that's
that is really cool.
There's another earpiece over here, and it just goes right there. Isn't that kind of cool?
Wow.
Oh, and that's how you plug them in, right?
Huh.
So you charge them that way. Yeah, they're awesome. And I use them for rollerblading. Yes, I rollerblade. Okay, so let's get back to awesomeness here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to bring on our amazing individual who's just an awesome person. First of all, I want to, before I bring our first guest on, our first speaker, I want to give a shout out to all of our awesome co-MCs for the Habitude Warrior, rock and roll. Oh, we should have grabbed name badges. I can't point. Can you guys point? Like, I can't point. I'm trying to point. Look, I'm trying to point for that badge, and it's not working. There. It's so funny. Everything's backwards. But I want to give you guys a shout out. I'm super blessed to have you guys in my life. So thank you.
Loving you. Awesome.
Yay. Are you guys ready to rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do this. What's up, guys? We are going to do this. This is going to be awesome. I should have done it the other way and just did that. All right. So I am the producer of the show, and it's really interesting. So here's the deal, guys. I'm going to bring on our first amazing, awesome speaker and influencer that has been just an influence to the world. And I'm actually going to share. Let me see if I can share my screen first. Let's see if I can do this and this. And here we go.
He's here. Coming up next, I don't believe it, Dan Clark is here, the international speaker. No kidding. Achievers North America, Achievers Europe, both of them named Dan Clark one of the top 10 speakers in the world. Look where I was born. He's one. He's a New York Times best-selling author. He's a singer. You got to be kidding. He's a singer, an athlete, a songwriter, a philanthropist, a screenwriter, an adventurer. He's everything. He's funny. He's inspirational. Hey, he's Dan Clark. He's changing the world one story at a time. Stay tuned.
Dan is the author of 21 books and a primary contributing author to the Chicken Soup of the Soul series, where one of Dan's world-famous stories was made into a film at Paramount Studios, starring Jack Lemmon. Dan's writing and speaking career began when he fought his way back from a paralyzing injury that cut short his football career. Zig Ziglar sponsored Dan into the National Speakers Association, and for 25 years mentored Dan to become one of the most sought-after speakers on the planet. Dan has headlined the largest stages in the world, working with Fortune 500 companies, Super Bowl champions, military leaders, and government rulers who continually seek Dan's thought leadership, counsel, and inspiration. In 2005, Dan was inducted into the National Speakers Hall of Fame. Dan's extraordinary life includes flying fighter jets with the Air Force Thunderbirds, catching 9.4 Gs, going Mach 2 at twice the speed of sound, racing automobiles at the Nürburgring, serving on the Olympic Committee, and carrying the Olympic torch in the 2002 Winter Olympics. And soaring to the edge of space in a U-2 reconnaissance craft, where after a full day of training, accelerated to a classified altitude above 70,000 feet, and for 3.5 hours, gazed into the blackness of space, witnessing the breathtaking curvature of the Earth, and experienced a 15-mile-high perspective on things as they really are. As CEO of the Art of Significance Leadership Development Corporation, Dan has interviewed and hung out with the most celebrated personalities of our time, and has appeared on over 500 TV and radio programs, including Oprah and Glenn Beck, and on the cover of Millionaire magazine. But more important to Dan, and most significant of all, in 2012, Dan was named Utah Father of the Year. Truly a Renaissance man for all reasons, who will help you transform your life from success to significance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Dan Clark.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Dan Clark, what's up, man? How are you? I'm so excited.
How are you? You didn't tell me you were going.
What's up, brother?
My funeral, I love me video, man. That was not cool.
Wait! That was your funeral video? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I always feel like
I thought I was playing your intro video, man. I had no idea.
In that last picture, you can tell it's an old intro video. It was like Zig Ziglar. He always used a high school picture in the brochures, and so here I am live, old, fired up, tired but refired, as Zig would say.
Brother, I appreciate you're here, man. I appreciate it. Do me a favor, just move a little to, I think, your left. Or your right. There you go, much better. There, your center screen now. Awesome, dude. Hey, man, it's so good to see you. I'm so happy that you're here. I'm so excited that you're kicking off our first part of this amazing summit, the Habitude Warrior Global Summit. And dude, you're a rock star, brother. So tell us, man. Yeah, man, I'm so excited. So let's dive into it. How did you get to be so amazing and changing so many people's lives? Like, what was the biggest influence for you? As you know, this is Habitude Warrior. It's all about your habits and your attitude. What were your early habits and attitude, and did you have to change those? And how maybe you have some can share some tips and strategies for us to do that.
I think what we have to do is go back to as far back as we can remember in our past, with the belief that no matter what our past has been, we have a spotless future. You can't always control what happens, but you can always control what happens next. I don't want to dwell on the past, but what we have to do is figure out what our DNA is based on the people we hung around with. One of the popular mantras is we become the average of the 5 people we associate with the most. And that begins way back when we were teenagers. And for some reason, I always wanted to push myself to the limit to figure out what I could do. I was a state Golden Gloves boxing champion. I remember after I got the crap kicked out of me one time after a basketball game, I thought, I'm going to learn how to box. I became a motivational speaker, not because I wanted to be, but because I was paralyzed playing football. I played for 13 years paralyzed for 14 months. 16 doctors told me I would never get better. Actually, 15 doctors told me I'd never get any better. And now that I've recovered, I'm asked two fundamental questions. Why did you go to so many doctors? And the answer is I kept going from doctor to doctor until I found one who believed I would get better. So early on in my life, I realized the significance of belief. That's why I refuse to call this a COVID crisis. Crisis does not make or break the man or woman. It just reveals the true character within. And I refuse to call it a corona virus or corona pandemic. It's a virus, obviously, but a pandemic, because in my mind, in my belief, in my past experience, I refer to it as a pause and purge. Three E's come to mind. I'm a songwriter. We have a chance right now to pause and purge and evaluate and eliminate and elevate our beliefs. So when we hit rock bottom, we never hit rock bottom. We only hit rock foundation. We hit rock belief. We hit those baseline core values on which we were raised. So it's a long answer to your simple question, Eric, but I was fortunate enough to hang around with people who told me I couldn't. Nah, Clark, you can't do that. Get your head out of the clouds. And I understood early on the law of sublimation. Sigmund Freud, he's an idiot. He's been disproved so many times, but his law of sublimation is still true. Where most people allow sadness and anger and pain to hold them down or to hold them back to create limiting beliefs. And what the law of sublimation says is no, use it as a motivator. When someone says you can't, you say, oh yeah, watch me. So I was an intermountain alpine ski racing champion. Everything I've tried to do it under one mantra. The only person you need to be better than is the person you were yesterday. And so too many of us are in this crisis looking at everybody that it is a crisis because everybody's talking about the gloom and doom. And I'm saying, wait a minute. We have a chance to take charge of our destiny. Here's a chance for us to pause long enough to figure out how to do it. If I can just be so bold, I'm here in my library. It's where I've displayed, hundreds of military challenge coins that I've received all over the world, Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait, from commanders who give you a coin because they believe you went beyond the call of duty. And I have all the models in here of the aircraft that I've flown. I've flown all the bombers. I've flown most of the fighter jets, went up into space in a U-2. But I'm holding a model here of the United States Air Force demonstration team called the Thunderbirds. And I had a chance to fly with the Thunderbirds, do the air show maneuvers, catch 9.4 Gs, going, twice the speed of sound. And I never want to tell a story unless there's a message. And I think the message going forward in this so-called corona crisis, which again is not, it's a pause and purge, is what I learned when we landed after this amazing 90-minute flight and I got to take the stick. I got to fly it for 30 out of the 90-minute sortie. And when we landed, I asked my pilot, I asked him, how did we fly this magnificent supersonic F-16? And he said, by feel. I said, what do you mean? He said, you become the plane. I said, what do you mean? He said, when you climbed up the ladder and slid into the cockpit, did you strap into the F-16 or did you strap the F-16 onto you? So pain is a signal to grow, not to suffer. Once we learn the lesson the pain is teaching us, the pain goes away. And that's the way I'm looking at this pause and purge. Ask me another question.
Man, I just love you. So pausing and purging, interesting concept. It's so true. So do you feel that a lot of people get stuck where they have these obstacles? Obviously, this is a big obstacle that's going on right now in the world. And yet we have obstacles all the time that hit us. Do you think that people stop and like Brian Tracy, my main mentor, used to say it's like it's hits you like paralysis, right? And you just what is it? Paralysis of analysis or something. We try to be perfect, right? We try to do all these things, and then something hits us, and then we're like, better shut down. But we don't actually say we better shut down. We just literally do. because in my opinion, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, I believe that it's the congruency or incongruency of your subconscious mind with your conscious mind. That, part of you is saying, yeah, oh, I see you saying yes. Okay, let me put you full screen. All right. So part of our body or our physiology or our mind is saying, yeah, we could do it. Or let's say my mouth says, I'm going to do it. And then your body's like, no, you're not. Right? And you turn around.
And the incongruency comes from this formula. It's the belief of the leader that creates the leader. It's the belief of the leader that creates the expectation, and it's the expectation that creates the behavior.
Right.
So when you put all of those elements together, belief, expectation, and behavior, that's how we create what is called a culture of excellence. So what we have to understand is that the formula to create any culture is exactly the same in every single one of our cultures. A Fortune 500 company, a small business, a trade association, a sports team, our children's schools, and in our families. The formula to create this culture is simple. I wish I had a slide, but just watch my hands. A culture.
I'll put your slide on. Here, ready?
You're so
on. Here we go.
A culture in any of these situations is created between the strongest belief, the highest expectation, and the best behavior that the leader lives by, and the weakest, not the strongest belief, the weakest belief, the lowest expectation, and the worst behavior that the leader tolerates. So what happens is the two operative words in creating any culture is belief and tolerates. Belief and tolerate. So back to your question, Eric, when we say we want to do this, when we set our intention, when we manifest into the universe, this is what we want to do, and we never take action, it brings back the significance of belief. Let's just put it into definition. We've all been taught knowledge is power, but it has no heart. All the information in the world is going to make a person successful. It's like the guy who has 3 PhDs, one in philosophy, one in psychology, one in sociology. He doesn't have a job, but at least he can explain why. So back to my experience flying the fighter jets, especially with the Thunderbirds, reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. Every single one of us are now in a test, and no one knows how strong we are until being strong is our only choice. So the question right now during this pause and purge is, are your beliefs strong enough, deep enough, and true enough to allow you to respond to rapid change? So those, with all due respect, who are having a struggle, who are having a tough time right now, it's because their belief, their core values, their rock bottom foundation has never been tested. So they had no idea how weak it is. When my dad battled cancer for 6.5 years and died, I got the phone call. So many of you, and I love the Habitude Warrior tribe that you've created. I've spoken for you so many times. So people have heard my story oftentimes. The day my dad died, I'm in Seattle, Washington. I get a phone call in my hotel room on my way to speak. So I had a choice. Do I leave the meeting planner hanging with 3,500 people in the audience and not have the speaker show? Or is my belief strong enough and deep enough and true enough to say, my mom's surrounded by siblings and my siblings. There's not a thing I can do that will make it any better to take away the pain, to take away the sadness. So why hop on a plane and fly? Why not keep my promise and commitment to that meeting planner and make my dad proud? That's exactly what he would want me to do, because he spent an entire lifetime teaching me to keep my promises and to keep my commitments. And without getting theological, I'm a man of faith, and my belief says my dad's in a better place now than he was battling his cancer, so it's going to be okay. Because in the end, everything's okay. So if it's not okay, then it's not the end. And that significant belief allowed me to rise to the occasion, fire those people up for 90 minutes, and do what I needed to do. And that's what I'm looking at, this pause and purge. Adversity introduces us to ourselves. We know that. I already said pain is a signal to grow, not to suffer. Once we learn the lesson the pain is teaching us, the pain goes away. So in life, there's no mistakes, only lessons. But you know what I also learned? Pressure is not something that's naturally there. Under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion. You fall to the level of your training and preparation. Are you prepared? And if not, let's prepare right now. Adversity introduces us to ourselves. Let's use this recession. Let's use this time to better ourselves and emerge stronger, smarter, faster. You know, I was on the Olympic Committee in 2002. Citius, Altius, Fortius. Stronger, you know, faster, higher. Not in that order. But every single Olympian that rolled into the mountains of Salt Lake City, Utah, believed that world records were meant to be broken, not to compete against others, but to be the best version of ourselves. And so right now, anyone who's struggling, there's a reason. It's because your belief is not strong enough, deep enough, or true enough to allow you to respond to rapid change. Do something about it. That's the secret to this time. Yeah. And we find out by tuning into a summit like yours. Eric, I have to compliment you before my time runs out. You know, I go so far back with Zig Ziglar, Nito Quabain, and Jim Cathcart. They're truly my heroes.
All three of them are going to be on this.
Planet than Dr. Quabain.
All three of them are going to be on this summit.
I know. That's why I brought them up. And Sharon Lecter. And
all three of them, including Zig.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can't wait to hear that one. Every single one of these individuals impacted my life to the point where I was still coming back from my paralysis. And I just needed someone to say, keep going. Yeah. Part of my rehab, when I was paralyzed, the vice president of the University of Utah, he gives me a cassette tape to listen to by a, quote, motivational speaker by the name of Zig Ziglar. I thought, whoa, his mom ran out of names. I'd never heard of this dude. I listened to it and it changed my whole life. Mm. And when I connected with Zig and he became my sponsor, my mentor for the last 25 to 30 years, of course, Zig is going to say, Dan, what tape did you listen to? And I gave it to him and he says it was illegally recorded. Somebody had a cassette tape on their lap and just recorded it while I was speaking. So he gives me his entire set of tapes. I was a fair trade.
Wait. Wait, what's a cassette tape? I don't know what that. Anyway,
exactly.
Yeah, all right.
Well, I got some VHSs, and I actually have an 8-track player in my Mustang right now. If you want me to go out to the car,
I'm glad you have a Mustang still.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, Zig's speech was 45 minutes long, and I only remember one story that transformed my whole life. It was the story about Spindletop. Here's this oil wildcatter. He's on his last dollar. He kept finding nothing. He would drill and drill and drill. He's going broke. One last attempt. He drills down. He hits the oil reserve that is so big and the pressure is so strong that it literally destroys the derrick. And as Zig would say, and the man became an instant millionaire. And then he pauses and says, or did he? Wasn't he always a millionaire? The oil had always been he just had to figure out a way to drill down and get it out to use it as it was meant to be used. Yeah. It only took one story for me to look at myself and say, wait a minute, you don't have to think outside the lines. You don't have to think outside the box. What if the answers are still in the box? We must be willing to pay any price and travel any distance to associate with extraordinary human beings, even on the net. Mm. And what makes us extraordinary is someone who will trigger more passion, creativity, and imagination to get back up and go again and have the impetus to drill deep inside of us, hang around with the right people who talk about the right things with the right conversations to allow us to get back up, figure out how to fly our own jet, take charge, and become the very best version of ourselves. Awesome. You know, the second reason why I stayed paralyzed for 14 months was because I was asking the wrong questions. I was asking the doctors how to get better when I should have been asking myself why. And once we answer why, figuring out the how-to becomes completely clear and obviously simple. Not easy, but simple.
Right.
So I appreciate this opportunity to gather people together, because what happens when we do is we have that Zig Ziglar cassette tape experience that I had that I know changed my stars. I know it's the reason why I'm still alive. I know it's the reason why I became resilient and came back up for air and then kept breathing at the highest level. So Absolutely. You, my friend, are more than Johnny Appleseed. You are one of the old school, original OG guys who still believes in the power of these PMA rallies that have gone by the wayside.
Yeah.
And for the opportunity for me to share the platform with the Jim Cathcarts, with the Nita Quabains, with the Ty Boyds who just passed away, with the Don Hudsons, who's my hero, with the Jeannie Robertsons who will make you laugh until you can't stand up anymore. These are magical moments that have transformed me into the man I am today. And that's why you are so special in my life, Eric, because you still see the wisdom and vision in bringing people together. I can't relate to everybody, but there's somebody today on your program, on this summit, who will touch every person's life in some way and speak to their heart. Remember, reason leads to conclusions, but it is emotion that leads to action. This whole room, I've got your book here, Eric. I've got Nito's books. I've got Cathcart's Acorn. I got Sharon Lecter's. I got so many books in here. I've read one book a week for the last 16 and a half years. I'm really proud of that. My point in bringing up this room, and I wish I could just kind of take you on a tour. I have the Olympic torch I ran back there. I've got, flags that flew Fort Sumter. I mean, I got all these memories, but every one of them triggers one complete story. I challenge all of you to put symbols up in your home. Symbols in your pocketbook, in your purse, in your wallet. Put it up on your refrigerator door. And they're not just affirmations. I'm telling you what, I came back from my paralysis not because it was some miracle. Yes, I prayed, but at some point you got to get up off your knees and help Almighty God answer your prayers.
Yeah.
Pray as though everything depends on God, but work as though everything depends on us. It's so critically important that we take action. And so I didn't get better because of a miracle, because of some law of attraction that's so mystical. Now people have just convoluted that whole definition. Bottom line, we don't attract who we want. We attract who we are. We attract what we believe we deserve in relationships, in our destiny. But the critical point in this whole deal is, I follow the law of the harvest. You reap only what you sow. I follow the law of attraction, which is deeper than that, the law of resonance. There's a real energy in the universe. There's a real vibration. We need to tune into that frequency and that vibration. Which is where I've connected with so many people that were on your screen as your co-hosts. The Lynn Roses, the Natalies, the Dr. Steves, the Yuris. I cherish these relationships because they're deeper based on our vibration, our connection.
Right.
Where, including you, we could sit in a room. I'm sorry, Wendy, I don't know you, but we could all sit in a room and not say one thing for 45 minutes and communicate love, admiration, respect. You can if you think you can. I've got your back. I know you can do it. Together we rise. And then what happens when the 45 minutes is over? We're unstoppable.
That's right.
Not because of the cognitive left brain psychobabbling neurotechnical system, your paralysis of analysis. It's because of our deep, strong, irrefutable beliefs in every aspect of our lives. As we start to wind down, my art of significance is really important to me because what I did is I identified the 12 most popular principles of success that are debatable. And I challenged them with my maverick renegade personality, threw them under the bus, and replaced them with the 12 highest universal laws of life-changing leadership. They're not my laws. They're the universal laws. And the only fish that goes with the flow is the dead fish. They're always swimming upstream. We have got to make a commitment to link arms and fight against the negativity in the world, the fake news. And you're the kingpin, brother. I don't know anyone who puts on a better platform, a better program, a better tribal council than Eric Swanson, man. I love you. I honor you. I admire you because of the people that you attract into your life. And that's just an honor for me to be on this program with you.
Don't make me cry this early in the program. All right. Do it later.
one of the toughest. I felt like I was going to prom. I'm like, okay, do I wear a jacket? Do I put on a coat and tie? I know Eric's going to have one of those $400 little handkerchiefs in his pocket. I know Nito's going to come on with a $14,000 Armani suit. Jim Cathcart will probably have on a cowboy hat, play guitar. He's one of the great singers and performers of all time. Sharon, like, she doesn't have to do anything. She just naturally professional. And then you got your Charlie's Angels, your Swanson Angels, baby. I won't mention them by name, but they're on your screen.
Oh,
and I love them. I honor them.
So I'm gonna reel this in. You are amazing. I want to like hug you through the screen here. You should see all the.
Just give me some of those cool glasses. Don't hug me. I want some of those cool glasses.
Which one do you want, man? What you want? You want the white or the? I'm gonna get you pink and polka dotted ones. I think.
Dude, that's it.
So honestly, we have a few minutes to take a few questions that I want to bring on a few people. Together we rise. These comments are coming in. Someone said yes. Look at this. Yes. People are just loving this, man. You're amazing. And I got to tell you, like, honestly, oh, wow, I got another shout out. Yes, I'm getting the glasses, and apparently we're doing a contest for the glasses. But Dan got a shout out. There you go. Hey, Doug, what's up, buddy? Doug Vermeeren. Good to see you, brother. So lots of hearts coming in. You're just amazing, man. And here's the deal. I want to bring on a couple people that want to ask a couple quick questions of you. And if you'll allow me to do that, I'm going to do that right now. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, I'm going to invite you later on. We're doing a happy hour, virtual happy hour later on tonight at 5 o'clock, I think, or 5:15. And it's BYOB, of course. Right? Yeah. So
I'm all yours.
I'm not going to, it's virtual. Anyway, so
Dan, are you available at 5? Let me check. Oh, yeah. Yes. In fact, I'm available till December 25th. Why are you rubbing it in?
The reason why I ask is because not many people, well, people do know this. You are brilliant in your knowledge and your expertise, and what supersedes your brilliance and your knowledge and your expertise is your heart and your love. And then what almost hits that is your comedy. you dude, like Alex Stern and I, we just sit there and take notes, and we're like, we canceled cable, by the way. We just call you, and we just like, oh my God, that was a good one. Oh my gosh, I love it. So we got to bring on a couple of people real quick. First, I'd like to invite Miss Lynn Rose to
oh my gosh.
Lynn Rose, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Lynn, do you have a quick question for Mr. Dan Clark?
I sure do, and boy.
How are you?
I'm ignited just like everybody else on this thread because, oh my gosh, no one does it like you, Dan. And we both know how that feels, and we're with an audience and we're lit on fire, getting to share that inspiration. You can feel that energy. And now, of course, it's been a halt. But you are an example of someone who life throws you curveballs, but you don't let it curve you off purpose. You find another way. Look at all that you've done that shows that and illustrates that. So my question for you is, taking all that you're sharing, how are you now funneling that in this curveball with what you're going to be doing differently to bring this incredible inspiration and power and presence that you have? And I'd love to support in whatever way with that, by the way, because you are so stunning, one of the real ones.
I love it.
And that's a 20 seconds or less answer. Go.
Oh,
okay. We're all in this together. My middle daughter, she had a huge part in all the High School Musical movies, and that seems to be the theme now. There was a Disney special, and they had some of the old cast members sing "We're All in This Together." And to your point, Liz, here's what's happened in my experience as a professional speaker. If I go in as a professional speaker and I bomb, never again will that event planner ever hire or pay good money for a professional speaker. They'll just bring Uncle Bob in for $50.
Mm-hmm.
So I owe it to our profession. I owe it to humanity to always bring my best game, customize, have a conversation, a real conversation, so that when I leave, the event planner and everyone in my audience truly says, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. That's what happens when I get around Eric and you, Lynn, and Natalie and Yuri, and obviously Dr. Steve. That's just a given. but that doesn't always happen. So what I'm doing right now is doing kind of what Eric is doing. I'm reaching out to my fellow speakers. We're creating opportunities for us to go online and create remote leadership training in a remote economy, and obviously cutting our speakers' fees, doing the right thing.
Wait. What was the last part? What? Speaker? What?
Repeat that part, because I don't know. It hurt my leg, but I'm just kidding you. So we can't just give it away. What we have to do is make sure people have skin in the game, or they won't take action. So whatever that means, we've got to create situations where we prove that even online, we can have sales, which is the transference of trust.
Love that. Wow.
It's not a noun, it's a verb. We can have team building where we actually realize the culture creation goes on and on. So it's a long answer to your simple comment and question, Lynn, but this is what this summit is about, and that's what we need to continually do. So Eric put so much time and effort and resources into pulling this off today. What I've been doing is reaching out to my clients. So many of the conventions canceled. I was on a national tour with Caesars Entertainment. I was in Denver. It was a 20-city tour. I'm in Denver, flying to Seattle. And as I got through with my speech in Denver, the Seattle speech was canceled back on March, whatever. And the rest started to unravel. Well, call our clients up and say, wait a minute, your people still need training, motivation. They still need, a chance to evaluate, eliminate their limiting beliefs, and elevate with a higher, stronger, deeper, truer belief. And so let's just meet. So all these folks are at home, 10,000 in an organization the other day, 500, they're all in their home. They tune into a Zoom call. They tune in to the StreamYard, whatever the case may be. And we talk and we communicate and we still connect, so that when this war is over, we've been in the foxhole together. And now when we finally get belly to belly again, we're the speaker of choice because we're part of their tribe. And now let's connect. So
love that.
That question, Lynn. Let's just get together offline and figure out a way to keep this idea and this momentum rolling. Remember, in sports, in football, not every play is designed to score a touchdown. So one sets up the next, which sets up the next, which sets up the next to score. There's nothing more insignificant than the halftime score. So this is a break. Oh my gosh, we're behind. Some of us are way behind, but we can still win the game.
Yeah.
And more importantly, momentum is only as good as your next play. What are we going to do when we click this summit off? What are we going to do when we turn off our cameras, when we turn off our cell phones, when we turn off our computers? What are we going to do next? I'm looking out my doors here, my French doors into my front entranceway. I have a cascading staircase that goes up to the third floor of my home. I don't have to see the top stair to climb. I only have to see the first stair, commit to taking the first step, knowing there's value in taking the next step.
Talking about taking the next step, we need to
I love you,
because we have somebody in the green room, and I want to respect their time as much as yours. I do want to bring one person on that wants to say hi real quick. It's Dr. Steve Talman to your left there. Steve, what's up, brother? And
so good to be here, Dan. I don't have a question for you. I want to echo like the power and the wisdom that you share and the humor. I always love spending time with you. And in the idea that we are, it's not what we do, but it's who we are, who we're being, right? That's what really comes through. That's that kind of, and who you're being, who you bring to the table is just so powerful. And so you're not preparing day to day and moment to moment about what you're going to do next, but more who you're being and like this quality of being. So just say a couple words about like, what's your ritual? What is
we don't actually have time for a couple words. I'm so sorry. I do want to make sure that we stay on time, and I'm sure Dan respects that.
I like that sometimes.
We'll do it.
Okay. So offline, of course. But thanks so much for mentioning that, Steve. Appreciate that.
You say one last final thought.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Dan.
We need to tune in to where we find our inspiration. When my Aunt Lucy was 63 years old, she started walking 5 miles every day. Now she's 91, and we don't know where she is. We laugh, but that's the number one limiting belief that holds us back. We never take the time to answer, where are we right now today? It's like ordering an Uber ride that requires we enter in our current location. If we lie about where we are, the direction won't work. Let's go on from today. Eric, thanks for having me.
Dude, you're the best, man. I just want to thank you so much for being you, and that's it. Just being you, man. I mean, seriously, like I have a goal, and you know what? I have it somewhere here. Did I put it back here before? Remember, I had this this thing I wrote down, and it was I'm not gonna be able to find it this quickly. Oh, it's too bad. I had my goal. Remember the goal that I had written down the whole time, Dan? So you're the best, man. I love you. You're the best. I'm so happy that you were able to join us today. So thank you so much for being you.
To all of you, thank you.
I'll see you at the party tonight, 5 o'clock.
Yes,
we'll send you a link, brother. You're the best, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
You too.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dan Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, people are applauding. You should see all the other people in the green room. They're all applauding. Hey, they're all eating the lobster. I'm not sure what's going on down there, but that's awesome. All right, guys, that was the fabulous, fantastic, phenomenal Dan Clark himself, and I'm so excited that he was here to join us and just drop all those nuggets of wisdom and awesomeness. We're gonna during one of the breaks later on in the afternoon, we're gonna go ahead and just talk about each of the speakers and what they brought, and really kind of absorb it, you know, and chat about it, mastermind about it. Oh, I was going to ask him about masterminds as well, how he feels about those, but we'll ask the next speaker coming on. So excited to bring on our next speaker, our next influencer, our next amazing individual that is just a little bit about him. He's a doctor of they call him the doctor of neuropsychology, one of the most sought after, I'm reading this script over here, one of the most sought after ultimate performance specialists in the industry. He is a mindset coach as well as a health and fitness coach. He's literally the coach for mindset and fitness for a gentleman named Tony Robbins. And I'm so excited to bring on our amazing individual, amazing friend, Joseph McClendon III, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Joseph McClendon? How are you, sir? What's up?
And as a matter of fact, what I'm doing is I had to tie 150-pound weight to my ankles to the ground after listening to Dan. Dan, you are amazing. I'm over here. So that was spectacular. I'm great. Eric, how are you? And thank you for having me on your show.
I'm awesome, my friend. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. I know you're over probably in California area, I'm assuming. Really great to see you. I know we chatted about a month ago or something like that on one of the School of the Unstoppables. And let's just dive into it, man. I mean, I know, you know, a 20-minute, 25-minute spot doesn't do you justice. So I know, man. I'm telling you, we're in a time and place that we find ourselves in as a human race today, that we're scared. You know, people are scared. People are wondering what to do. And we need to, in my opinion, harness down into the ultimate awesome habits and attitude that we possess in the first place, and really harness on those. And you are dropping so many nuggets on the School of the Unstoppable. I'd love you to share your thoughts on that right now, if you could.
Absolutely. Well, first off, I heard you were having sunglasses.
Oh, what's up? What's up? Yeah, but my glasses actually have Bluetooth in the ear. Plate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Mine are functional too. Mine actually block out the blue. So
you're actually work, like you can see out of them.
Well, first off, I'm a firm believer in, first let's categorize and get a home base for all of us to say what a mindset is, because there's a misconception that a mindset is that's just the set way that you think. And it's not. We have a set of thoughts for every single situation that we go into. And so if we can go, this situation is happening right now, what is the best set of thoughts for me to have during this time right now. That's going to serve us best. It's going to serve us top down. Our mind, how we think, obviously, you know, all of us have heard the mind, body, spirit connection. And I go, listen, you can live with that, and that's great. And if you want to go further, fast, you want to take it, let's look at the real syntax of how it is. I got to take these off because I love them, but, you know. And the syntax really is it's mind, spirit, and how we think will determine how we feel, the spirit of how we feel, and that will tell us what we're going to do. And so right now, we're in this place, and our words mean something to us. Literally, as you said before, I'm a neuropsychologist, and so I deal with the actual science of how we as human beings, and then how to use that information to get the very best out of ourselves. And so words literally change the biochemical makeup of our bodies. And so the trick is to go, let me get a set of words, which are our thoughts, by the way, that aid me during this time. And the one thing, and if everybody, if you'd please write this down, you'll be doing yourself a favor by changing the words that you use about this situation that we're in right now. We'll talk about fear here in a second. Will help mitigate that fear. The first thing is, let's not look at this as a pandemic. Let's not look at this as any of the other stuff that's going on out there. I like to look at it as this. Call it these words: a pause in our momentum, because that's all it is. This is not going to be this way forever. History has proven it over and over again that this too shall pass. And when it does, when we're on the other side, we're going to be asking ourselves one of two questions. First question might be, what did I do back there in 2020? It's a year from now. And what did I do way back there in 2020 that allowed me to serve other people, make a difference, so that now I thrive? I'm living the life of my dreams. Or you're going to ask this question: what do I wish I would have done back then in 2020 during that time, that now my life is hindered now, and I'm not doing as well as I could? And obviously you want to ask the first question. So the first thing that you can do is start calling it something different. Think of it different, where we are right now. It's an opportunity. It truly is. Yes, there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, you got to protect yourself. Yes, all of those things. But we as a collective, if you're on this call right now, you're here because you have at least a dream, a hope, and an assumption that things are going to get better. And you're interested in what we're going to do right now. So I'm a do kind of guy. I believe that intentions and motivation and all that stuff is great. And I'm known as a speaker, so to speak. But my real passion is in psychology, helping people change their psychology, because that's where the real change goes. And so number one, call it something different, whatever you want to do it. And then number two, I want you to write these 4 M's down, actually 5 of them now. I want you to write them down, because this is what you can do right now. I don't know you personally, everybody on the phone. I do know some people. Hey, Lynn Rose, and there's a few people that I'm seeing come up here. But if you do these things now every day, then it's going to enhance everything that you do. And I love what Dan said. Those of us that are in the presentation mode and in that world, yeah, get online and present and all those things. But here's the first M that you need to do every single day that's going to change your mindset so that you function different than the rest of the world. Number one is to meditate. Now, before you get freaked out about, Om and unicorns and crystals and all those things, that's all great. When I say meditate, and remember, there's a reason behind my madness, if you will, and the reason why I do this, because I want you to produce a result, and you will if you do this. Meditate in this case just means just be silent. Just shut the hell up for a moment. Don't have your phone. Don't have yourself pointed online or whatever. Just shut up. Close your eyes. Take some deep breaths for a moment. And here's the reason why. And this is critical, especially for all of us forward thinkers, of which, I humbly ask if I can be on this team of people. Forward thinkers is this. We never shut the hell up, do we? It's always yak, yak, yak. But most of us never are conscious of what's going on inside our mind. If you shut up for even 10 minutes and just breathe, then what will happen is just within a few minutes, you're going to start to listen to, you're going to start to hear the conversations that you're having with yourself. And they're either going to be from you or somebody else. They're going to be this, this and that and blah, blah, blah. But I want you to start to, in that moment, while you're meditating, take note of the tone and the words that voice is saying. Is it a great tone? Is it a tone that makes you feel good? Are they words that empower you and inspire you? Are they words that are denigrative? Are they words that make you feel bad? Are they words of fear? Because if they are, you get to change them. Because remember, the words produce a biochemical makeup that goes through our blood. It changes our biochemical makeup. If it's the great stuff like dopamine and endorphins and testosterone and all of those things, oxytocin and things like that, then it's going to make us feel good. I call that awesome sauce. But if it's not, if it's cortisol, if it's too much adrenaline and all those things, then that is going to, number one, it's going to bring down your immune system. It's going to limit your ability to be creative. It's going to rob you of your energy and all those things. So yeah, thanks. And awesome sauce, it's a very real thing. Awesome sauce is the term that I gave to the chemicals and the solutions that our bodies produce when we're in the zone. And we can automatically put ourselves in the zone by the conversation. So listen to yourself, meditate for just a few minutes, and then start to listen to yourself. And if it doesn't help you, and even if it does, you can change it, you can step it up. Then just repeat. As a matter of fact, everybody repeat after me. I, you know where this is going, freaking rock. Say it. I can't hear you. And then repeat after me. I am amazing. Now listen, as silly as this sounds, if you say it over and over again, your brain cannot resist repetition. That's how you learned everything you have in your life. And your body cannot resist that repetition if you do it over and over again. So whatever you say to yourself on a constant basis, especially what you say about yourself, is how you'll feel. And how you'll feel will determine what you'll do, and what you do, what you get. That's simple. So take the time to do that. I say every single morning, I, Joseph McClendon III, am a God-guided expression of health, wealth, happiness, and joy for myself and virtually everybody I have the privilege of touching their lives. I believe that life is exactly what you dare to make it, and fortune favors the bold. And I am the one to lead. And I say things like that to myself over and over again. And guess what? I believe that. But here's the greatest part about it. The radiation of your EMF, your electromagnetic frequencies, radiate out, and other people feel it as well, even through this. That's what just happened with Dan earlier. He was radiating, and everybody felt it. And so if you do that, then so first off, meditate just 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You can do your traditional guided meditation and things like that, but just take some time to shut the hell up and listen to you, and then change it. And then the second thing is move your freaking body. Yeah, move your body. And there's science behind everything that I have to say. It's not just so that you feel better. It's so that your body releases the electricity stored in muscles. Most people don't know this, that it is electricity that gives us that momentum. It's electricity that makes us alive. Electricity goes away, you take a dirt nap. You're history, you're over. You're dead. But while you're here, the amount of electricity that you have in any given moment is determined by what your muscles will release. Your muscles are what are called piezoelectric cells. Piezoelectric cells are anything that generates and stores electricity. They're the batteries, and how they release that electricity to the rest of your cells is through movement. So get up and bounce on a trampoline, jump on your bed. You know me. Shake that ass, do whatever it takes. Your body, at least 10 minutes, you freaks. And I mean that lovingly. At least 10 minutes. Go out and go for a walk.
You freaking rock, man. I love all these comments. I'm freaking rocking. I freaking rock. Everyone's jumping in here. And I got a couple more comments over here on YouTube. They want to see you turn around and do that dance again. Continue.
I'll reward you with that when it's over. I got 4 more to go, okay? And it's important. Move your body, because that releases the energy. Remember, this is science. I'm not about just motivation, about the science that makes you function. Remember what I said? I want to show you exactly how you function as a human being, and then how to use that information to get the best out of yourself, so that you become something that I call a megapreneur. Not just an entrepreneur, a megapreneur. And that is somebody that thrives in all areas of their life, their health, their wealth, their finances, their love, their happiness, their relationships, all of those things, and even spirituality. And you're not going to do it sitting there watching Netflix. You're not going to do it sitting there complaining and watching the media, and here's what this guy said, and so on and so forth. You're not going to get it that way. The third thing is to mitigate fear. To mitigate means to lessen intensity, to lessen the severity, to lessen the pain of something. And right now, if you allow it, fear will overtake you, period. And it has overtaken so many other people. It is why I'm having a conversation with you right now. Yeah, so Netflix. I'm sorry, but just say no. You know, if you got to watch that stuff, watch it for a little while and then cut it off, because that, don't get me started. Get me started. The name of the game is that machine, your television, is designed to denigrate your health, your wealth, everything about you. It's designed to keep you watching TV. It's designed to keep you fear. So you got to denigrate your fear. Let me give you a really, really, really easy and quick, simple way that you can do this. First, kill the monster while it's a baby. Meaning, as soon as it shows up, don't wait for it to get to be a big monster. Big monsters are harder to kill. Kill it as soon as it shows up. Secondly, make it show up. Make that bitch show up. And what I mean by that is this. Don't wait for it, because if you wait for it, then it's by the time you realize that you're in fear, it's way too long and it's already a big monster. Most of you have heard me say this if you've been around me before. I had a practice in Los Angeles where I helped people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges for many, many years. And so I always say to people, and I'm a neuropsychologist, so I have a very unorthodox way of going about things, but I get results. If you have a fear of dogs and you come into my office, take a guess what's going to be in my office. There's going to be a dog. And the reason being is because I want that monster to show up so that I can do something about it. And it's called interrupt your pattern. This is really, really simple, but you can do it. And the more your fear will mitigate. Number one is feel it in the moment. Everybody write this down, by the way. Okay? Feel it. Number one, as soon as it shows up, first of all, let me give you this. Fear stands for this. Another exercise. Aside, people say that fear stands for false evidence appearing real and forget everything and run, or F everything and run. And those are all great. But I want you to look at it and write this down. Fear stands for face, emotion, and replace. Face the emotion and replace. That means is this. As soon as it shows up, okay, here's what I want you to do. Is you're going to move your body. What did I just talk about? Shake. So put face it, and then shake, and then breathe, and then smile. Feel, shake, breathe, smile. Let me tell you why. And this isn't just, it isn't just something that you can do to feel better. It has neurolinguistics. It has neuroassociative conditioning and something I call neuroencoding built in. Whenever we radically move our bodies in any given moment, we take our mind, we create something called a pattern interrupt. We've all done something like this. We've all gone, I got to go get an ink pen out of the kitchen. And then you stand up and you go into the kitchen and you're in the kitchen, the hell did I come in here for? And what happens in that moment is you've created, in psychology, we call that a scotoma. A scotoma is a blank spot in your mind. And that blank spot has some characteristics about it. It's a vacuum. It wants to be filled. That's why you're going, oh, and that's a perfect opportunity to put what you want in. And so I'm going to demonstrate it for you. So you think about something that makes you fearful, whatever it is. You got one of these going on. Next thing you do is you stand up and you shake, okay? Or you walk away, or you do something. And fortunately, I have pants on today, by the way. I haven't worn pants for a long time. But the trick is, as soon as you do that, you create a scotoma. And then your brain is going, what? So you deep breath, giving your brain the oxygen that it needs. And then you put a smile in. Why do you smile? Because your brain releases awesome sauce in that moment. And so if you do that over and over again, guess what? The very thing that made you fearful is the thing that will cause you to feel good. That's how you mitigate your fear. Next is music. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but listen to some music that soothes you, inspires you, makes you happy. Not, and by the way, I love all kinds of music. And I'm going to encourage you to kind of stay away from the music that is hardcore, what do they call it? Death metal and things like that. Find something that soothes you, makes you feel good, and inspires you, and those things. And you can just listen to it for a little while and just shut the hell up and let it roll in. I have a whole thing that I could teach about that. Next is to mentor, okay? And this is critical. And that means do what we're doing right now. Dan was saying, and I know you say this as well, and I do as well. Find a mentor. Let us mentor you. And, there's all kinds of programs. If this is over, I'm going to share something with you. I want to give everybody something. And if you'll allow me to, mentoring is critical. If you'll allow me to share something with you that, I have the privilege of working with just some amazing people. And I want to share some of that information with you as well. And it's my gift to you. However, I also want you to mentor other people as well. You right now, everybody on the phone, everybody on this call right now, you have people in your life right now that could benefit from the words that come out of your mouth. Blame it on Eric, or blame it on me, or blame it on Dan. I know this stuff. You go, here's what I learned from these guys. The reason I have you taking notes because I want you to share this stuff. Go share this with everybody else. Take this, I don't know how to available to other people, but share that with other people. You mentor for somebody else. There are people that are out there that are struggling, that need some sort of input. They need somebody that's been there, done that, feels better, knows what to do. You be a mentor. It fills your soul up. This is your purpose, this planet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just to hoard as much stuff. As well. It's so that you get it and you share with people. That's where soul's up. Those are the M's. I hope you wrote them down. I know it was real quick, but I know we don't have a lot of time.
Amazing. Man, I'm telling you, the whole summit should be Joseph McClendon all day long. Oh, you're going to put your shades on. I'm going to do the same thing, man. Hold on. Wait. All right. Rock and roll. Somebody needs to, I'll tell you what, the people who, because I know you've got something as a gift in a little bit, which is fantastic. Can you guys hear me? Did I unmute myself? I introduced myself earlier as the producer, the lighting, everything. I'm doing everything on the studio here. But what we should do is we should have people, Joseph, take a photo of you and I with our glasses on, and if they send that text to you, something like that, or a photo in, then they get something for free. That'd be kind of cool. But so. Man, your nuggets are amazing. Wow, how did I say that? Wait, your nuggets are awesome.
Hey, let's leave the nuggets out of this. Right?
That's not what I meant. Your knowledge is just phenomenal, man. I love this, and I've got pages of notes already from the School of the Unstoppable and now. So I know we have some people that want to come in and ask a couple quick questions of you, and we've got a lot of people coming in on comments as well. I've been trying to share them. Somebody says, I need some sunglasses. I'm so inspired. Thanks so much. Mind blowing. Whoops, I put the wrong one up there. Mind blowing. Awesome. Somebody wants your phone number, apparently. There you go. Oh, what's number 5? Were there 5? I think there's
no. Number 5. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So first one, I'm sorry, I left one out. Okay. Let me go back over them. So there is number 1, meditate. Number 2, move your body. Number 3 is to mitigate the fear. Number 4 is to mentor. And number 5 was music. Number 5 was music.
Yeah, you mentioned music, of course. You mentioned it.
5, yeah.
Absolutely. Awesome, man. And tell me more about what's the importance of having a mentor or like a mastermind mentorship as well? Are they really important?
Not only are they important, they're critical to your success. And let's talk about the difference between a mentor and a coach, and why it's important to have a mastermind and do that, and have somebody that does that. A coach they're valuable, and I encourage you to have a coach. And a coach is somebody that has a external point of view on you, your life, your activities, your behaviors, because you can't see your own golf swing if you're a golfer,
right,
in the moment and real time. And so a coach is somebody there to point those things out, inspire you, empower you, and things like that. And in most cases, I would say the vast, vast majority of cases, the coach is not necessarily better at the thing that they're coaching you to do. In other words, somebody like LeVar, what's his name? LeVar Burton, or I'm sorry, LeVar, what am I saying? Yeah, sure. Let's just use somebody like a Tiger Woods or a Michael Jordan or something like that. Their coaches were never better basketball players or golfers than them, but they have coaches to help them do that. A mentor, on the other hand, is somebody that's been there, done that, and has a level of expertise far beyond what they're mentoring you to do. They've been there, done that. Parents, when they teach you how to walk, they're a mentor because they know how to walk way better than you do. And so find somebody, and by the way, a mentor is somebody that is across the board a better person, better at the thing that you do, but looking for that person to mentor you, and you to have a track record, not only of having taught other people, but you want them to have a track record that they can prove themselves. And in my case, I'm not a better business person than somebody that sells this or that or does this, but my expertise is the concept of our psychology expertise is that, and not just because I know this stuff, and not just because that's what my doctorate is in, but because I've done it and I live it. There was a time in my life that I was homeless. I lived in a cardboard box. Wow. And what changed my life was this stuff that I teach right now. So I've been there, done that. And what I mentor people in is that I said, is showing you exactly how you function as a human being, and then use that information to get the very best out of yourself. You want a better body, and find somebody that has a great body and to mentor you. You want better finances, find somebody that has a better finances and has the ability to teach you, because that's the other side of it. You need a mentor that has ability to go in. I tell people this. I say this, look, everybody learns differently. They truly do. In neuropsychology, the between traditional psychology and neuropsychology is have one way of interacting, that is my voice to your ears. But we have 5 senses, and all 5 of those senses, and we all have different combinations. There's hundreds of combinations of things. And so if I can find out what your combination is, and I can speak to you and communicate with you on those 5 areas, and then I can go deeper into your soul, and I can help you get a result. And so find somebody that's not just a great teacher, but it's an outstanding teacher that's going to make you feel good, but more specifically give you something that you can do to produce a result.
I love that, man. This is awesome. All right, we're going to bring on a couple people. Actually, before we do that, tell me really quick, you have a possible gift for the audience? Because we have audience members jumping on here.
Yeah, I agree with what Dan said. And my saying is, if you don't pay, then you won't pay attention. However, yeah, and it's true. You know, I've in my career, and I still to this day, I was on a seminar last night. I still invest a lot of money and a lot of time into seminars. I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, but over 3 decades of doing this, I've invested easily $250,000 in educating myself in seminars and workshops and things like that, and still willing to do it because, you know, the benefit is 100 times that. And so what I want to share with you is this. What I was just talking about and what you were just saying as well, masterminds and mentoring is critical. And so that's what I do, the other thing that I do. And so I have something that I call the Further, Faster Elite Circle. And so my question is, and everybody please answer this, do you want what you want sooner rather than later? And the answer is, you can just type a 1 or a yes or an F yes or whatever you want. The answer is always yes. And so what I have the privilege of coaching, some pretty high-end clients, if you will, Academy Award winners and Grammy winners and so on and so forth. And they pay me a lot of money to do so. But I can't take on, and that's probably the most common question that I get asked is, Joseph, will you mentor and will you coach me? And the answer is, I'd love to, but I can't because of time. So I created something with my team called the Further, Faster Elite Circle. And so what I do is, now I'm doing it actually twice a month because I got the time and you got the time, but normally it's just once a month, which I meet with my high-end clients as well, once a month. And I charge them, just so you know, anywhere from $250,000 to $350,000 a year. Ain't cheap. But so I have this program that I do once a month. I'm going to sit with you and I'm going to meet with you. We do it in a group session, and I'm going to teach you the same things that I teach them. And so if you go to, and write this down, everybody, josephmcclendon.com/further faster. I'll spell it out. JOSEPHMCCLENDN.com/free further faster. FURTHERFASTER. And what I'm going to make available to you is you can sit in those sessions for free for 2 weeks, which means you're going to get 2 sessions, 14 days for free. And if you love it, then you'll join the team. You'll be part of us. It's super, super, super inexpensive. I made it ridiculously no-brainer inexpensive for people. And what I do, it's not just me telling you stuff and exciting. I'm going to give you something to do. I call show, try, do, so that you get a result in all those areas of your life. So please let this be my gift to you now, if I would. And it's going to go pretty fast. And this isn't going to be, this is for you. This isn't going to be up there. I'm going to take it out. Okay.
That's amazing. Did we put it up, josephmcclendon.com/free further faster.
Yeah. If you're not on your phone, take a picture of it right now so you have it. Okay.
Yeah. and we'll have our co-MCs. Could you guys go ahead and type that right there into the feeds that we have as well? That'd be great for the comments.
By the way, let me tell you why I'm doing this just real quickly, is because I have this belief that those of us that dare to dream while the rest of the world is having a nightmare, we're not only going to get the things that we want, we're going to thrive. There's no, but unless you're under a rock, the world's having some challenges, and they need leaders. They need people like you. And so my efforts in doing this is to help you rise to whatever level you need to be. I want you to be healthy, happy, wealthy, all those things that you want, because at the very least, you'll be a shining example for somebody else. And if you take it upon yourself, then you can spread this stuff to other people as well. I want everybody to have it.
Amazing. I'm going to take the mic and I'm going to drop it.
I need one of those.
I'll send it to you. Of course, man. Earlier we were with the co-MCs. I've got like 6 co-MCs, and I'm just gonna bring them all on, and they're gonna say hi to you real quick. But it was funny because we were like Brady Bunch in the Zoom thing, right? And we were like taking the mic and passing it down the aisle. So just real quick, this is amazing. Thank you very much, guys. Definitely go into josephmcclendon.com/free, further, faster. Take advantage of his awesomeness. That's amazing. I'm going to bring on a few people real quick here. We got Lynn Rose. We got Yuri. We got Joe. We got John Kovac Jr. And he's doing the dance. Look at him. And then I want to bring on Wendy. Wendy's. Oh wow, Joe. So check this out. Brady Bunch. Wendy, Joseph, Wendy, Joseph. Okay, so you guys definitely need to connect. Okay, I'm gonna connect you guys. All right, because here's the deal, and you guys are all unmuted, I think, right? Yeah. So Joseph, afterwards, I know we're running short on time, obviously, but I want to connect you guys because she runs something called Be Bright Events. And she runs all of our events now. It's amazing what she does. Events that are obviously like this now, right? The virtual events. But she's like, I mean, superstar events. Trust me. So you guys got to connect with her. She's right down here. All right, rock and roll. So yeah, right down there. Let's all point to Wendy. All right, guys, real quick, say hi to Joseph.
Hey, Joseph.
Hey, wait a minute. Introduce me to everybody. Because I see people that I know, but then
here, everyone smile. I'm going to take a photo. Ready? Everyone smile. Ready? Go. Awesome. So real quick, we've got Lynn Rose to your left, to the other side. There we go. That's Lynn Rose there. Go the other way. Your left is my right. Okay, go that way. And then we've got exactly. Below her, you've got Yuri Choi. Hi, so wave your hand. There you go. And
we spoke last time. How are you doing?
I think we're doing good.
Last time. How are you doing? Yeah.
That's right. And we got John. Oh, look at that. This is awesome. John Kovac Jr. Right below us there, and he is in Salt Lake City. And then we've got Wendy Freeman on the other side. There you go. So, rock roll. Oh, you know what? And we have our next guest coming on. He's in the green room eating some lobster and wearing some shades. It's awesome. You know, I'm wondering. You know, I'll just since he's a good friend of yours as well, I'll ask him if he gives me a thumbs up. I'll bring him on before I even introduce him. So. I got a thumbs up. All right, give me a second here. Sorry, Wendy. Bye. We're gonna bring.
I was gonna say you could drop me.
How are you doing? Good to see you.
Good. How are you?
I could not be better. Is that a Les Paul behind you?
No, that's a Taylor T5, and I love that little fella.
That is a beautiful instrument. I can't see it real well. That's a beautiful instrument, man.
And he plays majorly. This guy is amazing.
All the time.
That is cool.
fairly close. He's up the street from you in Thousand Oaks or 1001.
Oh wow! Yeah.
He always tells me I'm in 1001 Oaks.
And Joseph builds his own bases. So
yeah. Lynn, you remember that first one? I bet. Unfortunately, somebody stole that, and I'm looking for it. They stole Gus. Yeah.
No way. Oh, we need to
Gus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Points out for that one.
You know, right?
We'll probably find it actually. We should just do a
find
reward. I mean, give him the motivational, you know, the whole mentoring package if he gives it if they return it, right?
To return it.
Yeah. You know, I'll post it up. It's very special. It's very and it's I actually put up $1,000 reward for it because
wow.
it's is very
Post a
special.
picture. Let's find it. Let's make it a mission.
Hope you make it.
Yeah. Well, guys, this has been so much fun. I really appreciate you guys. Say goodbye to the co-MCs for a quick second. See you later, co-MCs. You're going back they're going back in the lobster room. There they go. And here we go. Wow, this is like right here. This is one of my dreams right here. This is it right here.
There you go.
That's it. So I appreciate you guys. Really awesome. I'm going to put Mr. Jim Cathcart in the green room for a second so I can properly bring him on. So see you in a little bit.
Have fun. Love you, man.
Joseph, you're just amazing. I mean, honestly, like everything about you is just phenomenal, and we love you, and we just can't get enough of you. That's what I'm going to say. I've got a bunch of people texting us already saying we signed up. Thank you. This gentleman just signed up for your program. So we're getting a lot of people jumping on there.
You'll enjoy it, and please allow me to be that in your life at this moment. So I'm glad you'll have it. You'll enjoy it.
You're amazing, my friend. I'll see you soon. Thank you for stopping by and sharing your awesome wisdom. Yeah, I used the right word that time.
My pleasure. Thank you for what you're doing, Eric. Thank you for the impact that you're making.
Thanks, Joseph. See you soon. Take care. Thank you. Yeah, what's up? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Joseph McClendon. I'm going to bring on, oops, Joseph's still there. I'm going to bring him off. There we go. And, whoa, there we go. Wait, hold on. I'm messing this whole thing up. I've got one of my co-MCs, Lynn Rose. Lynn Rose, how are you doing, Lynn?
How am I doing? How you doing? Oh my God. I gotta say, that was amazing. What an incredible way to kick off the energy. And I mean, I got so much out of that. And I know these two gentlemen, we all know them. But every time you get to hear it and have your frequency raised, that was phenomenal. And this is just the beginning today. So thank you for all the hard work. I know how hard you've worked on putting this on. And
no, this is
rocking.
Easy. I just put it together. I was like, yeah,
sure.
All good. So I'm so excited. How do you feel that? How are you, Yuri? Did I mute you?
We're not hearing you, Yuri.
She's good. Okay, now it should be unmuted. Sorry. Oh, you're good. Sorry about that.
Speaking the whole time, but no, that was incredible. I was taking notes, and I'm so inspired, and it's so good to be with you guys again. This is so fun.
I know. I can't wait till we get, hey, there's another one. I can't wait till we get out of this and into that. You know what I mean? Yes. Getting out there in person. It's going to be awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to bring on our next guest. I appreciate you guys stopping in out of the go down to the green room, guys. See you later. So you guys are awesome. See you later. See you later. Rock and roll. So I'm super excited about bringing our next speaker, our next guest. He's been in the green room for about 10 minutes now, or maybe a little bit more. Been wearing some shades. Even showed us his guitar. This gentleman's awesome. I got to tell you, let me just tell you a little bit about Jim Cathcart. You know, here's the deal. I've got this. I mean, let me just show you. Look at this. I've got this huge bio of Jim Cathcart. Okay, look at him. He's smiling in the green. It's huge. I'm just going to tell you this. This guy is one of the past presidents of NSA, National Speakers Association. You don't get there unless you have the knowledge of awesomeness and you share your wisdom and your experience and the know-how to build a life of awesomeness with the world. He travels all over and you know how some people say, well, they travel around a lot. They travel the world and they go, oh, really? Just up to Canada or something? No, he's in China. He's in all these different countries all over the place, just constantly going back and forth to different locations. I mean, I'm looking at the list here from Colombia, Costa Rica, Panama, Warsaw, Poland, let's see, Santiago, Chile, China, I just mentioned. He is such a dear friend of ours and such a Habitude warrior rock star. He's written numerous books. The Acorn, ask him about the Acorn effect, okay, in theory. And I'm so excited about bringing on my great dear friend, Jim Cathcart, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Eric. Wow, thank you very much, and hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you, sir? How are you, man? Here, I've got
excited.
Can you talk into the mic? Here you go, sir.
I'll get into it.
I will trade you my background for your background. That looks beautiful, man.
Yeah, that's a kind of a cool background.
Yeah, it is amazing.
When I'm doing Zoom calls, I typically drop in a creative background from time to time. I can do a screen share here, I think.
Sure.
Do I have that capacity? I don't see the.
Yeah, it's right on the bottom.
There it is. Share screen.
Yep.
Just a sec.
Share that, and I'll put it on.
See that, and let's see if we can see. You can see my house, but let's see. Open system preferences. Okay, the item that I've got on my desktop is not showing, so I'm going to stop the screen share.
No problem.
Never mind on that. What I was going to show is a picture of an acorn with a person coming out of it.
Yeah.
This triumphantly, and it's my logo, my company logo, the acorn, and a person emerging from it like that.
Is it on your website? I'll find it for you in just a second.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
So tell us how, like, what's the deal with people today? How can they get out of their like silly stuff and into the awesome stuff? How does that work?
First, like Joseph was saying, you got to do a pattern interrupt. Just stop screaming, or stop depressing or fearing or whatever. I talked to a psychiatrist years ago. I had a friend who was near suicidal, or maybe, suicidal. And I said, what do I do for this guy? He said, get him to do something. I said, what? He said, anything. I said, no, that's impractical. Anything. Give me something really meaningful. What could I get him to do? He said, Jim, seriously, anything he does will break the pattern of his depression and his fears and his focus, because you've got to get him to stop going down that hole. He said, you could get him to paint basketballs, collect dandelion wisps, make up something. Whatever you get him to do focuses his attention on something else. Well, since that time, I've thought about that multiple times in different contexts. And when people say to me a very similar thing, they'll say, I'm afraid, I've got a speech coming up and I'm intimidated, man. I've got my stuff together. I know who I am. I'm an experienced presenter and executive, but somehow this presentation is intimidating me. I'm all nervous. And I said, well, stop thinking about yourself. Well, I'm not thinking. Yes, you are. Anytime you're afraid, you're thinking about you. You're thinking about the harm or the fear or the criticism, the judgment, the something that's going to come on to you. Focus on what you're trying to accomplish. Focus on the audience, not the people, but the value they will get. And let the message in your head be seen as value, and start thinking about how they could get that message and benefit from it. And what you'll find is your fear goes away. Your depression goes away. The quickest way in the world to get out of a bad mood, a fearful mindset, is be generous. Do something for somebody else. I was the last 5 years, I've done 21 cities in China, lectures to thousands upon thousands of people, big, long time, all day rallies through an interpreter to 2,000 or 3,000 people at a time. And it's been an unbelievable life-changing experience for me. Well, one of the things I also do is I lead a Mastermind mentoring program that's a 4-part program through the course of the year. And we go on a Yangtze River cruise. We go to a resort community called Lijiang over in southwestern China. We go to Shanghai. We go to various different locations. And I walk these people through a process at each one of those. But I also take excursions with them and model the things that I'm teaching through my own behavior and give them immediate day-to-day normal feedback like you would with friends. And we were in one place on the Yangtze River cruise, and we went to see a temple. So we all got off the ship, walked up to the temple and wandered around. And when you walk to and from something from a cruise ship, whether it's on a river or ocean, invariably, you're going to be inundated with vendors and beggars from the moment you get off the ship until you get beyond that initial portion. And then you're going to see the same people when you come back. And that's how the local desperate people, do the begging, and how the local craftsmen sell their wares. So we did one of many of those, and we're walking along, and I saw this beggar whose legs were gnarled like this. He'd never walked in his life, obviously. And otherwise, he was reasonably normal, but he was down on the ground, sitting on a bunch of cobblestones, and he had a hat next to him for alms, and as we walked by, he smiled at me, and I smiled at him. Now, I see lots and lots of beggars, and I don't always give something to the beggars, but I try to give when I can. And this guy, for some reason, just connected with me. And I was walking along with my handler, Fiona, my manager, and we walked past him, and I said, hang on a second. And I turned and I went back, and I got some Chinese money, and I put it in his hat. And then I bent down to his level, and I reached out and shook his hand and looked him in the eye and just sort of affirmed him as a fellow human being. And then I went back and I was talking with Fiona, and she said that was a lot of money to him. I'd given him 100 yuan note. And I said, yeah, but that's like $18. And I said, but it wasn't a lot of money to me. And she said, well, good point. And I said, but I didn't go back to give him money. I went back to give him a moment of feeling like he was equal to everybody else. Because here's a guy who's looking up at the bottom of everybody else, and 99 or 100 almost % of the people who walk past him look down their noses at him literally and emotionally and see him as a lesser person. And I would doubt that in a year, he has 2 or 3 people affirm him as a worthy equal. So that's what I wanted to do. And I just went back, and we didn't speak the same language, so he didn't know what I was saying, but he could tell where I was coming from. So the first thing I did was I put some money in his hat, and then I did this, which is a universal gesture of thank you. I'm thanking him. And then I shook his hand and looked him in the eye and smiled real big. And I said in English, I love your smile. Thank you. Have a great day. And then I left. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Took nothing on my part except change of mindset. And Fiona said, why was it important to affirm him? I said, because I was filling a void that nobody else would fill. What I found out later was the following day I was talking about that in a seminar, talking about a generosity mindset. I said, there are many things you can give, time, treasure, attention, preference, et cetera. And so I told that story, just yesterday, and the audience goes, and there were, 2,000 or 3,000 people in the audience. And I said, what? And my interpreter, Kitty, said, look behind you. And I looked up on the screen, and Fiona had taken a photograph of me shaking hands with the beggar.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
That is a treasure to me now, because it reminds me of how much of a responsibility I have just as a functioning human to share that energy with whoever else I can, wherever and however else I can. And all of us, no matter what our skills or our limitations, all of us can do that, even when we're in desperate circumstances. We are, it shifts our mindset and our burdens get lighter.
And our hearts too, because you're not only you giving to that individual, you are giving to yourself at the same time. That's right. It's amazing what it does.
I read the greatest quote. I don't remember the source, but it was from a website called I Like Giving.
Yeah.
Brad Formsma. Check it out. ILikeGiving.com.
Already on it.
Something. Anyway, they were quoting somebody in history that said the value of a gift is not just in the quality of the gift itself, but in the warmth it carries from the hand of the giver. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's some powerful stuff.
So it's really not the physical, it's the emotional gift that you're giving with that physical gift.
I love
that.
Like, I give thousands to whatever every year.
Yeah.
Okay, good for you. But if it's not given with your heart and your soul, then it's not really giving. You're just, it's check. Okay, been there, done that.
Yeah.
Right?
Man, it's amazing. And it's the way you feel, right? There's a quote that says something like, it's not what you say, it's how you feel, right? How you make the other person feel.
Here's another way of looking at it, Eric. I was the chair of a huge
people
event.
cry, by the way, if you notice, you're making people cry.
The chair of a huge event several years ago here in Thousand Oaks, California. And it was a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Clubs. And we had 72 people on my committee. And it was the first public event ever held at the Ronald Reagan Library Air Force One Pavilion, October 2005. So after this event, and we'd been working all year to do it, we had raised like $250,000 or more in net dollars for the Boys and Girls Clubs. And I had 72 people on the committee, as I had mentioned. And I told my committee, I said, our job's not over. And they said, but we raised the money. And I said, yeah, but we are now the Gratitude Brigade. And they said, well, what does that mean? You want us to thank people? I said, no, I want you to cause people to feel thanked. In other words, you could say to Eric 30 times, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Hey, we're so grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If he doesn't feel thanked, your job's not done. Some people, a personal note. Some people, an in-person call. Some people, a handshake and a smile. Some people, just a gesture or eye contact. Some people, a phone call. Some people, a special little token gift. Whatever causes them to feel thanked, that's the goal of the gratitude. And that's your job, not the process, the product.
Absolutely, man. You're just amazing. I love you. Am I even on? I'm so nervous getting on this video thing.
Oh, you look good on camera.
Oh, really? You should see the rest of me. So I'm just kidding, man. You're just amazing. Now I got to tell the audience this, and we have a lot of audience members. By the way, I love doing this. You see the little tickler thing up here? I love going like this. Okay, so the deal is, I love it. No, you can't hit it. You can't squash it. You can grab my, yeah. It's funny when I go full screen on you. Check this out. One of our viewers just said, hey, check it out. Check out his map. It's the map of Habitude Warrior. You can see it.
You know what that really is?
What is that?
That's a seminar I did in Canada.
Okay. Wow.
And the woman did the video. I mean, not video, but the graphic
character,
cartoons of the notes of the seminar, and she's doing it in front of the group while I'm speaking.
Right.
And then she gave me this huge poster, and I took it to FedEx or Kinko's and had it scanned and turned into this on Canvas.
That's
so
amazing.
It's with me every day.
That's amazing. I know. I actually have a friend of mine that's a friend of Greg Reed's over in Secret Knockland in California. And I think her name's Sylvia, if I'm not mistaken. And she does the same thing. Like she's like, hey, Eric, I'm going to sit at the front table and draw you while you're doing this. So it was I think, yeah, it was great. It was awesome. It's like a caricature of my talk, which is so neat. Well, we have some people that want to come on and ask you a few questions. Would you be willing to answer some questions? By the way, the audience that's here, ready? I can't get it. There we go. The audience that's up here, the more you comment, the more, and if you say, hey, I'm camera ready, I want to come on and ask a question, I may pick you and bring you on to ask a great question of the amazing Jim Cathcart or any of our amazing speakers that are coming on. So super excited about that. So let's go, let's ask, if we could, let's bring on a few people here. If I want to ask if Natalie Susie's actually on. I don't know if she is. She may not be. But first one I want to bring on.
She's active.
I know she's active. She might be active on the little mobile. So first I want to bring on Yuri Choi. I'm going to bring Yuri Choi to the screen. Yuri, this is Jim Cathcart. Yuri's a dear friend of mine. And
Hi, Jim.
Hey.
And Yuri, look at this. We're all in succession here. There we go. So Yuri is a intentional coach. She teaches people and herself how to be really intentional with her everything, with her words and everything. And I just know that the two of you guys will. I need to connect the two of you if I haven't already. But I definitely want to connect you. But Yuri, do you have any quick questions for Jim?
Let me before you ask the question, I've got to comment on intentionality because that's something I teach as well. I talk about increasing the percentage of intentionality in your life. And I say that the percentage of the degree of intentionality in your life is usually directly equal to the degree of success that you're experiencing from that. So good for you, Yuri. I'm spot on with your concept.
That's awesome. So quick question, Yuri.
Yeah, no, I just want to comment. I've been taking notes, and it's amazing. I love how you talked about like fear is really just you being selfish, and when you get out of your own way, you can create massive impact. And I love the story about, you know, how you were able to really deliver this like intention of love. You're like, I don't care what the medium it is, as long as I get to deliver that intention of love, which I love. So for you, when did this kind of living intentionally, really consciously start for you? Was there like a moment, or is it something that's always been a part of you?
I've got a quick answer and I've got a long answer, and I'll try and merge the two to make this as brief as possible.
Quick answer, sir. Go.
Okay. I was born in Little Rock, Arkansas. I grew up in a family where dad was a telephone repairman, mom was a housewife. My invalid grandfather was in the front bedroom and in a hospital bed. And I never expected to have a meaningful life or a profound life that made a difference. And so I didn't have a college degree, 2.5 years college. Got married, had a new baby. I was working as a government clerk. I was broke, making $500 a month. And I heard on the radio Earl Nightingale. He was the first person I was ever exposed to in this field of self-development. And he had a little 5-minute radio show, and he said,
Was that in like 1901?
72.
Gosh, sorry.
Most of our attendees were born. So I was 26 years old, and I'm 73 now. And Earl Nightingale said, if you will spend 1 hour extra every day studying the field you've chosen, 5 years from now, you'll be a national expert in that. And it hit me like a train. What? That works. I did the math, an hour a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, 5 years, 1,250 hours on any one subject. Of course, you'd be a leading expert. So what did I want to be an expert at? Didn't know. Kept thinking about it. And then weeks later, it hit me. I wanted to do what Earl Nightingale was doing. So I started studying the field of human development fanatically.
Mm-hmm.
When I say fanatically, I mean I went to 400 meetings in 2 years, and I spent 1 hour to 2 hours every day for 5 years listening to recordings, reading books, and just delving into only that field. My whole world transformed. I lost 52 pounds of fat, got in shape.
Oh, amazing.
Lord, I started being asked to deliver presentations, and I ended up doing a whole bunch of free speeches for JC's groups and Kiwanis and things like that. And then I became a trainer teaching other people's courses. And then I started selling Earl Nightingale's recordings door to door. And 10 years later, I'm in California, and I'm partners with Dr. Tony Alessandra, who had been a college professor, and I lured him into this field with me. And phone rings, and it's Earl Nightingale calling me out of the blue. And he says, I read an article of yours that I think would make a good recorded program, and I would like to publish it.
Wow.
So I was selling Nightingale's tapes in 74. He was selling mine in 84, and he sold $3.5 million worth in the first 2 years worldwide. It was an album called Relationship Strategies for Dealing with the Differences in People. And wait till you hear this. It was the first recorded audio album on the subject of personality types ever published in the world.
Wow.
Incredible.
It was a what?
We're bringing a few
PISC,
people on, by the way.
all those other things. Go back. The first audio album ever widely published in the personality types was Relationship Strategies for Dealing with the Differences in People by Jim Cathcart and Tony Alessandra, published by Nightingale Conant, multi-million-dollar seller in the first 2 years.
Guys, give it up.
Thank
Can
you.
I just chime in there real quickly, Jim?
Yeah.
Because in 1997, I was on the nationally syndicated Personal Achievement Radio Network with Jim Knuckles, and now I'm getting his name wrong, but the last name, Joe Knuckles. And we interviewed, and it was run by Nightingale Conant off of all the tapes like yours. And we actually interviewed you and Tony Alessandra way back then. But that was through Nightingale Conant. And I just love it.
Wow. Thank you. Well, I had the greatest honor of my entire professional life. In 1989, I was president of the National Speakers Association, and I had asked Earl Nightingale if he would honor me by joining me on stage at our national convention in front of thousands of his peers like yourselves, and let me interview him on the evolution of the field of personal development. He said I might do that because it was a free and non-paid engagement. He said I might do that. It was going to be in July. Well, in May, I got a phone call from his wife, Diana. She said, Jim, Earl passed away. And she said, we're not going to have a funeral for Earl. We cremated him and spread his ashes here at home. But I would like to have a memorial service for Earl at your speakers convention.
Oh, wow.
He would be so honored. Yes, 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 yes.
Wow.
She said, I want you to speak. I said, no. I'm not worthy. This is Earl freaking Nightingale.
Yeah.
He's a force of nature that should be heads of state and world leaders. She said, you don't get it, do you? I said, evidently not. What? She said, you are what he was all about. You're a product of his teaching. You took his messages, applied them in your life, transformed your life, and made a career of it. She said, I want you to speak at his memorial service. So at Earl Nightingale's memorial service, there were 3 speakers and 1 was pre-recorded. The speakers were Dennis Waitley, pre-recorded message, his widow Diana, and me.
Oh,
Now, rewind to 1972 at the Little Rock Housing Authority Urban Renewal Agency, where a clerk, me, is listening to him on the radio for the first time in his life.
Wow. And Brian Vander just wrote the quote, I graduated high school in 1989. I wish I would have known about you and all this personal development back then.
Thank you. Yeah, I've known it too.
So I gotta say, I'm super excited about bringing one more person to ask you a question, if that's okay. Would that be okay with you, Jim?
You bet.
Yes. You sure? This person's a very special individual that is dear to my heart. She's smarter than me. She's one of my mentors, and it's my my niece, Sammy. Hi, Sammy. How are you?
Hi. I'm good.
How are you doing?
I've been watching your broadcasts, Uncle Eric, and they're awesome.
Oh, thank you. Hey, that means I just got another shout out, ladies and gentlemen. That was a shout out to me, wasn't it? So Sammy, do you want to ask a question of Mr. Jim Cathcart? He's awesome. I'll tell you what. Ask your dad, my brother, right there. Hey, what should I ask Jim Cathcart?
Ask him how you can do better on your homework.
Oh yeah, how can I do better on my social studies test?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's easy.
I've kind of been failing social studies lately.
Quickest way to do better on your social studies test is call your teacher or email your teacher or something and say, hey, I want to ace this test. What do I need to do? Because you know me and you know my study patterns and you know what I've done in the past. What do I need to do in order to ace this test and be one of the best students for the remainder of the year?
Okay, thank you.
Yay!
Nice to meet you.
Samantha. Samantha, good to see you. I love you. I'll call you later. I'm working. Bye-bye.
You know what's cool about school is we can now reach out and talk to our teachers directly and ask advice. It never, in all of my years of schooling, occurred to me that I could ask the teacher to help me be a better student or that I should. I just struggled through and tried to win their approval by getting a decent grade and didn't always do it.
Right.
Amen.
Amen. And Jim, there's my brother right there, the dude with the grizzly beard going on down there. Yeah, he's actually right down the street from Dr. Nito Kubain, who's going to be coming on this afternoon.
Really?
He's in.
Are you in High Point or Greensboro area?
Go Greensboro.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to own a business in Greensboro with Bill Brooks, the Professional Speaking Institute.
Wow, Bill Brooks, amazing. And
so I just gotta sing one song. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. I give the world to be back home in dear old DIX. I even now Swanee.
Yay, that's awesome. Dude, you're amazing, man. I really appreciate you being here. How can people follow you? I know you've got a you know what? I'm just gonna pull it up here before we bring on our next guest. Let me see if I can do this by quick little maneuver. Check that out. Wow, I'm getting good at this stuff.
Yes, you are.
There you are, man.
There's my TED Talk. It's gotten 2 million views.
Wow.
Quick little 8-minute TED Talk.
2 million views. What do you hit it like 2 million times? You just keep on going back to it? That's awesome.
You know, I've never promoted it. I put it on my website, but I've never promoted it actively, and it got 2 million views, which puts it in the top 1% of the top 1% of all TED Talks.
Wow.
Which is just mind-blowing for me. But something I'm doing, Eric, is a lot like Joseph. I do a mentor mastermind.
Right.
Where I only take high achieving people that really are a fit for it, because if I can't help someone or if they need way more or a different type of help than I'm providing, then I'm not their guy. But I interview people briefly and determine whether I can truly help them or not. And if so, then I can include them in my 8-week mastermind program, where I hand mentor them through the process of rethinking themselves for a new era, because our world has changed, and opportunity, as Mark Cuban said yesterday on the radio, has never in the history of mankind been greater. Never has opportunity been greater than it is right now. Absolutely. So we need to be rethinking what's the value we have? How could it be repurposed? How can we optimize this window of opportunity that will close rapidly once everybody floods back into the reopened marketplace and they're all struggling to get over each other like crabs trying to crawl out of a barrel?
Right.
So I'm a professional mentor, and if people are interested in that, drop me an email at jim@cathcart.com. My first name at my last name.com, jim@cathcart.com. And I'll send them a free copy of my book, the Self-Motivation Handbook, and be happy to chat with them for a few moments and determine if this mentor program makes sense for them.
Awesome, man. So I put it there, jim@cathcart.com. I got it right? Yes? Jim, you're amazing, man. I just want to thank you very much for being with us, and love you, brother. You're the best, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, everyone. Great to see you.
Thank you for changing the world's life and mine as well, man. You're one of the greats, as my father always says, one of the greats. So thanks, brother. Talk to you soon, man. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. All right. Myself, come back on full screen. Here we go. Hi, guys. So check it out. So jim@cathcart.com, send him an email there, because he will give you all the information about one of his programs there. And if he resonates, you know what's really cool about this, that I believe that this is really cool, is this summit is all about, it's like Brian Tracy. You guys know who Brian Tracy is, right? By the way, we're going to be doing a presentation with Brian Tracy later today. But Brian Tracy used to tell me this. He says, success is things like this. These events are kind of like a buffet. You're going to go in and you're going to get some wisdom here and knowledge there and awesomeness here and just all these different things, and just pick what really resonates with you right then, because the universe or the world will allow you to let in what you really need right then, if you're open to accepting it, which I love. So if Jim really spoke to you, which I'm sure everyone's going to speak to you, but if Jim really speaks to you, then reach out to him, get in touch with him. And it's, John Kovach Jr. just said, Jim at Cathcart.com for a free copy of his self-motivation handbook. That's awesome. A lot of people saying, thank you, Jim. Just really great to connect. Great connected with Lynn Rose. It's somebody said Ross, but I think it's Rose. And awesome, rock and roll. Thank you, Jim. All right, I'm going to bring on our next guest because we're running, as all events go, we run about 10 minutes, either forward or back. You know what I mean? It's kind of fun. But what I want to do is I want to bring on a gentleman who, you know what? I probably have. Let me look it up. I didn't even pull this up yet, and I'm going to see if I have this. See if I can pull up a. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a 60-second break while I find something. See if I have a sizzle reel to play. If I do, I'm going to play it right now. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to bring on two of my co-MCs to banter with you guys. So that's going to be Miss Yuri Choi. Bam! There's Yuri Choi.
Hello.
And Mr. John Kovach. What's up, man? So guys, take just about a minute or so, and I'll be right back. Thanks.
Yuri, I'm seeing a ton of really great comments in the comment section. You're following along too. We're commenting, we're responding. This is like a Twitter chat. Like I can't keep up with all the comments. But what are some of the
it's so much fun.
What are some of the intentions you've seen people commit to as they jumped into the conference?
People are just open. They're so ready. They're so ready to learn. They're ready to receive. They're ready to just take in whatever they can. And I love that. Like I see actually some of my clients hopping on. It's so good to see them. And just people are just eager and hungry to learn during this time, which is so amazing to see because, right now people one of the gentlemen, they were talking about how we can take this pandemic or whatever as whatever we want it to be. And right now, a lot of us are taking the time to actually step in, learn, grow, and we're all here. So it's incredible. What about you?
Man, I'm seeing so many cool comments. I've actually been jumping off of the Facebook platform to YouTube to just kind of banter back and forth and have some fun with some people. It's been super fun to see everyone commenting. In fact, I want to elicit some engagement. So if you guys are watching right now, all eyes on this screen right now, I want you to comment. Oh, I got to point this way. Here's my camera. Comment, hey, Yuri Choi. Hey, Yuri, hope you're doing well. Or you can say, hey, John. Hey, John. Hey, how's it going?
We're having a contest today, right? So this is going to help me. Windows jar and sunglasses.
I am trying to help you because I have a lovely pair that I really love, and they really block out all the blue light, and I have a refreshed mind and not tired eyes by the end of the day. So anyways, it's so fun. But anyways, give a shout. Oh, I keep pointing in the wrong direction. Shout out over there.
Like a mirror version.
I know, you got to think, all right, right shoulder, left shoulder. But hey, if you guys are listening and watching right now, give us a shout out. Say hello to Yuri. And perfect.
Okay, cool. You guys, so I am actually curious, John, what has been your experience of this quarantine? What have you done, or what have you or not done? And that's perfectly fine. And what's been new for you?
Well, I go live on the StreamYard platform every day at noon Mountain Standard Time. We're based here in Salt Lake City. And I've been talking a lot about how to build relationships with individuals, how to stay connected when we're in quarantine, when we're happen to be staying at home. And one of the things that I've been doing a lot has been trying to develop more channels of communication to develop connections with relationships that I have made and are currently making. So, for example, we've got a ton of people chatting here in the comment section, and I've taken the time to have conversations with everybody. Aside from all the gifts and ideas that the speakers have given us today, I've been focusing on when I wake up in the morning after my meditation and after my morning routines or rituals, right? I send 15 messages to strangers who are in my phone. Okay?
I love that. What an abundant way to
love and power, just focusing on creating an intentional relationship with these guys. And that's how I'm staying connected. There are other platforms too, like Eric Swanson, Mr. Awesome is incredible when he uses Marco Polo. If you guys aren't on Marco Polo, go get Marco.
Oh my gosh. Can I just say though, I'm so bad with Marco Polo. I've been trying to be better. Eric's like almost given up on me. I'm like, I'm sorry. And but that's awesome. Marco Polo is great. And so what I'm hearing you say is that you're really focusing on really growing these connections even during this time of what it can look like in isolation. That's amazing.
Yes, and I encourage everyone to, I learned this from you. I keep pointing the wrong direction. I learned this from you, Yuri. But as we jump back on, I'll just say this last thing, which is have an intention. Be extremely intentional with everything you do. And during quarantine, when I was forced to not be an extrovert, I had to be introverted. I had to somehow connect, and that's an invitation I make to everybody.
Yeah. Hi, Eric. Well,
Hi, good morning.
We missed you.
Was that like the longest 60 seconds ever?
Quarantine. It's been like the longest month ever.
I took the dogs out for a walk. I'm back.
Okay.
So excited. Thanks so much for sharing some of those ideas. I was listening in, obviously, and you're absolutely right, you guys, both of you guys. Just the comments that are coming through all the different channels that I'm seeing. I should just show you that I have like 5 computers in front of me, and you should see all the different comments from different, from YouTube, from LinkedIn, from the Facebook posts or groups. And it's just such love. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the 2 of you guys.
Yeah, thank you. And wait, Eric, I have a genuine question. How do we go to the YouTube channel from here? Can you like post it? Because I would love to see it.
YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
I'll send you
yours. We want to follow you.
Oh, well, here, let me see if I have I probably have a piece of paper that says it somewhere.
Okay, you can post it later.
Here we go. Okay, here, this is it. There's the code. There you go. It's just youtube.com. That's very simple.
Eric.
All right, so you go there and just type in Habitude Warrior, and you'll find it right there. Yep.
Cool, and we're going live there too.
Yeah, we are. We have been for an hour and 2 hours and 22 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing.
So, guys, I'm going to bring on our next guest. Thank you for our 2 co-MCs. John, say see you later. Yuri, say see you later. Bye-bye. So I'm going to bring on, actually, I'm going to play a little intro video and bring on our next guest, which is going to be awesome. So if you need to pee, don't do it now. Do it in like, I don't know, an hour. Here we go. Ready? Let's see if I can bring this full screen.
The duct tape is means everything to me, that we did something to give them, as they call, the power of a wish, that, and through the grace of God and modern medicine, obviously, it made them survive that life-threatening illness.
He's a father figure, he's a teacher, he's a mentor, he's a little bit of everything, but more importantly, he's an example for other people to follow.
Frank Shankwitz.
Here we go.
And one person I wanted to make sure I had access to was the one and only Frank Shankwitz. Now, those of you who don't know his name, you do know the industry he started. Put your hands together for the founder of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Frank Shankwitz. Come on up, Frank.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would absolutely love to bring up the one and only, the co-founder of Make-A-Wish Foundation, our great friend and Habitude warrior, rock star, Frank Shankwitz, ladies and gentlemen. Frank, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you for inviting me. Really appreciate this.
How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Good. Yeah, everything's great up here in Prescott, Arizona, northern Arizona.
Yeah, I heard that the studio, you know, the guy running the studio, this AV stuff kind of messed up, and you had audio on most of it, but part of it not. Sorry, that was my mistake. But I'm so excited that you're here, my friend. So Frank, tell us. Well, first of all, you're safe. You're up in Prescott, Arizona. I know I'm saying Prescott correctly. I'm really excited about that. It took me years and years, but I figured it out. It's not Prescott, it's Prescott. Got it. Let's dive into this. First of all, how are you and Kitty? You're being safe up there? Everything's good?
Oh yeah, everything's great. We're in a rural community. In fact, we don't even live in Prescott. We're out in the country. But Prescott, Arizona is in Yavapai County in Arizona. Yavapai County is bigger than the state of New Jersey and approximately the same size as the state of Massachusetts. We only have 250,000 people total. Picture that in the state of Massachusetts, only 250,000 people. And we have 70 cases of coronavirus out of that whole population. So the percentage is in the hundreds of thousands of percentage. And unfortunately, only one death. One lady passed away, but a very elderly lady in a rest home with other conditions. So everything is good up here.
Yeah, gotcha, man. So tell us about your background. You were in CHIPS. You weren't in CHIPS. What's happening there?
CHIPS. No. I was an Arizona Highway Patrol motorcycle officer for several years, and then got promoted to detective, worked under narcotics, and retired over homicide section. And I did 42 years. And I figured that was long enough. 42 years is enough. But
wow, we have a quick photo of you there. So tell us about this. This is you and one of your partners?
Yeah, that is my partner for years, Skip Fink. Unfortunately, he was killed in the line of duty by a drunk driver.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow, good night. So what I want to do is I want to find out from you. Let me see if I can switch this. I'm learning all this technology stuff going on here. But I have an image I'd like to put up on the screen, if I can find it, which is right about here. Tell me about this this gentleman here.
This is Chris Gracious. Chris is 7 years old, and he was the inspiration for me to start the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And we got to go back, and we mentioned CHIPS. You mentioned CHIPS. In the 70s, there was a very popular TV show called CHIPS on NBC. For people that aren't aware of it, it was the adventures of Ponch and John, two California Highway Patrol motorcycle officers. Very popular with the kids, the age group demographic from 7 on up, ladies 7 up to 60 because of the character Ponch, played by Eric Estrada. All the ladies loved him. And this little boy here had terminal leukemia. And a friend of the family, in fact, was a customs agent named Tom Austin, contacted the Highway Patrol and said, is there any way, because Chris wanted to grow up. He told his mother, when I grow up, I want to be a motorcycle officer, just like Ponch and John. And the Agent Austin said, is there any way that he could meet a motorcycle officer, just hang out for a day? Now, this little boy's in hospital in IVs, again, only a couple of weeks to live. But with permission of his doctor, his mother, and our commanders, he was picked up at his hospital, flown to our headquarters building, where I was a motorcycle officer. They chose to meet him. And our equipment and our uniforms were almost identical to California Highway Patrol. In fact, we initially trained up with California Highway Patrol in Sacramento. So when this little boy, in fact, our helicopter picked him up, flew him to our headquarters building. And when he landed, as far as he was concerned, he was maybe looking at CHIPS. Like I said, the motorcycles are identical, the uniforms, except obviously at ours in Arizona. And I had red hair and very tan at the time, so I could have been either Ponch or John with the character. So But Chris went on that day to become the first and only honorary Highway Patrol motorcycle officer in the history of the Highway Patrol, complete with his own uniform that we had made for him, his badge that's still assigned to him today. You can see the smoky hat. But more important to him, we made him a motorcycle officer. He approached me and he said, I wish I could be a motorcycle officer, not just a highway patrolman. And we made that happen. And unfortunately, he received his wings, which is very important to him, the wings we wear on our uniform. And unfortunately, he passed away a couple of days later. And I always like to think maybe those wings helped carry him to heaven. Now, our commander's learned Chris was going to be buried in a little town called Kewanee, Illinois, and came to me and said, we have lost a fellow officer. I would like you and your partner to go back to Kewanee and give him a full police funeral, which we did. And we were met there, and this is before the days of internet, Eric, but the press picked us up. In this little town of Kewanee, we were met by the local press, ABC, NBC, CBS, along with Illinois State Police, City Police, County Police, all wanting to help bury this little boy. And in fact, he was buried in uniform. His grave marker reads, Chris Gracious, Arizona Trooper. Flying home, I just started thinking, here's a boy who had a wish, and we made it happen. Why can't we do that for other children? And that's when the idea of the Make-A-Wish Foundation was born, maybe 35,000 feet over Kansas or something. But it was all because of that one little boy. If that little boy, if I hadn't met him, if he hadn't liked chips, none of this would ever happen.
Wow. So that's when Make-A-Wish was formed. How did you come up? I mean, obviously it was inspired by this boy, but it does take, look, how do I say this? We're inspired. A lot of us are inspired by so many different things, yet a lot of us don't take action. And you actually took the action. What's it take as a human being, and what kind of character do you need to have, or habits and attitude, to be able to take that action like you did? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, remember, I'm a police officer. Obviously, I'm in a service industry, as you want to call it. Right. But also, along with my duties, and I was on this tax squad that worked the whole state of Arizona. It was the 10-man team. And we were specialized in fatal accidents investigation. I'm dealing with death on almost a weekly basis, especially involving children. It's so hard to get over that. And again, working with a child that passed away, but coming to this idea that, and when we started Make-A-Wish Foundation, it was for terminal children. None of these children survived. Leukemia was the death sentence back in that day. But it was just all of a sudden this thought, like Chris, he was so happy, his mother was so happy, that before these children passed away, maybe we could give them something special in their lives. And that was the whole, besides Christian inspiration, the whole motivation. Let's do something for these children to make them happy before they passed away. And I want to clarify here, we changed the mission almost 25 years ago to children with life-threatening illnesses, because more and more children, in fact, are surviving. I like to say, to the grace of God and modern medicine, it allows these children to survive. But how do you start a foundation? I have no idea. I'm a police officer.
How did you start a foundation? How's that work? I mean, there's a lot of people, yeah.
There's no internet during these days. Anybody remember the library? Going and getting library cards?
Library.
Finding out what you need. But that's what I did. On my off-duty time, I researched how do you start a nonprofit. I had a close friend that was an attorney, and that's not an oxymoron, by the way. Attorneys can be friends. But just helped me put together the charter, the bylaws. The biggest thing in Arizona and all states is, per IRS rules, you have to have a membership of 5 board members. And finding those 4 other members was very difficult because nobody believed in this idea, this mission. And it took a couple months to find those 4 other people, which we did, obviously. And from the time we started it in April, by November in 1980, we got our 501c3, became official. But just a lot of work, a lot of personal work, a lot of background. And we have a friend called Greg Reed. I love his little term called stickability, which means don't give up on your mission. You get discouraged, don't give up. Keep going to it.
All right. Sorry, I think I muted my mic. Absolutely, man. And stickability is really important. You mentioned Greg Reed. He's going to be on later on today. And just it's awesome how you like. I want to look at you and thank you for not giving up, because you've created something so magical in the world. And I should have worn my hat. Hats off to you on that. Do you actually realize how many people you've literally inspired and changed? And in fact, if you've been touched by anything that Frank has helped you with Make-A-Wish or any other of the foundations, I know you sit on many boards as well. Please comment, as one of our co-MCs just mentioned, give a shout out to Frank if he's influenced you and affected you in any way with the foundation. Would love to hear from you. So what was next? So you branched off now. I know Greg and you had worked together. Greg actually asked you something on stage one day, and he said, hey, I don't know if anyone's asked you this, but what's your wish? That was pretty cool.
I want to back up just a little bit, Eric. And,
yeah.
For the Make-A-Wish idea, I had an idea that made it work, but it takes thousands of people all over the world.
Sure.
And currently, with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, we have granted over 500,000 wishes worldwide. And somewhere in the world, every 38 minutes during this conversation, a wish is granted. We are currently on 45 countries, 5 continents, 62 chapters in the United States. And it's amazing, but it takes thousands of people to make this happen. And it's just a big shout out, thank you, to make those happen. Now, answering your question with Greg Reed, he was filming a documentary called Stickability. And I was one of the people who was going to be on stage. And I did my presentation like I usually do, but he came up and surprised me with a question I'd never been asked. He said, what's your wish?
Right.
And I said, well, Greg, I've never been asked that. It's not about me. It's about the children, because I never took a salary with Make-A-Wish. And he said, if you could have a Lamborghini, a fancy vacation, new horses, what do you want? And I just said, well, I just like to have my story told. So my kids, my grandkids knew that Dad did something cool in his life. Following that filming, the director of that filming, Theo Davies, came up to me and said, I have never heard an audience reaction to somebody like your presentation, and I think we should do a movie about your life. And I said, no, we shouldn't. He said, yes, we do. And I thought they were talking about a documentary. And then Greg came up and got involved. He said, no, we want to do a feature film about your life. And that's when we started a couple of weeks later that, okay, I'm going to sign my life over. And we started on that project called Wishman, a feature motion picture, which was in the theaters last year. Actually, it's just so hard to believe, Eric, that we qualified for Academy Award for Best Picture. This is a low-budget independent picture, but it's because of the cast of crew, the director, Theo Davies, the director, and also wrote the screenplay. And now we're currently on Netflix. Wishman.
Yeah. There you go. Hold that up. Let's do full screen on that.
Wishman.
Yeah. Wishman.
But it's so amazing. We started on Netflix in January for a 6-month run, and all of a sudden, because of the popularity and the comments on it, we've been extended for 3 more years, which is just so flattering.
Congratulations.
And I get comments literally from all over the world through my website. In fact, one from South Africa just recently on the impact the movie made on them. And the message of the movie, Eric, as you well know, is everyone can be a hero. If you can, give back. Somehow give back.
Right.
And we're just so fortunate with this one going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some comments coming up here. Frank is such an inspiration. Frank, thank you for creating this, such an amazing legacy. We've got a lot of hearts and kisses. Somebody wants a date with you. I think he's married. Sorry. His name's George, by the way. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, George, I'm married.
Yeah, that's not going to work. That's incredible. I'm definitely going to introduce you to Wendy Freeman. She's what I call my secret weapon. She's amazing. Patrick Carney says, I granted a wish for the foundation and trained a young girl in art, for a year, which I have something I'd like to share. As we know, Patrick Carney's an amazing friend of ours and such a supporter on everything that we do. He runs the Yes Mastermind, and just an awesome gentleman. He's also the artiste, and he made a nice art, a portrait of Frank. And there you go.
Yeah, that was presented at a function in San Diego. And he also did another one, I don't know if you have, of my wife and I together.
Sure. Pull
They
that
did
up.
a caricature one that was kind of funny too. But Patrick introduced me to that wish child that he was training in art. We got to meet in person and stayed in touch for several years.
Yeah, amazing. Well, you've touched so many people's hearts. I know that Brian Vander Meulen has just said a huge thank you. My daughter Sarah is a Make-A-Wish recipient, and she's they're over here in the Scottsdale, Arizona area as well. So that's amazing. So you're just awesome, man. What if somebody's sitting at home, obviously, and they're thinking, well, how do I get started? How do I do this? Is there like a first step that we should do? And is it just really taking that first step? What are your thoughts there?
Well, are you speaking in regards to starting a nonprofit, or?
Yeah, really a nonprofit or a profit, I mean, what do you think? I mean, it's probably the same principles, would you think? I mean, what are your thoughts? Having a team next to you, taking that step?
Yeah, I get so many requests that, will you please help me start a nonprofit? Mm-hmm. And the first thing, if they say, and how much money can I make from it? I say, we're done. Because then it's about them, it's not about the mission.
Absolutely, yeah.
But you just have to find, there are approximately 1.2 million nonprofits in the United States today. Think about that.
Wow.
And so many are identical. So many, I want to find a cure for cancer and give me these funds and I'm going to find a cure. Well, that doesn't happen. Now, What if we all came together to support a nonprofit?
Right.
To support the American Cancer Society or Make-A-Wish, or there's so many other. I've sat on several boards. In fact, we're going to talk about one later with Jessica Radetsky for Broadway Hearts. I love being on that board. I think she's on your show later today. And she's a perfect example. In fact, I met her through one of your Habitat conferences.
Habitude, Habitat, same thing.
Yeah, and this Habitude, sorry.
Same thing. It's the Habitat for the Habitude Society. There you go. It's a
perfect example because she wanted in fact, she was starting this called Broadway Hearts. And Jessica is one of the permanent cast members for the Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, wow. Okay, so tell me more about Jessica.
Yeah, and again, I met her and she said, we want to do something for the children. And meaning all of the actors from the Broadway shows in New York. And just started brainstorming, and she said, I want to do this Broadway Hearts. And we brainstormed where these actors, actresses, and their off time go into the children's hospitals in the New York City area, the Ronald McDonald House in the New York City area, entertain these kids, song, dance, everything else, the Disney type tunes. Wow. And these groups, I mean, Jessica's like a sponge because I've been working with her just making suggestions. I never say you should do this. I suggest you try this if it works, if it doesn't. Well, she's like a sponge, this young lady. She's got the greatest thing going. They've already asked with her, how can we get a chapter of this Broadway Hearts into Chicago, San Francisco, Kansas City, LA, the theatrical type cities, that these actors and actresses can do the same things. And that's just an example of how you can give back. That's the message of the movement. Like I said, everyone can be a hero. Help someone else give back when you can. And Jessica's the perfect example. It's going to be so much fun. And she's as cute as can be anyhow. So, and I think somehow you know her.
Yeah, she's a sweet girl. I've known her. I've known Jessica for 30 years now, something like that. When she was born, basically, I'm older, sort of. And she's just an amazing individual. In fact, you know what? I know we have her on later today, but you know what? Let's just bring her on now. Jessica Radetsky, ladies and gentlemen, from Broadway Hearts. What's happening?
Hey, Jessica.
And by the way,
Frank,
there you go. Yeah, Frank. Just a little something, Frank. Just in case you can't get enough of Broadway, we thought we'd bring Broadway to you. So please welcome Satomi Hoffman from Broadway and Broadway Hearts from the Phantom of the Opera. Please also welcome Elizabeth Welch, also from the Phantom of the Opera. And also welcome Bronson Norris Murphy, ladies and gentlemen, from the Phantom of the Opera and New York City Broadway. We thought we'd all just jump on and honor you, Frank. And I'll let Jessica take it from here.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Eric.
Let's honor them. What they're doing.
Let's do it. Let's bow to them. There we go. That's awesome.
Thank you so much for letting us join you.
Yeah.
This is really fun. This is really fun. It was so great to see your story again, Frank. It's always so inspiring to see your story.
Oh, well, thank you. And it's so much fun. We were on a conference call, I think it was last week or so on, and Elizabeth, Jessica, I'm getting so bored sitting, because they're in New York City area, sitting at home, we can't go out. Oh, woe is me. Come on, New York. Look what you do. Get online, do a virtual thing, entertain the kids. Well, they did. Look at the smiles right here. I love it. They did it. It just went over fantastic. And thank you for that. I just can't even imagine how great that was, what you're doing for those kids by those virtual concerts right now.
Yeah, it's been really fun. We've been able to do some virtual visits, which we were really bummed about not being able to go into the hospitals, obviously. That's our main form of outreach for the kids. But we've been able to do some virtual visits with most of the hospitals that we visit. And we're also now going into the Ronald McDonald House virtually as well, which is really fun. And we are putting together videos, which is not my forte, but luckily we have people in the group that are digitally inclined, have that facility. So yes, we are sort of stepping up and doing some fun things for the kids. We're actually, one of our group members had the wonderful idea of taking requests from the kids, who they wanted from a Broadway show and what song they wanted to sing. And we're going to do private sort of shout outs for them. So
what was the most, well, we'll get to the song, what the most requested song was. But before we do that, could you, Jessica, could you introduce a few of our members, your Broadway Hearts members that are on?
Oh, I would love it. Okay, so first I'd like to introduce Elizabeth Welch, who when I started Broadway Hearts, which I will say was a directly from an experience with a Make-A-Wish child. So Frank has been a huge inspiration to me from the get-go without even knowing him. And thanks to Eric, I met him, and he's now a board member, which still blows my mind. But Elizabeth was the very first person I called when I got the go-ahead to actually take our group into hospitals. So I didn't have a group yet, and Elizabeth was the first person I called, and she's now on the board, and she's a beautiful member of the group, and so happy to have her join us. She's in Family Opera, but I'll let her tell you all about that.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Tell us more about you.
Well, I am in Phantom when it is running, and I've been a long-running member of it. I've been with the company for 11, 12 years or something. And Jessica and I have been in the show since, I met her 11 years ago when I joined the company. And she was a huge source of support for me when I lost my mother to cancer. And when she came to me and said, so I don't know if this is too close to home, would you like to go in and sing, for children with cancer? And I said, yes, it's too close to home. And yes, I would love to do it. Yes. Because absolutely. And it's been the most amazing outlet for me to get to where I can see the kids' faces and see the joy on their faces and see the joy on their parents' faces, which as a parent is just as important to me, that they see their kids happy for a minute and not in chemo, So this was a huge gift for me that Jessica invited me to be part of Broadway Hearts. So I'm more than honored to be a part of it.
So glad that you're here. And Jessica, who else do we have real quick?
And so our second member is Satomi Hoffman, who is an incredible member of Broadway Hearts. She not only is a beautiful soul, but she also plays about 1,000 instruments, and she can change a key in 1 second. She has
this golden voice, and she's a incredible actress. She's a wonderful, wonderful member. So tell me, I'll let you.
How are you?
Great. You. Jessica, you're too kind.
So how long you been with Phantom?
I have also been with Phantom for 11 years, a little over 11 years. And it's such a gift because we have such an amazing group of people like Jessica, who started this unbelievable organization. I've actually worked with several charities that bring music to people who are homebound in all sorts of circumstances. But when Jessica came and started talking about Broadway Hearts, something that makes it so special is, as performers, we often are invited to come in and perform. But Broadway Hearts, really, we come in and we invite the kids to sing with us and to be with us and to be a part of us. So it's a very interactive experience and so much more personal because of it. And there's just nothing else like it out there. So I have to thank Jessica for starting this incredible organization and allowing me to be a part of it.
Awesome. And we're going to invite, who else we have, Jessica? We have.
Okay, so next up is Bronson Norris Murphy, who is one of my dearest. He has a smile that will light up a room the minute he walks in. He does. He also is in Phantom. He also was the star of Love Never Dies, which is the sequel to Phantom.
Wow.
He has an incredible resume, yes. But Bronson also has done an incredible thing for Broadway Hearts in that he has come up with really incredible ways. He has a giant fan base. Let me just say that. And he's come up with an incredible ways to fundraise for us. Like I'll let him tell you about them. He's amazing. He's incredible.
And can you say incredible 4 more times? And also, somebody on the feed has some classical music going on back there. I'm assuming it's one of the Broadway people. So if you want to turn on the music, that'd be awesome. Bronson, what's up, man?
Hi.
How are you?
I have to reiterate what Satomi said. I don't deserve all that praise, but I'll take it from Jessica because she is just the most wonderful person on the planet. I'll tell you what, I remember the day that Jessica first to me proposed the idea of what Broadway Hearts could be. We were standing in the wings ready to go on for the first scene of Phantom, and the lights were going out, and she was telling me this thing, and I filled with chills. I was like, how in the world is she going to know how to do this? And through the years, I've learned how she learned to do this, and so very, very happy to be a very small part of this experience. I've been less on the sing-along side and more on the kind of fundraising for the post-treatment at-home artistic scholarships. That idea was so electric to me, that these kids could choose an art form and be at home and have a tutor come in with our scholarships and coach and teach in home post-treatment. And so I had this idea. Jessica mentioned Love Never Dies, and it's true. As I went through the country on Love Never Dies, I did accumulate a lot of people who love that show and like to follow. So I created a little a wristband, and it says, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. It's a motto I love to live by, and the people that follow me know that motto. So I thought, how can I make this into a fundraiser for Broadway Hearts? And that's just what I did. I started selling them for Broadway Hearts post-treatment at-home scholarship fund.
Wow, check it out, Jessica.
Bronson makes me cry.
Eric.
When he came up with this idea and he told me this idea, I just was like, oh, it was incredible. Yeah.
Yes, Frank.
And like I said, I had met Jessica. Now, last December, my wife and I had to be in New York City for another speaking event that I was at, and we were guests of Jessica for a performance of The Phantom, which I'm still a hero with my wife for Jessica setting that up. But what I want to get at is when they're working, and we got the tour backstage afterwards. The physical energy, the work, the hours that they put in for these shows. Usually twice a day, a matinee, and then they still have the time to go entertain these children. So it's a very time-consuming event that they're doing just for this nonprofit. And I guess that's why they're young, because they got the energy to do this. They got to keep walking through all the steps. But
Well,
just everything that they're giving to help out these children.
yeah, and it's amazing what they're doing is they're bringing Broadway to the children, and it's very similar to what you started with Make-A-Wish, where you brought these wishes and this hope to the children, and I love that. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I absolutely love this young lady right here, Jessica Radetsky. She and I have known each other. She was like in kindergarten. I was in college, something like that. Anyway, yeah, something like that. And we've known each other for what, 30 years or 32 years or something crazy.
You throw out that number and I don't like it.
Yeah, I won't start. I won't keep on saying the number.
Okay.
But before we bring, we have a special treat for you that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of them put together for you, and then another treat right afterwards. This is all for you, Frank, by the way. But before we do that, I'm going to ask the 6 of us, and I'm sure you guys are with me on this. Can we just all just salute the frontline people that are there, out there in the yeah, just give them a quick round of applause for thanking, they're just, I'm about to cry right now. And I know the 4 of you are in New York. Is that correct? You're literally in New York area. And I know I've talked to you guys. I know that some of you have been really, really, really touched by some the situation. And my heart goes out to you guys, and just, I really want to compliment the front line for keeping us all safe, so I really appreciate it. And that goes for the front line of, from medical to the person serving Chipotle, I mean, they're all just amazing. So, really excited about that. Sorry, I'm a little crying now, but I'll get back to it. So Frank, we have a special thing. So I want to ask Jessica, what was the most requested song that you guys had? Can you explain that?
So we generally we do a lot of Moana and we do a lot of Frozen. Those are very, very popular songs.
Okay.
We do a lot of.
I don't have any kids, so what did you say? What did you say?
We do a lot of Frozen.
Frozen. See, I don't have any kids. I forgot.
We do a lot of Frozen. We do a lot of Let Go. We do a lot of Moana, the Disney movie Moana.
Okay.
It's a lot of Disney stuff.
Nice.
We do a lot of Hamilton. We do a lot of Beauty and the Beast.
I know that you guys had a request. Well, there was one song that kept on getting requested, so I'm going to play it now.
Let me set this up for a second. Let me just set this up.
So time out. Time out. Do you mean you're going to set it up now, or like 30 seconds ago when I asked you, hey, set this up?
You're so bratty.
Bratty.
Oh my God, are we live?
You can say that because we've known each other since we were children, but you are so bratty. Okay. So we've had these requests for song. I put out a request from my group to have videos sent to the children, just random videos. And Bronson sent in this video that was so magnificent and so electric and so just charming that we piggybacked on him and we made a group song.
Well, don't give it all away.
Well,
no, I'm going to play the song. All right, stop talking, Jessica.
Frank, we love you. We love you. We love you.
Jessica, do me a favor. Keep talking. Ready, go. Ready, go. Oh, no, stop it. Okay, so I'm just kidding, Jessica. Okay, so I'm going to play this song, and it's going to be amazing, and you guys are going to love it, and I'm going to love it, and we're going to play it. Here we go. Let me share my screen. Let's go here. 1 second there, and boom. And this will go like this, and then I'm going to go like this. Ready? Boom.
Gray skies are gonna clear up, put on a happy face, brush off the clouds and cheer up, put on a happy face.
Take off the gloomy mask of tragedy. It's not your style.
You look so good that you'll be glad you decided to smile.
Pick out a pleasant outlook. Stick out that noble chin. Wipe off that full of doubt look. Slap on a happy grin. And spread sunshine all over the place. Just put on a happy face. Put on a happy face. Put on a happy face. And if you're feeling cross and licorice, don't sit and whine. Think of the best with some licorice and you'll feel fine. I knew a girl so blooming, she'd never laugh or sing. She wouldn't listen to me. Now she's a mean old thing. So spread sunshine all over the place. Just put on a happy face. Just put on a happy face. Just put on a happy face.
Yeah, that was awesome. Hi guys, that was awesome. Wait, let me pull everyone on real quick here, and hopefully you guys are unmuted and you're not. I should have unmuted everyone already, but now I'm doing it. Everyone's putting on happy faces, and ladies and gentlemen, the Broadway Hearts.
That was beautiful. Thank you
This
so
is the
much.
Broadway Hearts musical. That's what I'm calling it now. Thank
We
you.
love you, Frank.
Oh.
I want to thank you, Frank, for pushing us in our board meeting to be like, do something. You bring some joy. And I thought, oh, okay. Yeah, I know what we can do.
And what
And
did
it's
you ever do
you.
it? Did you ever do it? Oh, that was great.
That's awesome.
You.
I can't wait till we get to New York City again.
Yes. Oh, we can't wait to see you.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you.
That's
Yeah.
right. Well, guys, I have.
Eric, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you guys are awesome. I have one more special special thing that's going to happen right now. How many of y'all have heard of like, I don't know, like Tony Braxton or Kenny G or a lot of these really amazing and you know singers? And we have the one and only, the amazing, the incomparable, the phenomenal saxophonist Brian Thompson, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring him on to the screen and give him full range. Boom. And give me 1 second while I tell him that he has the mute mic on. It will be unmuted in a second, and as soon as he can talk, then we're going to do it again. So, and maybe just take off the earphones. Let me see if he's fixing it real quick. Yeah. And he is unmuted, so it's just on his end. Yeah, I can't hear you. We're gonna try it again. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring all of us back on, and yeah, we can't hear you just yet, but we're all gonna say hi to you.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. Okay, Brian, let's have you go back out and then come right back in. Okay, that'll probably work. And just make sure you don't have the audio things on. All right, good deal, guys. Awesome. And Wendy, do me a favor. I keep on kicking you from studio. Stay out of studio for a second. I need the spot. Thank you. You rock. Yuri, I did the same thing a second ago, and I just pulled you out again. There we go. I will pull you back on in a second. Thank you, Yuri. Awesome. So let's see if he can pop back on because we've got a really cool thing. Here we go. He just texted me. Nope, he's going to jump on. Hold on 1 second. We're almost there. Woohoo! So Frank. Oh, here we go. All right, you got to listen to this gentleman. This gentleman, I got to tell you. Oh, you know what? While he's coming on, I should play this. So, well, here he is. Let's check him out. All right, let's see if we can hear you. Go ahead. We got a negative, man. We got a negative. What's going on? Technology too not good. Everyone go like this. You guys are so theatrical. I love it. Look at Elizabeth. She's like, wah, wah, wah. It's so cute. Well, while he's maybe figuring it out, or I'll tell you what, Brian, if you can maybe go off of whatever. If you're using your phone, try the computer or vice versa. Just try that. I'll give you 1 minute and we'll see if we can do it. Otherwise, I'm going to play your video that I stalked you on. So here we go. So we got 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm going to play this video. Let me see if I can find it quickly. And here it is. I feel like I'm on stage, like literally, you know, Jessica, like when I'm literally on stage, I'm like, oh, we're not doing that right now. Oh, we're doing this. Boom.
Yeah, you're good with a lot. You're you're good. Go.
Is this a little mic or is it a big mic? Hello. That's so funny. I should just, yeah, this is my podcast mic. Yeah, I should get closer to it. No, wait, hold on. Let me get closer to it. That's so funny. I love it. All right, let me application window this and see if I can find what I'm looking for. Here it is. Check this out. So guys, I ended up seeing this video, which is so cool, and I want to share it with you guys. And I stalked him after this video because I saw this. It was going viral. I'm like, I need to get this guy on. So here he is. But check this out. Oh, that's the same one.
Brian's doing fun.
Yeah. Here we go.
This is
Got it. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Thompson.
You guys can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. We're in there. All right,
We want to hear some music. What's up?
I'm going to do a mashup of kind of two classic songs that you guys may all know. It won't be long. Just, give you guys a little bit of music and then I'll be out your hair. Just a little something for you guys.
That's awesome, man. You
That
are.
was that was Fly Me to the Moon. Anybody recognize those tunes? Some classic tunes.
Absolutely. So, have you, Frank and Brian, have you guys met before at one of our past events?
I think briefly, yeah. One of the ones in San Diego. Yeah.
Yeah, in
That's
San
right.
Diego. Yeah.
So Brian, tell us a little bit more about what you got going on, man. You're just amazing, and you're sharing like you've got a new song out, and
Yeah.
so forth. Tell us more about this.
Well, it's been pretty fun. You know, these are some challenging times. So, you know, as an artist and in the entertainment business, we have to be kind of innovative. And, you know, we can't let these situations stop us. We have to continue to progress and think outside the box. So I've been able to still release music and still do virtual shows. I've been partnering with different companies and donating money to organizations that are in need and partnering with different people. So it's been a lot of fun. I got new music on the way. I'm still working behind the scenes on the industry, so I'm super excited. Actually, I know that the Make-A-Wish Foundation a few years ago, back in 2015, my brother, who is he's like a brother to me, he plays in the NBA, he hosted an event raising money for children in need in the hospital to make their dreams come true. And I remember playing for that event, and it was just magical. So I enjoy doing things like that, you know. And just giving back. So it's been a lot of fun. I'm surprised that I'm able to do with this instrument, which other outside of just make music, but, you know, partner, collaborate, and, you know, do things like this. So.
Well, people are shouting, no, keep going. That's what they're shouting.
And Brian, thank you so much. You're the perfect example of why Make-A-Wish works. Just why people are helping out what you're doing. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I like to
Absolutely. I believe in the
smiles on our faces of our wish children.
Absolutely. You know, and I'm honored to be able to contribute in any way possible, because music is such a powerful tool. So I'm glad that I'm able to participate and, you know, just bring that much more life into what you guys are doing. So I'm honored and humbled to be a part in any way. So I'm glad.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Wow, you're just amazing, Brian. I love you, man. You're so good.
Hey, thank you so much.
Like Joseph McClendon was talking about, you're freaking amazing.
Oh no, you guys are amazing. You guys.
Oh, guys, I want to like kind of close up this session, if we could, by really just honoring the one and only Frank Shankwitz, and giving it up for Brian Thompson, the saxophonist, and his awesome new single coming out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, Cuban Dreams is coming out on the 30th, the last day. 30th, the last day of the month.
Can I put it in here? How do I find that, or how does my team find it?
It's on my page. I can send it to you.
Okay,
Here,
I can't type it in right now. My little fingers are ready to type. I'll find it afterwards. That's fine.
For sure.
We'll post it, definitely. And then let's definitely give it up for here, Frank and Brian. Ready? Let's do the Brady Bunch clap. Ready? Give it up for Broadway Hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Broadway Hearts. Oh, we need to bring in. I need to bring in. Here, you guys keep on doing it.
And Eric.
Awesome. No, you guys are incredible. You guys are incredible.
And Eric.
Yay!
I'm back. So that was Brian Thompson. Give it up for Brian Thompson, because I just kicked him out of the stream. He's amazing.
Eric.
Yes, Frank.
Broadway Hearts. BroadwayHearts.org. Go to their website. See if you can help them out. Please. It's all
about. In fact,
thank you, Frank. Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely. In fact, I had a logo that I was putting up here, but it has gone. So you notice how I sing everything now? It's funny. I go around, Jessica, I'm like,
it's worn off on you, Eric.
It's so funny. Like, I sing everything. I'm like, I have to go to the bathroom. You know, is that a phantom in there? So really great seeing you all. You all are just amazing. And again, give it up, please, for the frontline people out there. That's what we're doing. You know, this is all for honoring them and honoring Frank and honoring you guys, what you guys are doing. So I love you guys, and thank you for giving everyone on this feed free tickets to the Phantom of the Opera. Okay, see you guys later. Bye, guys. All right, Ty, bye. All right, you heard it here first. All right.
Eric, thank you so much for having us on.
Broadway Hearts, thank you. Jessica, I love you. I'll see you
I love
later.
you too. Thank you for including us.
Ciao, ciao. See you later. Elizabeth, you rock. You guys got to go like stage right. Ready? See you later, Elizabeth. Go. Boom. All right. And next we have Bronson. Thank you, Bronson. See you later. Rock and roll. Bye. And next we have Satomi. What's up? Bye. And it's Frank and I. That's kind of fun. A click of the mouse and boom, people are they poof away. Frank, such a dear blessing to have you here, man. Just you're changing everyone's lives. Look at how many people's lives, and it's so cool. I'll say this, and I want to say this in a good way. So this is such a good way. All right, so taking it in a good way. But you notice all the people that was just on here. And the age group, I mean, they're so young. They're young Broadway performers, yet you're changing not only, your generation, but the generation below and below and below, all the way through. You're leaving the legacy. So I really do embrace that.
And that generation is a perfect example of now how that generation wants to give back. So they are the perfect example. I'm so honored and happy to be associated with them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, you are definitely a Habitude rock star. I appreciate you and your awesome habits and your awesome attitudes. And I love you, man. You're the best. And we'll see you. We'll see you soon. Are you coming to the party? We've got a party later on tonight. It's a BYOB. Actually, you could bring the one that I sent you. You probably have it back there somewhere. One of the bottles of JD or whatever I sent you. Yeah, come today. It's going to be a Zoom virtual party at 5 o'clock tonight, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So you're welcome to join us.
All right. And again, Eric, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, brother. See you soon. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the one and only Frank Amazing Shankwitz. And I want to give a shout out to Greg Scott Reed, who introduced me to Frank, because I should have said that earlier. Greg calls me up and says, hey, dude, this is the way my conversation always goes with Greg Reed. It's like this. It's not, he doesn't get on the phone and say, hey, Eric, hi, good to see you, or, good to talk to you, or whatever. He just gets on the phone and goes, all right, so here's the deal. He just goes right. It's awesome. And he called me one day, this is about probably 8-9 years ago. He says, hey, here's the deal. I got this guy, his name's Frank Shankwitz. He started something called Make-A-Wish Foundation. We're going to make a movie. It's going to be awesome. Let's put him on stages. Let's get to know this gentleman. He's changed the people's lives. I'm like, done. So that was the amazing Frank Shankwitz, and really appreciate that, and appreciate the intro from Greg Reed. So, guys, I'm having such a great time. In fact, I'm going to bring on a couple people just to chat about this real quick. We've got John Colbach Jr., ladies and gentlemen. we also have Wendy Freeman. What's happening? And of course, we have the amazing Yuri Choi. So, guys, how are you all doing? I want to eat this again. Okay. Sorry, I'm eating that up there. So how's it going, guys? Talk to me. Tell me how you're feeling. I feel like I just woke up. This is like, it's like okay, I'll stop talking. You guys talk.
Yeah, I'll just jump right in and say I'm following after Joseph McClendon's advice when he said before he could jump on, he had to put ankle weights on his ankles to keep him seated, because everyone's comments, all these speakers, the incredible things that are going on, the generosity theme that's flowing throughout this whole thing. It's amazing. It's so cool to see what we're able to do and how we're able to unite so many people across the world. I'm seeing comments from everywhere. I'm hardly keeping up, trying to jump back and forth, but these are some of the thoughts I'm feeling. And honestly, I don't own ankle weights, but I definitely need to plant my feet on the ground to keep up with you guys. This is awesome.
Wow. Owning ankle weights. Well, you're not from Jersey, so there you go. Sorry, it's just a mob thing. I don't know why I said that. Yuri, what are your thoughts right now? How do you feel? And I'll unmute you, of course. There you go. I got it on my end. Sorry. Give me a second.
Woo! Okay, there we go.
Now, all right, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yep.
That was amazing. Every time I hear Frank talk, and I actually didn't know that story about how he came to create his movie. That was incredible.
Yeah.
That was so awesome that he was able to make a wish, make his wish come true. And it just, amazing. I love seeing great things happen to great people, and he so deserves that recognition and so much more. Like, I feel like every time I listen to him talk, my heart is just cracked open. So yeah, thank you. It's such an honor to be here with them and with all y'all.
All y'all.
All y'all.
And Wendy, how do you feel? What's going on over there?
This has been an amazing day. Like, I mean, to think about the people that we have already heard in just over 3 hours, like you wouldn't be able to do that in an in-person event environment. So I think that just, being in the space that we're able to have this technology and be able to hear from such amazing people. Dan Clark's energy was just like off the chain. I thought that was amazing. The thing that really resonated a lot with me was, Frank talking about how he had, he was a police officer. He had no idea how to start a nonprofit. And I think that that is something that a lot of people are really feeling right now. A lot of people are forced to have to pivot. They might not even know what that pivot's going to be. But the fact that he knew that he wanted to do something, and just because he didn't know how, he didn't let that stop him. And I think that's a really important lesson, especially now that Frank didn't have the privilege of having online courses and workshops and the internet that you can just Google how to whatever. Like, every time he had to take a new step, he had to go to the library, he had to find the book, he couldn't just, we just type in Google and it pulls up exact segment of what we need.
Right.
So for me, I just think that that really resonated, and I hope that everybody who heard that message uses that as inspiration, that you can do whatever you want to do, and you might not know the how, but tie that back into what I think it was Dan, or maybe it was Joe that was saying it, one step at a time.
Maybe it was me. Maybe it was Eric.
Maybe it was you. Who knows? But it's all one step at a time, right?
It could have been Eric. Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Isn't that cool? I showed that earlier. I was like, so guys, I have my new thing. Yeah, it's my new podcast situation here. And then I'm like, anyway, that's awesome. So you guys are awesome. So here, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I want to take a 2-second break. Go.
By the way, did you guys see the comment in the comment section? Somebody from I want to say, he says it Guyana, or is it Ghana? I don't know. A tiny country in South America next door, from Danielle Hicks. Like, wow. How'd you hear about this?
That's amazing. Yeah. And Wendy, I love what you said. It's so true. Like, we're just going boom, boom, boom. We're meeting so many people at once. It's so cool.
It really is. I already have that, the feeling that you get when you're at a conference and you get that hangover at the end of the day. Right now, I still have that buzz, but I know I'm going to have conference hangover tomorrow. There's so much amazing content, inspiring people, and the energy. I don't feel like I'm just sitting behind my computer screen. You know what I mean? I'm not sitting here bored and multitasking. I'm present. And I think that just goes to the caliber of the speakers that we've heard from today and will continue.
Yeah, totally. I'm getting messages. The vibe in your current live chat is so awesome. There are no words to describe the energy in this chat right now. What? We're creating this virtually. And especially now where a lot of people are probably feeling a little bit isolated, feeling a little bit out of the loop, and to be able to join back here virtually, it's so amazing.
Well, Yuri was asking the question earlier about, what have you been doing during quarantine? And I thought, just like you said, Wendy, I have not felt this type of in-person energy being in all these Zoom rooms and all of these meetings online and virtual meetings. This is awesome and powerful. I just wanted to add that.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing, to Yuri, what you were just saying about the engagement in the chat, and I'll speak to this because I'm not typically on stage. I'm always, behind the curtain, pulling the levers, whatnot. But the engagement from everybody who is watching, thank you so much, because you don't even realize the impact that has on the speakers. They show up for you regardless, but it's really tough for a speaker when they're on, when they're on stage, they're able to gauge the room, and they can tell how they need to shift and modify their presentation. And in this case, we have no idea. So having your comments and seeing your engagement, your excitement is just super, super helpful. So keep it up. And actually, speaking of, I would love to hear in the chat, what was your biggest aha moment so far today?
Aha! Sorry, I didn't know you were saying like that. I thought you were like just yell it big, like aha!
That's where that mute button comes into play.
Okay, we're losing Eric.
Hey, you guys, it's funny. I used to have a girlfriend. Actually, she was my ex pre-fiance, but who's counting? And I would have to. Yeah, it sinks in once you figure that one out. Anyway, and then what I would do is I would try to find. She would always run off and do like I'm at the grocery store and she'd run off. I'm like, where are you? So I came up with this thing. I would be like. I should have told you she doesn't know how to whistle, but anyway, so I would whistle to her. I would go like this. I would go like this. I'd go, and then I'd wait and wait for her. And then you just hear this little faint whistle way over in whatever aisle, but it doesn't sound like a whistle. It sounds like this. It was awesome. So guys, look at all these comments. What's the biggest aha here? Biggest aha is what Dan Clark kicked us off with, how we talk to ourselves. Yeah. And this is not a corona crisis. It's an opportunity for Eric to learn how to read quicker. Okay. So somebody's saying, people, we got lots of cool people. Hey, Emanuela. I don't know who that is, but hello. This is awesome. We have a Facebook user. Finally, one.
It's about time.
1,000 comments. Guys, you guys are awesome. So I wonder if what's that? Can you imagine? I'm like, here you go. You're a proud owner of a 9-pound Facebook user. Here you go. You name that baby Facebook user. All right, guys. So my jokes don't really work. Like I should stop halfway. You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit. So and I was trying to tell Dan. Dan said, no, Jim Cathcart said something about a quote. And I was trying to come up with the fact that somebody said, I can't remember who, but somebody said, it's not what you say or what you do, it's how you make people feel, right? Somebody said that. I don't know who it is. But ironically, that quote, I don't know who said it, but it really makes me feel good. You know what I mean? That's irony right there. So
I have a friend who tells me all the time, the meaning of communication is the response you get.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I love that.
Well, guys, we're gonna cruise into our next segment of the afternoon because that was an amazing 1.5 hour shortened into 12-minute lunch break. That was awesome. So we're just gonna roll into the next. First of all, I mean, what we had? Oh my gosh, Dan Clark, Joseph McClendon, Jim Cathcart, Frank Shankwitz.
Incredible.
It's a done deal. It's like, right? I mean, goodbye, guys. See you later. See you next week. No, we're gonna continue going.
Amazing.
You don't even realize the next individual that I'm going to bring on. I'm going to say this way, and then I'm going to have somebody else introduce him, which is going to be really cool. But I've been waiting. Maybe I don't know. I've been studying him and his knowledge. This gentleman is a gentleman. He is a phenomenal individual. And I'll tell him personally as well. My main mentor is Brian Tracy, as you guys know, and this gentleman, so Brian would tell me, and I know this gentleman's down there eating. Is that lobster down there? I don't know if it is. This gentleman, Brian Tracy, would tell me that that you need to listen and learn from these individuals. And he literally, I wrote it down, and some of them were Napoleon Hill. There was Og Mandino. There was, of course, Zig Ziglar, and another name came up all the time, and it was Dr. Nito Kubain. And Dr. Nito Kubain, oh man, I mean, he founded High Point University in North Carolina. This gentleman, he's going to share his story, obviously, but he didn't even speak English, and he came over and just like, I mean, I think hopefully he'll tell the story. I believe it was Nito and Zig sitting down one day, and Nito had Dr. Kubain had an advantage over like Zig Ziglar. He's like reading the newspaper, and all this negative news. And Nito's like, I don't know how to read English. I believe he's from Lebanon. He can read English. He's like, yeah, I have an advantage. I have no negative news in my mind. Isn't that kind of cool? So I'm so excited about him coming on. And it's been literally about 8 or 9, 10 years since I've been really wanting to connect with him, and I finally got that connection from my dear friend Lynn Rose. So I'd love to bring Lynn back to the fold. Here we go. Hi, Lynn Rose.
Hello.
And I'm gonna say, watch this. I do magic tricks now. Check this out. Bye, John. Okay. So and then, it's so weird. I could do it just like this. Ready? Bye, Yuri. Okay. So I know it's weird. Watch this one. Ready? See ya. Okay. So I know that was just that was weird. It was weird. So I'm super excited about who we're bringing on next. I know it's 1 o'clock right now. We are perfectly right on time. I'm super excited about it. Tell me about this individual that we're about to introduce, or you're about to introduce. Tell me about him.
Well,
What's it mean to you?
I swear, Eric. I mean, it literally has been the cavalcade of legends, right? Or people, the legacy leavers, right? I mean, and Nito is, as you just said, is absolutely legendary in what he has created, the legacy that he's left in many different arenas, which you're about to experience, and also the legacy he leaves just whenever he opens his mouth and speaks. Because the decades worth of experience where he comes from, and I don't want to ruin the surprise by sharing his story and his background. I'll have him do that, but I do want to just give you a little quick highlights about Nito. You guys want to stay, you want to hear Nito, you will be so inspired. Okay, so I'm going to start it off in this way. In October 2013, the Biography Channel aired Nito Cobain, A Life of Success and Significance. And while the Emmy Award-nominated documentary celebrates Cobain's accomplishments as a professional speaker and business consultant, much of the firm recognizes his extraordinary efforts to lead High Point University through unprecedented growth and accomplishments in the heart of the Great Recession. And he has had so many awards and honors that it's like too much to mention, but he's been honored up there with the Siegfried Award for Entrepreneurial Leadership, for the Distinguished Americans Horatio Alger Award, up there with Bill Clinton and Oprah Winfrey and the Starbucks founder. There's so many. And he's on the boards of all these incredible companies. He's started a bank. He's started many other companies. He's absolutely so from the heart and brilliant in what he shares, and a philanthropist. He gives so much. Now, he also, as you might have heard, I mean, we were talking about Nightingale Conant and about Zig Ziglar and all of that. Well, he is a legend in that way as well, because he's had, over 14 #1 best-selling books, and was part of Nightingale Conant as well, and so inspiring. There's so much more to share. I'd love to have you bring on Nito so that I can celebrate Nito and see his face. Nito!
Dr. Nito Cobain, what's happening?
I mean, there's people who wait months, 10 months, a year to even get 15 minutes of his time. So that we have this time with you right now, Nito. What an incredible honor. And I'm so grateful that you're with us. And I think it'd be inspiring to hear your journey, at least if you want to give the bullet points, because it really shows how you don't let the circumstances define you or stop you. It really lives what you preach, mentor, teach.
And I'd like to personally welcome you to the Habitude Warrior Conference and the Summit. Thank you so much, Dr. Nito, for being here.
Thank you very much, Eric, and thank you very much, Lynn. What a nice introduction from a dear friend. And Eric, I got to tell you, I admire what you do and the way you do it and the people you help, the inspiration that you bring forth, especially in these times. These are really tough times for a lot of people. And you bring them together in a very positive way. So thank you. Thank you for that. You know, somebody said to me the other day, this is not a slowdown. This is a shutdown. I mean, America is all but shut down. It's scaring people to death. And, you know, when fear takes over, it removes focus out of our lives. And that's a really bad thing. We all got to be focused on what we're doing and how we're doing it if we're going to do something worthwhile for all of our clients. So I'm happy to talk, or you can ask me questions, whatever you want. I'm down at my beach place, isolating. I don't know that Lynn ever saw me like this without a tie and a coat. And
I know.
I will not stand up because you'll be shocked. What I have from here down, this is all fake right here. And so I'm delighted to be with you.
Can you please share your journey? Because I think it's so inspiring about what is possible from where you came from and how you applied yourself and what you've been able to create now. And it carries with it all these insights that are so important for us, especially right now in this kind of time.
Well, you know, Lynn, my dad died when I was 6 years of age, and my mother brought us up. My mother only had fourth grade education, but the amazing thing is she had a postgraduate degree in uncommon wisdom. And I've always lived by the three principles that she taught me. The first one is who you spend time with is who you become. In other words, if you want to be successful, hang around successful people. If you want to build something, hang around people who have built something so you can learn from them. Then she would say to me, what you choose is what you get. Life is all made up of choices. The circumstances in which you find yourself do not ever define the person you become or the place where you end up. They only define where you start. This is really important right now because we're in bad circumstances, but the choices we make today will influence directly and immensely where we end up. And the third one is how you change is how you succeed. In other words, you're not going to transform your life, your business, your endeavor without changing something. And that change better be positive, better be value laden, better be built on practical and pragmatic tenets and principles. So, you know, I grew up in the Middle East with this wonderful lady who insisted I come to America. I came to America because, you know, America was the land of the free and home of the brave. America was where you pursue your goals, your dreams, opportunities where you can make something happen. So that's why I came to this country in the first place. And I could, you know, I spoke a few words of English and I had $50 in my pocket. But I came here and went to college and then started my first business at age 23. And since then, I've started 6 different businesses, including, as you alluded earlier, helped a couple of guys. We built a bank in 1985, and then it merged in another bank. Today, I serve on the 6th largest financial institutions board in the country, about $460 billion in assets, about 60,000 employees. And you know what? You can either have a circle of influence, friends, colleagues, partners who can enrich your heart, who can impact your mind, or you can dwell on a circle of concerns. You can spend all your day, every day, worried about what you don't have, worried about what's not working, worried about the cancellations, and so on. And I always believe that, look, there are 4 steps that all of us have to follow. The first one is you have to have a clear vision, right? It's difficult. It's difficult to pursue anything worthwhile in life if you don't have a vision. So you've got to figure out that vision. You know, Lynn, when I came to Hypo University in 2005, it was a dusty old college. As one national journalist said, we had 91 acres, we're landlocked, we had 1,400 students, a budget of only $28 million. We were ranked so low in U.S. News and World Report. Today, we have climbed all the way to the top. You know, we're number 1 among best colleges in the South, not 1,400, but 5,600 students, not $28 million in budget, but $325 million. On and on the story goes. We went from 91 acres landlocked to 500 acres. I tell you this, to only say this to you, nothing is ever impossible. There's no such thing as unrealistic dreams. They're only unrealistic timelines. And so here we are in the midst of this pandemic, locked up in our houses, so to speak. And many people are worried. They're watching this unemployment rates go all the way up to the Depression era, for crying out loud. They're watching the economies slip backwards, about 5.6% contraction. They're wondering to themselves, the restaurant I went to is closed. My friend is going out of business. What does the future bring? Well, I'm here to tell you the future brings a lot of things. It just depends if you are hanging around the people and making the right choices. This is a time when we must take a recess to reassess. Who are we? What do we want to do? Where do we want to go? What are the steps that will bring us clarity and transparency in what we want to do? So I am bullish about these times because, unfortunately, some people will sit in the corner and do very little, like they do in every recession. But there will be some entrepreneurial thinkers who believe in possibility thinking who will say, this just opens up the market even more for me and for you if we're willing to work hard enough, if we're willing to move onwards and upwards. So that's my story. I don't like to talk much about the past because the past is the past. I'm focused on the future and what we can do with a future view, with all these possibilities that lie ahead. I want everyone who may be watching or listening to us to be encouraged, to know that you were created for a purpose, that you're an extraordinary human being, and that you can do unbelievable things. And so this is the time to give. This is a time to share. This is a time to learn and grow in wisdom.
And would you say, because Sonita, what is so inspiring about your story, I know it's from the past, but what you illustrate, it wasn't like you just had sudden extraordinary circumstances that gave you the leg up. It wasn't that maybe you have some hidden brilliance, but I believe you've crafted your brilliance out of experience and your attitude. Because from your past, what you had to be cleaning floors, you were working double time, you were learning, you didn't let things poison your mind, you stayed focused on the future, you stayed present, you worked hard, you learned, you grew, you didn't let things infect your attitude. And that's why you have had so much success and helped others with so much success. And so I just really want to present that, because that really does count for something. It doesn't mean that you have to have the highest IQ or know the right people. I mean, you can eventually get to where you know the right people because of what you've built. I don't even want to speak more into that.
Yeah, I mean, you're so right, Lynn. You're right on target, because you create your own opportunities. The question is, how do you do that? So I'll give you one simple idea. I in my life, I follow a whole series of points that I believe in, philosophical strategies or interpretations that I focus on. One of them is this: if all you have is information, people are going to use you and discard you. So you can be the person with more information than a library. It won't count too much anymore in and of itself. If all you have is knowledge, people will call upon you only when they need you. Like when you go to a dentist, when you go to a doctor, you go there only when you need them. But if what you have is wisdom, people will respect you. And an amazing thing happens when people respect you. People will beat a path, will make a path to your office, to your life, to your business, because they want what you have. Everybody has a depth of hunger for what they can become. And we like to follow people who have lived it, done it, yes, but also have a way of looking at things not horizontally, but vertically, maybe even diagonally. In other words, look deeper, read between the lines, access people and ideas that can take you to that next level. That's really what it's all about. And in this time of this, this virus that has got us all going crazy, I believe that the tomorrows of our lives are very positive and very promising. And mind you, I'm not even an optimist. I'm a paranoid optimist. I prepare thoroughly. I prepare thoroughly for every potential plan. So for me, I'm a risk manager, right? That's one of the most important lessons one could learn in life, is to be a risk manager. Because if you take risk out of life, you take opportunity out of life. So for me, I ask 3 questions. This may be helpful to people who are watching us. The first question simply is this: what is the best thing that can happen as a result of taking this action? That's easy.
The best thing that could happen. Okay.
The best thing that can happen. Next question is a little more enlightening. What's the most likely thing to happen? And the last question is, what's the worst thing that can happen? Now, the way I make any decision is this way: if the most likely thing to happen will get me closer to my goals, and if I'm willing to deal with the worst that can happen, it's a no-brainer. Go for it. But if the most likely thing to happen will not get me closer to my goals, why am I even considering it? That means I have no clarity of vision, right? So I started to say earlier, you have to have a clear vision, solid strategy, practical systems, and then you must have consistent execution. As simple as these concepts may sound, they are, believe me, they are the cornerstone for success in every sector, in every business. Study the life of any human being who has been successful, who's overcome a lot of calamities, or have had adversity, and in spite of it, they found abundance. And you will find unquestionably that they adhere to a set of principles, and they follow them, they understand them, they apply them, and they profit from them.
Boy, I swear, wisdom just spills out of your mouth. Paranoid optimist. Someone's going, yes, I love that term. So,
But you know, Lynn,
yes.
one cannot do these things if one lives every day by a to-do list. You know, in life, there's so many transactional things that we do. That's called a to-do list, right? Whether it's your notes in your iPhone, whether it's on a piece of paper or a Post-it note. We all have stuff to do. It's called the dailiness of life. But that never gets us to new heights of excellence. If we want to really climb the ladder of success in a meaningful and purposeful way, a place that brings us happiness and joy and fulfillment, and that brings other people value and meaning and purpose, that simply means you have to have a to-be list. You have to ask yourself in this time, what is it that I want to become? And the irony, Lynn, is you can't have a to-be list unless you have a stop doing list. You must stop some things if you want to become a different person or a better person, or your business becomes, faster, deeper, more profitable in some way. So I call that transformational. You can live your life in a transactional zone, or you can live your life in a transformational sphere. The choice really is ours. My mother was right. What you choose is what you get.
Wow. You guys taking notes right here, and please put that in there. You can't have a to-be list until you have a stop doing list. I mean, and you, who accomplished so much, you really embody this full concept of it's not just do, go, or your focus is only in one arena. One of the things I love about you, and I have the massive gift of being able to have your friendship and get these beautiful conversations that we have. And one of the things that has always stuck with me is that you talk about how you have friends that ignite different parts of you, that inspire. It might inspire your heart. And so they feed you that way. You have friends that they inspire you in their brilliant business mind, or their whatever their skill might be. And so I don't know if you can speak a little bit into that, because that's important that we look at. It's not about balance so much, but where we are fed. And you're kind of very clear about that.
Yes, Lynn, you're so right. By the way, I love being your friend twice as much as you love being my friend. Let's get that straight. Now, here's the deal. I live my life always seeking heroes, models, and mentors in my life. No person is an island. We all need the love, the support, the encouragement, the input, the feedback, the honest commentary that we can invite from other people. That's the only way we can improve, right? I don't want someone always telling me I'm great. I want someone to say, you screwed up, and let me tell you why, and maybe together we can make it better in the future. So at the end of it all, I think the secret to selling or marketing or branding or positioning or succeeding in life is really a very simple principle, a very simple question. It's the difference between communicating and connecting, between selling and positioning, between training and education, between success and significance, and we can go on and on. There is a marked difference between these points I just made. So I always ask this question. If I want to connect with a person, not merely communicate with them, I ask the simple question: how must this person feel first, so that this person will do what I want him to do? I mean, if you think I'm not authentic, I'm not honest, I'm not trying to be helpful, you're not going to do what I need you to do in my life. But the moment that you feel differently, you feel warmer, you feel that the relationship is reciprocal, then all of a sudden good things begin to happen. You begin to build a bridge of understanding with other people in a very meaningful way. So, here's a principle that I think people watching could really benefit from, and it's a meaningful one. When something becomes personal, it then becomes important. So in everything we do in life, we should focus on the other person, not on ourselves. I call that value interpretation. So instead of saying my product is good, my service is good, my seminar is good, my speech is articulate and outstanding and all that stuff, we have to focus on the recipient, on the receiver. And we have to say, how do I position myself in a way that they can find value in that relationship. Those are the three questions of positioning. Why should someone do business with you? Given a million people in the world who can do what you or I could do, why would they pick you? How easily can someone else imitate what I do? And if somebody were in the marketplace to buy what I have to sell, would they think of me first? It's that simple. It's like branding. Everybody talks about branding as if that's a big deal. The truth is, brand awareness is nothing. I am very aware about a lot of brands. It doesn't mean I go down to the store or go on Amazon to buy that brand. It just means I'm aware of it. Somebody could be aware of me or know my name or read my book, but they may or may not call me for consulting services or speaking. So brand awareness is never enough. We have to go from brand awareness to brand preference. Now we're talking. And take that to brand insistence. And then take that to brand advocacy. So question to everybody watching us today, where are you in that hierarchy? Are you at that level of insistence? And are you at the level of advocacy where people love you so much that they tell the world about you? Those are the things we must take a recess to reassess. You can't read a book on success and become successful. You have to help the other person do amazing things in their life. When they profit, they're willing to share the profit with you. That's a simple principle about life. When something becomes personal, it becomes important. That's called the law of identification.
Oh, and you have definitely helped so many people profit internally and externally, and us right now. And by the way, if you have a question for Nito, feel free to put it in there so we can see if we bring that forward to Nito while we have 10 more minutes with you, Nito. They say the bigger the game you play, the bigger the problems you have to solve. It doesn't mean you should be stopped by playing a big game. You got to be up for the task. But boy, with the big game that you play and what's happening, you've had so many big problems to either try to firsthand solve or be a part of solving on the boards and things. Obviously, I think there's wisdom or value in you sharing how you approach that as you looked at this monumental monolith of a task.
Lynn, that's a really, really big question. I serve on the board of Lazy Boy Corporation, the furniture company, second largest in the country. And because of this pandemic, our 350 stores didn't just stop selling furniture. We shut them down. And the company lost 80% of its sales just like that. Now, that's a problem. And then you had to let go of 7,000 people to furlough them so that you can have some money to still run the business. These are mega problems. But let me tell you something, whether it's a mega problem like that, whether it's a decision of what you're going to have for dinner tonight, it follows the same process. And the process is you define the problem first. And then you determine to yourself what could change that, what could influence that. What are the things that you can control? How can you impact the situation in which you find yourself? And then you begin to nip away at it one piece at a time, or call on people like you, Lynn, help so many people with their businesses. Call on people like you are experts to help them then define it and then work on it so that they can take it from the stage of zero business or bad business to the stage of good business and great success. I don't let problems scare me. I really I believe in America, and I hope you accept this the way I offer it. And I believe in myself. I believe I was given oxygen for a purpose, to help others, to make the world a better place. And I believe in my relationships with my friends. And when you have those kind of beliefs, remember, beliefs lead to behaviors, behaviors lead to results. And what we need are coaches in the middle who can help us influence those beliefs. So what is it that you believe? I believe I can solve these problems. Maybe not as quickly as I'd like to, but I can solve them. And maybe some problems are not worth solving. Take them off your to-be list. Move on. Find a new category of achievement in your own life. So that's the way it works. On the bank board that I serve, we have a lot of challenges. people are trying to borrow money, through PPP and through federal government stimulus and so on. So many of our small business people are having trouble. Someone said 46% of small business people will never again be able to have their business. I would like to talk to that 46% because I would say to them, yes, you can. You can reinvent yourself. You can reinvent your business. All things are possible for those among us who have faithful courage.
Speak a little into that, please. That's that point. Unless Eric, unless you want to say something, but I'd love to have you share a little bit more about that. Go ahead, Eric. So
Sure. No, we're just coming down
Eric's
to fire on the timing, and I have a lot of influx of questions coming in, and some people who want to actually come on. We have some VIP speakers that would like to ask you some questions. If you're open for that.
I am very open as long as you don't ask me to stand up and see anything below.
Don't stand up, my friend. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay.
Let's take a quick screenshot so everyone smile at the camera. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. That's a great one. Okay, what I'd love to do is I'd love to bring on a gentleman who I believe you've actually you may know each other. You may have spoken on similar stages as well. He's a great friend of mine. He's been with the High Achievers back in the day. He's just an amazing guy. His name's Scott Sorrell. Let me see if I can bring Scott in the fold. Scott Sorrell, what's up, man? With
Woohoo!
So Scott, do you have a question? Wow, you're so taller than us. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, I'll back up. Nito, there you go. Nito. That's right, Nito. You outstature me so much. Amazing.
You're a good guy. Thank you very much, Scott.
Nito. Matter of fact, I have to tell you, Nito. Though, I think I have more confidence than you do because I'm about to do something that I have not done because I've been speaking and training all over the world, and then also with Zoom and with classes that I teach at university as a professor. And so here's something I haven't done yet. I'm gonna show you exactly what I got.
Scott, that has nothing to do with confidence. That just has to do with a lot of risk taking. So I just took a picture of that, and you'll be paying me for it.
Sweet. I got my emoji
on live now everywhere.
My emoji jammies. All right. So you know what, Nito? I know it's been, let's see, since I think in 2003, 2004, we spent some time together with Jeff Leesner at High Achievers Network.
Yes.
I remember, matter of fact, I was just looking at an old picture of us together. I had hair up here and no hair here. And you looked just as handsome and just as amazing as you do now.
Well, thank you, sir. You clearly need some glasses, but thank you for that.
Okay, so Nito, here you go. Got a question for you because you impacted me in terms of mindset because you wrote those great books, How to Be a Great Communicator, Stairway to Success, all these amazing books that impacted my life back in the day and really helped to continue to launch my speaking career. And the question I want to ask, because I still remember when you came to America, you knew almost no English, and the way you learned English is you kept those cards, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed your vocabulary cards every day, and you said something about mindset, and I want you to tell a story that impacted me a lot. You remember the story about the little girl whose mom used to take her to school and whose dad took her to school one day?
Scott, I haven't told that in a long time, and I wouldn't tell that today. That had a really, really funny line. Scott is trying to get me in trouble here, Eric.
Oh no! All right.
Do we have a lawyer? Get me Scott's address and get me the name of a good lawyer. He's trying to get me in trouble. But you're right, Scott. That was a great story. It's a funny story, and it shows the story. I'm not going to tell you the story, but the story demonstrates that what you place in your psyche determines to a great extent how you do what you do in life. In other words, garbage in, garbage stays, and wisdom in, wisdom stays. So be very careful who you listen to, what you read, the environments you find yourself in. If something sounds good, it doesn't always mean it is good. Develop the skill of scrutiny and discernment, and amazing things will happen in life.
That's awesome. Wow. Amazing. Amazing.
So, Dr. Nito Cobain, where can people get more from you?
I wanna hug
Because
him.
people are saying, oh, sorry. I know.
I want to hug Nito. How do I do this? How do I hug you?
Well, I'll throw you a kiss.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. That was to Lynn or to me? I don't know. Dr. Nito, you're just such an inspiration to the world. I really appreciate you. I would, once we're out of this whole thing going on, right? I'm going to be in North Carolina. We have a Habitude Warrior conference coming up in the fall. Would love to have you there if you're available, of course, and would love to just come over and bring you lots of cappuccinos and lobster. That's what I want to do. So,
awesome. I'm not into cappuccinos, but lobsters, if they're nice and juicy
excellent.
ones, I'm all for that.
Perfect. Done deal. That's awesome. Well, I really appreciate you, and Lynn, I appreciate you, spearheading this and really helping us with this interview. And last parting words, real quick.
Eric, number one, thank you again for what you do. There's a tremendous responsibility all of us have to help other people do well in life. That's what you're doing by bringing these conferences and bring all of us together. Thank you for that. That's leadership at its best. And in these pandemic times, is what I call leadership. When the heat is on, you're really working hard to connect people in a very meaningful way. So I thank you very much for that. And I also want to tell you that this lady that you have on called Lynn Rose, there are a lot of fantastic people in the world, but nobody is better than Lynn Rose. She exudes beauty from the outside, from the inside, and she plants those seeds of greatness wherever she goes in the souls and hearts of everybody she meets. So I'm very honored to be with both of you. And when you come to North Carolina, you let me know. I would be delighted to join you and be with you. But for now, just one word. All of us are born, and then someday we all die. None of us is going to be here forever. And the only thing that really matters in life is the impact we leave behind in the lives of others and the influence that we bring forth every day as we connect with others. And as long as we think of those two words, how am I influencing someone else? What impact am I leaving behind? Everything else fits in place. It's an amazing, amazing principle about life. Money will come your way. If you want fame, that will come your way. If you want security, that will come your way. Anything you want is possible, but we have to really help other people do well in their life. And we have to interpret everything we do in a way that other people can acknowledge that it's helpful for them. They must feel that we care deeply. And when that happens, it's amazing. And this is the time each of us ought to be encouraging other people. We should be calling people, writing people, doing good things for people, and just telling them that we believe in them, we love them. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. Not without some pain, personal or professional, but you take pain out of life, then I'm not sure life is really completely worth living. Pain gives us strength and confidence and allows us to prepare ourselves for the future. So I thank you, Eric, for bringing us together. I'm honored to be with you. And I hope that we'll see each other again soon. And Lynn, I don't want you to be jealous. I gave him this. I'm going to give you.
Actually, let's both give her a kiss. You got to turn that way to Lynn. There you go. And let's both give her a kiss, right?
Mine was better than yours, Eric.
I know. And thank you, Nito. I really appreciate you and your heart. You're just amazing. I'm going to be, if you have time to stick around in our green room, we have some lobster down there. People are throwing toilet paper rolls down there. I don't know what's going on there. But we do have a gentleman that's coming on next, right now in just a minute. And he's a phenomenal individual. He started something called Constant Contact. And he would love to say hi to you as well. So if you'd like you'd like to stick around in the green room, and we'll pull you back up and say hi if you'd like.
Sure. Happy to do it.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Nito. Thank you very much
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You guys are amazing. So we're so excited. This has just been an amazing morning. I'm so excited about bringing our next individual up on the stage, on the platform of awesomeness. And I'm going to have a great conversation or interview with him about really like scaling. You know, if you have a business, and whether you're in business, whether you have a startup, whether you're looking to get into business, he's the expert. He's the America's amazing expert at this. So I'm going to play a quick video introduction, and check this out. And I know Dr. Cobain is actually in the green room right now. So check this out, man. This is going to be cool. So let's see if I can play this and make sure I've got all the volume going on. Here we go.
This gentleman right here is one of the most amazing people you've ever met. Please make sure that you give him some love. Alex Stern right here.
We walk around all day long seeing services and stuff out there and saying, that could be done better. And what are you going to do in your business to delight your customers or create a wow moment?
And I just had the pleasure of listening to Alex Stern on stage, and my mind is absolutely blown.
Now, Alec is amazing because he has helped transform my business.
Go out as early as you can. Don't be in stealth mode and like keep the secret. You want to get out there, share the idea, and get feedback. When you achieve something, like you just had an amazing call with a potential investor, pick up the phone and call another one. Don't start celebrating.
Wow.
And then go call another one, because the energy that you're feeling from that moment is going to be heard right through the phone, or when you go see them face to face. Right? Do it.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the one only. Let me start that over. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have Nito Cobain and myself introduce Alex Stern, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. What's up?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Alec, quick question. Have you ever in your life of your 41 years old ever had Dr. Nito Cobain and Eric Swanson introduce you?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. We did it.
The last time, yeah.
I want to introduce the two of you real quick. Alex Stern, Nito Cobain, Alex Stern.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to see you, Alex.
Yeah, you as well. I just want to say that, just all that you do is so awe-inspiring, and I really appreciate hanging every word whenever I get a chance to hear you speak, and I really thank you for all that you're doing.
I thank you for all that you do, and I admire all that you do.
I appreciate that. Thank you. This is a great honor to share the screen with you.
Yeah, here, a screenshot. Ready? Everyone smile. 1, 2, and now, Nito, give us a kiss again. Oh, just kidding. All right.
Well, you'll have to bring Lynn back.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well,
yeah, I'm
thank
not
you.
just another pretty face. I know.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nito Cobain. I appreciate you being here, and you're welcome to hang in the green room and just come on in anytime you'd like. Thank you, sir.
Very much.
Thank you, sir.
How are you, Alex Stern, ladies and gentlemen?
In the house, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Stern, what's happening? How are you, brother? What's going on, man? America's startup expert. From startup to scale up to awesomeness. Tell us more about you and why you are you. And you got to do it all in 20 minutes. and help us grow to the next level, man. We got a lot of note taking going on. I realize it's a quick spot. All these spots are 20 to 30 minutes, but I know you got it in you, man. Let's do it.
All right. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of ground that we can cover. We'll try to get some golden nuggets out in the next 20 minutes or so. And
so I guess my first question is this. So what is it that you commonly see? Now, hold on. It's not what people usually ask you. It's what you commonly see as a mistake that people make. What is that, and how can we fix that?
Yeah, so I will focus on business because we can go a lot longer if it was personal and other things. So we'll leave that to the mindset experts.
Of course.
But as far as from the business perspective, I think that the number one thing that I see is that a lot of businesses, I'll ask at conferences, how many of you know the one core thing you're going to focus on, that if you do that well, you'll get feedback, you'll get customers, you'll get success stories, you'll get revenue, you can then hire and get that flywheel going. So what's the one core thing? And I would say 5% of the room will raise their hand. So there's 95% of the folks in that room that are trying to figure out what that is. And they suffer from what I call the bicycle wheel syndrome. So imagine if I had a bicycle wheel and every spoke on the wheel was another idea for how someone's going to help their target market. So when we know who our target market is, we're passionate about wanting to help them in any way, and we just come up with all these great ideas. And I would just say you have to know what your number one spoke that you're going to focus on. What's that one thing? Because if you do it, it'll lead to all the things that I mentioned earlier. And so most don't know what that one thing is. And so you got to go figure it out. And the best way to do that is to get out to your target market and start talking to them and asking questions. So as an example, when we were starting Constant Contact, there were a lot of enterprise tools. There were, the Amazon and others had resources. They had tech folks. They had designers. They had agencies. There were enterprise tools for things like email marketing. But when you walk down on Main Street and worked with small business, walked into small businesses and talked to them, there were no tools for them. So we wanted to level the playing field for that small business on Main Street against those big competitors and give them that self-service and easy to use tool. But rather than walking in and telling them what we thought we wanted to do or what we believed they may need, we asked them questions. And so, as Nito just said in his talk, you have to understand how they feel. You have to understand, kind of get in their heads and see what are their goals and objections? What's their vision? Where do they want to take that small business? And they would say things like, I want to be top of mind to my customers. I want them to be thinking about me, and I want to kind of nudge them in some way and be able to stay at top of mind. I want those customers to come back in. I want those customers to tell others. I want to get additional revenue. And so as we sort of understood what their goals and objectives were, and we said, okay, if we were to provide you a tool that would allow you to do those things, would that be something you'd be interested in? And of course, the answer was yes. And then as we started to build out something, even though it wasn't finished and it was broken and we weren't in stealth mode, we brought the product out to share it with our target customers, those small businesses. And when we saw them get wide-eyed and saying, wow, this could actually do something for me, then we knew, okay, we're onto something. So it wasn't something we felt like we didn't put ourselves in their shoes, or in some cases, people start businesses and they're like, but I was a small business owner, so I really know what they need. But you know what? It changes daily. And so you really have to get out of the vacuum of doing it yourself and with your team and go out and really work with with that target market. And so now that you've gotten that feedback, you start to build a product, then you need to go and get folks to take the product on. And so those early customers are really, really key. And first off, don't go to people you know. Don't go to people you've done business with before. Don't go to family. They're all going to love you. Go to strangers and see if you can convince them with your pitch and your offering to take the product or the service. And if they say yes, you're going to get brutal, honest feedback. And so that's what you need, and certainly in those earlier days. And once you start to have them work with it and start to use it, and they start to see the benefits of what you're providing, you're solving the why for them, and then it's going to lead to kind of that flywheel getting going to start the business and then to eventually work your way to scale. Eric, you asked the question about that sort of startup. I always say startup, scale up. What's something you can do to scale up? And so the first thing I would say is that you now have a product, you have it in the market. In the case of just to set the stage, I've started 8 companies or been on the founding team or a co-founder of 8. We've had 5 exits, 2 IPOs and 3 acquisitions. So there's a fair amount of kind of this repeatable process that I've been involved with, and it is very repeatable. And everyone can do this with your own business or potential idea that you have to bring a product or service to market. So there's lessons learned. There's certainly the scars from the mistakes. There's the fail forward, fail fast. All those things wrapped together. When you're working with folks that have done it, kind of living of the school of the hard knocks of kind of digging in and doing it. There's a lot to be learned and a lot to be gained. And so the number one thing I would say there in terms of scale up to address the question that you asked, Eric, if I were an investor and you were coming to me and presenting your idea to me, and let's say their target market was small businesses on Main Street around the world, and so that's even in North America between small businesses, nonprofits, and associations in North America, there's 30 million. And so when we started, there were 3 of us in an attic, 2 techies and me. And so it was me, myself, and I on the sales team and business development. And so if I were going out and sort of pitching folks to get money, and they say, well, how are you going to scale? The answer is not hire 100 salespeople. They're going to be like, we're not going to take all our money to recruit and hire 100 salespeople. And then how does it scale from there? So there's sort of those questions. So in many cases of the businesses I've been involved with, from my background and experience, I always ask the question of anyone who's starting something, or in today's day and age, and what we're working with, whether you're retail or whatever, you're waiting for people to come in. Well, now your doors are closed. What can you do? There are a lot of things you can be doing to get your products and services out in front of your target customer virtually. And so everyone's thinking like, well, I've got my shop down the street and all my stuff's locked up and I'll just have to wait. There's no time like the present. Everyone's sitting around. They're looking for things to do. They're combing the internet, keeping busy. There's as I say, and I heard this. There's no AM or PM. It's coffee time and drink time. So in between all that, you have an opportunity to reach people. And so it's really saying, okay, well, where is your target customer hanging out? Like, what trusted resources are they relying on? What other organizations are they potentially going to get learnings about your products and services? And in some cases, best practices and thought leadership and so on. And so this is kind of talking about channels, partnerships, alliances, getting your product and service in the hands of your customers through someone else. So one-to-one would be going down on Main Street and knocking on every door of every small business. And one-to-many is to go to the folks where those small businesses are hanging out. And I challenge everyone that's listening that with your business, product or service, there's at least 15 categories of partner types that you could be working with. And so I'll give you the first one that everyone shares. That's association and member orgs. So no matter what you do, there are association and member orgs that are getting together. And guess what? Today they're doing it virtually. Many of them were doing it virtually as a supplement to live events and so on. And so it's really important to get yourself in front of those folks and potentially offer something to their members, maybe a member benefit of some sort, or some best practices and thought leadership. We're all doing something today that is unique to what else is out there, or we wouldn't be starting a business. We're not here to do an also-ran business. 85% of the businesses are products and services that already exist, but are not executed well, or you saw a way to execute it better. So you're doing something unique. How do you package up and tell that story? 15% of the businesses weren't done before, innovative, new ideas. I've been involved with several, but Constant Contact, the most notable, and there's Uber and Airbnb and Facebook and so on. And so in either case, you have something unique without giving away the secret sauce that you can share that those association member orgs would love to hear. And I will tell you that it will get you in their publications, online, offline. It'll get you to their networking meetings. It'll get you to their conferences where you could be a keynote speaker and talk to how that target market of yours can benefit, indirectly with what you offer. So it's not selling in any way. It's teaching them ways that they can improve their business through best practices. So think of the channels, the alliances, the partnerships that you can work with. And as I mentioned, there's at least 15 categories. Association member orgs are one. Complementary other products and services like yours could be a second. Trusted resources that rely on them. So in the case of small businesses, there's consultants and web developers and marketing agencies and PR firms and designers and all kinds of people that are going in to help small businesses, with marketing and other things. That could be potentially someone to recommend a product and service. So that's sort of an example. One thing to note, when Constant Contact started, I mentioned we got 4 customers initially, and then we were 100% channels for a long time because we could get access to millions of small businesses through large and small partnerships where we were the trusted email marketing offering initially, and then the digital marketing suite we were providing to that target customer base. And so don't tweet this. I know we're on a live, but those partners will say, do you have any references? Well, I would say we have 3. And they're like, do you have any more? I said, I'll give you 1 more. And so they never asked for a 5th. So the bottom line is work with what you have. Don't feel that you have to wait because you don't have enough or you're not ready to partner, because some of these large partnerships that have millions of small businesses in the case of our target market, those relationships could take 9 months to a year, and there's sometimes turnover even longer. So if you're hesitant and waiting to talk to them today, just know you're tagging on a 9-month or a year wait once you start the engagement. So it's better to start it now and get to know them. And so oftentimes talking to them and others while you're trying to work on sort of scale and getting the flywheel going of your business, there's a lot of folks that you're going to talk to that are going to say no. And they may say it for a lot of reasons, including, well, you're kind of young at this point, but come back, maybe after you do this or that. Or so one of my mottos is a no means not now. So when I was a kid, I would ask for ice cream on a hot day, and my mother would say no. And then by the end of that night, I did whatever I needed to, and I got ice cream. So I never heard no. And as it relates to business, I would wait until they would say no. I would understand why, and I would stay in touch with them and work through things to get it to a point where eventually that no became yes, let's do this. In many cases, don't burn bridges, because this world is very small, especially in certain industries. Someone would leave, go to another company, call and say, we can do it here now. So they said no to me from the prior company, and we were engaging to do business. And so when we sold Constant Contact after our overnight success in 18 years, so I think I heard laughter, good. Trying to see if we're going to stay with my jokes here. There it is. I got it. Thank you, Eric. So we had, when we finished up, when we sold the company, while we started with 3 in an attic, we had nothing. We had more things we didn't have than we did. When we ended up selling the company, we had 1,500 amazing employees. We had 8,000 channel partners. So there were 8,000 folks that were singing our song and every day holding workshops, seminars, virtual Zooms, and everything else to talk about the offering and help their customers, work with it. We had 750,000 paying customers. It was about $450 million in revenue. Average customer paying $42 a month. So it took a lot of them to get that flywheel going. But we were able to, in the earlier days, find the scaling points that we had to work through to get that flywheel going well enough that we then had enough revenue to do all the things we needed to hire people and grow and so on. and move out of an attic. We went from an attic to a basement. And then from a basement, we actually moved, I think, to the second floor of a building, and then the third floor. So we had a view. At some point, we had a view, and then we're successful with just getting that flywheel going through the channels, and then we were able to then do our own marketing. But the last point I want to make on this is that half of the business that we did do, those 750,000 paying customers, and the millions that were trialing it and that we're going to move to paid, and half of that business came through referral. We used to use the term viral, which I'm not going to use around this time with all that we're going through. So we're going to stick to referral. So we had referral business, which someone asked someone, or they saw something in the inbox and said, "Wow, I want that too." Or we had trusted resources. Our average customer was telling 2 or 3 other customers that were signing up. And once someone who's used it, trusts it, likes it, that's a very low to no cost of acquisition coming from a trusted resource saying, "Hey, you should do this too." So there's a lot of value in that. And so I'm covering a lot of ground kind of in a short amount of time. But I want to just give you a taste of just a way that taking something from nothing, hearing all the no's, but we were driven and motivated because we saw how our customers could succeed with what we were doing. And that was the motivation we needed to keep going. And so we didn't let those no's bring us down. I always heard them as not now and never got bummed out about it, and was able to convert many of those no's to yeses, as time went on.
That's amazing. Yeah, I love what you just said about not taking the no's. It was just a not now. I love that. And I know we've got a lot of questions coming on. In fact, we're going to bring some people on to ask you some more questions. Does that sound good for you? Say yes.
Sure. Yes. Oh my God. Are you kidding?
Yes.
Are you kidding? This is like go time.
That's right. Go time.
I just want to point out the green room is running low.
Oh, man. Hey. That's my job. Sorry. I forgot about that. So let's bring on John Kovach Jr. because he wants to ask a question of Mr. Alex Stern. Ladies and gentlemen, John Kovach.
There he is.
Unmuted now, I think. There he is.
I'm on. Hey, Alec, dude, that was awesome. Amazing. Thank you. As I've been commenting and getting to know a lot of the people listening to your speech and everything, there are a lot of business owners, a lot of small business owners, a lot of private business owners in this comment section right here. And a lot of them are sharing how excited they are about the resources that you shared. Some of them are experiencing some, challenges. They've been putting a ton of work, a ton of time, and they're not seeing the warranted success that they had hoped for over this time period, especially during quarantine. But even outside of quarantine, they're putting in the time, they're putting in the effort. I'm going to ask on behalf of a lot of the people listening to you, what do you think is the number one advice you would give to these small business owners? What should they do right now? What's one step that they can take to start to begin and see the warranted successes that they're striving for?
Sure. So I would challenge every single one that's asking that question as to why they're in a stuck point. And as Nito pointed out, your circle of influence versus the dwelling on the circle of concerns and all the stuff that's going on. I am literally coaching and mentoring startups and small businesses, and many on Main Street that I know well, on what do we do now? And everyone's in a panic mode and everyone's worried. And I understand what we're going through. And it saddens me every day to just see the numbers going up and what this is, the pressure it's putting on everyone involved. And so I would just say, to those small businesses that when you're doing your day to day, you're stuck in the tactics, right? And you're in the grind and you're on the hamster wheel every day, just sort of cranking through it. Some of the folks are 7 days a week. And so you have an opportunity now stepping back to focus on the strategy. And so I ask every single one, talk about your business of the way you did it before versus the way you could do it going forward. What would you change? What would you see that could be done differently? Let's get on a whiteboard and sort of just chalk talk around what are the things that worked really well? What are the products that really sold? What are the what was driving folks to want to not only be a customer but be a repeat customer? What were you doing to turn them into a from a customer to a repeat customer to a fan to a raving fan, because your raving fans are reaching out to you today and saying, what can I do to help? And I was talking to a restaurant who said, I had heard an idea, this is not my idea, but I heard an idea, offer them $150 worth of product when this ends for $100 today. And they got $30,000. So they just, again, thinking outside the box, like what can you do today versus then? A retail shop, who has beautiful stuff in the window and no one's walking down Main Street anymore. So I said, why don't you take that stuff home and just display and shoot it and do videos and do lives and show this. Have your customers join on to see a live about some of the things, and so some sales were coming through from people saying, in fact, I'm going to need something when this all ends, and buying stuff, and so again, thinking outside the box of looking at it strategically. The last point I would make is that we have to look at our business and say, is there something? We're on a lane of a highway. Of what we do today. Is there something in the adjacent lane that we just never really maybe thought of before, but we sort of didn't have time for it, and that we're finding that there's opportunities, and sometimes that could even be bigger in an adjacent lane, for how to take the business forward in a time when we're doing business differently.
Solid answer. I love that. And I think a lot of people are going to take, I'm just looking at some of the comments here. A lot of people are going to take note of that. You've had some incredible experiences with the people you've met and the influences in your life. As you talk about this, the circle of influence methodology, and I've had the opportunity to hear a lot of your stories. What advice would you give to those to begin surrounding themselves with people of influence?
Sure. And so there are those that the book smart, and then the street smart, and then those that are both. And so I think you just have to understand what would benefit you most. First, you've got to get out of the sheltered life that we all lead, and start to surround yourself with folks that can help you in one way or another. So someone who might be able to help you with the schooling around certain topics, or someone who might be able to give you this sort of have been there, done that, street smarts. There are opportunities, and in fact, there's one. I know that there's a Habitude Warrior Mastermind. As an example, where it's pulling together folks that want to go to the next level. And so when you're in it, when you're surrounded with others, you learn from each other. But also, as this is something that's forcing the hand to get you to weekly to take your idea to the next level, or take your business to the next level, challenge you with questions, challenge you with what ideas to what you can do, and then you start researching those. Then you're going to go, and sort of put those into practice. So I think that when I think of influence, there's a lot of ways that we can achieve that, and it's some of it's from the schooling part of it and learning, and the other is from just the engagement and working with others that have been there and done that before, as well as from, surrounding yourself with a group of your peers. If you're an owner of a small business and you're an art gallery, get other art gallery owners from around the country, start seeing if you can put your own sort of group together to talk to each other, and just see what are the things that they're doing at this time that's working and what's not working. Share amongst your peers, and everyone has more time today to take the call and to be willing to speak to you about things you can do better.
That's awesome, man. Thanks, John, for asking that question. That's great. And it looks like your cousin or something, Sarah, says hi. So I'm just kidding. Love you, Alec, it says.
Love you too.
There you go.
I love everyone on this. I love everyone on this.
Says, hey, Jim. Who's Jim? I don't know who Jim is. Oh, sorry, wrong comment.
I'll change my name.
Whoops. Oh, somebody says, didn't know there's a Habitude more. Okay, well, awesome. So tell us more about the I know Habitude Masterminds. Tell me a little bit more about Masterminds. Just quickly, because we do have we're running out of time on this segment right now, but just a quick answer on what your thoughts are on really finding and joining a really great mastermind. Do you really believe it helps people?
Yeah. Well, there's two parts to this answer. Just where do you get your learnings, and where do you get your sort of your circle of influences, as Nito said. The first one is attending things like this, attending the actual in-person conferences where there's just an immense amount of a community building and helping each other and raising the water level. I think masterminds go take it one step further, where you're not just sitting there absorbing and listening and attracting. You're in the seat. You're in the opportunity chair, and you're talking about your idea, and you're getting a collective group that's going to hear that and raise questions about what you're asking, and then provide back ideas of what you can do, and then you're on the hook to go and do them. So it does require you to do some things, but it also kind of just puts a little bit of a burden on you to deliver. So there's no more excuses. Leave the conference and have all these great notes of stuff you're going to do, and then you put it aside, get back to the tactics, and you don't go back to it. This is something where you put it in practice, and you're going to do it and get that flywheel of effort and that muscle memory to test and invest and really find the secret sauce to take your business to the next level.
I think that's really well said, and I agree. My major thing about masterminds is actually taking action on it and having other people see what's happening that's good and what's happening that's bad, and changing those. Because I don't know if it was Jim Cathcart or Dan Clark or Nito Cobain. One of the three gentlemen said that it's like oh no, you know what? It was Joseph McClendon. About the golf swing. You don't know what you're doing right or wrong. In coming from a different perspective is really important, but taking those action steps. I love that. Yeah. Coming to the wire here, I just want to mention Alex Stern Rocks. Somebody wrote that. That was me. And also
I wrote it. Thank you.
Yeah, you wrote it.
I wrote it for a friend. Yeah.
For your best friend. There you go. Tell us about Alex Speaks. So obviously you do speaking. You do speeches all over the world, anywhere Zoom goes. And guys, people can go ahead and seek you out to help them and scale up. So is that where to go? So alexspeaks.com, is that a good place to go?
Yeah. So I'd say there's two things. One, the first is that's just a kind of a little bit of a compilation of who I am and what I do and have done and so on, and some of the accolades of things that for being recognized for the effort. Okay. It's a way to connect. If somebody wants to connect for either for me to speak, or if there's something more formal with regard to mentorship or assistance, they can find me there. I'm also willing to give a gift, to everyone.
Cool.
Which some of what I mentioned are what I'm calling pillars to achieving startup or small business success. Okay. And so if you want to text the word pillars, PILLARS, all capitalized, pillars, and the number is 59925. And so if you go there, you give me your name and email, and we'll connect you over. You can watch that intro video as many times as you like. You can get a workbook on the pillars, and then you can also provide feedback or make any comments that you want to me there as well.
Awesome, brother. You're the best, man. I appreciate you. I love you. You're the best. I'll give you kisses. There you go. You got kisses. I wasn't. So what happened?
Wayne was over here.
Be safe, my friend. Be safe.
Right. Thank you.
I appreciate you being here, my friend. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you. Thanks again.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, guys. So definitely text pillars. There it is. Boom, right there. To 59925, and you should get some great freebies from Mr. Alex Stern, who is gracious enough to give you some pillars of success, and you can go in different directions, and then check him out, alexspeaks.com. If you're looking to hire some great people to change your company, your scale you up, he's the guy. So really great friend of ours. I'm going to roll right into our next. I know we're about 5 minutes or 8 minutes late right now, so I want to respect his time and go right into our next speaker. Let me pull this off, and I'm just gonna. Oh, I got to pull this off too. Hold on one second. Let's see where I put it. How do I find that? There it is. Bam. There we go. Are you guys having fun? What's happening? I can't hear anyone. There's tons of people up here, and I can't hear you. Although you're commenting, I love that. And by the way, we're going to be giving away some really cool. As I was wearing some of the. I should put them all on, shouldn't I? These things are really cool because they're actually Bluetooth enabled sunglasses. So the more people that comment on the comments wherever you're watching, whether you're on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, et cetera, comment. And if you put in the comments, that this is awesome, then you're going to get in the drawing for that. All right. So guys, I'm super excited about bringing on our next speaker or influencer. Really, this gentleman I've known for years. Actually, I had him work with us years and years ago, sharing our stages. He's written the book The Endless Referrals. He's written the book Go Giver, and he's actually, there's a lot of different Go Giver books now. Amazing. This guy, just to give you a little information on this, the Go Giver, Wall Street Journal and Business Week bestseller, has sold over 950,000 copies, guys. That's huge. Let's see, he's one of the, I'm just reading, oh my God, this guy has done like every award possible. Here's one. The American Management Association named Bob Burg one of the top 30 most influential leaders of our time. And he was named top 200 most influential authors of the world. I mean, this gentleman is just changing people's lives. He has the Go Giver podcast. I'm super excited about bringing up our friend, Mr. Bob Burg, ladies and gentlemen. Bob, good to have you on the show, man. How are you?
I'm good, brother Eric. How are you? I really enjoyed listening to Alec. What a ton of wisdom he shared.
Alex, awesome. And in fact, if Alex still there, man, jump back on. Alex, jump back in the green room. I'll introduce you to Bob real quick. But Bob, man, it's so good to see you. It's been a few years, man. We shared stages years and years ago. I forgot where it was. Houston, maybe? I don't know. I'm guessing.
It was Houston. That's what
it was. Houston. Okay. Yeah. Man, I've been traveling so much, it's crazy. So I think it was Houston, and such a pleasure to have you with us. And you're such a rock star on changing people's lives. I know you're doing. I can't remember which platform. It might be LinkedIn. You're doing a lot of things that you're actually speaking. You're reading from your book. You're teaching people all over. You've got so many different things that you're teaching people, and I just love it. So how did you get started in all this? I mean, were you like? When the doctor came and gave you over to your parents and like, here's a 9-pound influencer, here you go to the world. I mean, how did that happen?
No, I actually began as a broadcaster, first in radio and then in television. I was the late night news guy for a very, very small ABC affiliate in the Midwestern United States. I really wasn't very good at it though. And in time, I like to say I graduated into sales. The challenge was that I knew nothing about sales on a formal basis. And this is about 40 years ago. And the company where I was working will just say that their training was negligible. When I say negligible, I mean non-existent. So I floundered for the first few months. I could get out there and make calls and knock on doors and get on the phone and do all those things. But I had what I think the late, great Jim Rohn described it as, I had the motivation, I didn't have the information. So you need both, right? And then one day I was in a bookstore and came across the sales section, and I didn't know there was such a thing as a sales section. I didn't know there was any kind of sales teaching. So this was totally surprising. Again, it's 40 years ago. Not everybody knew about this stuff. There were two books. One was by Tom Hopkins and one was by Zig Ziglar. Those two books would go a long way to changing my life. And those two greats, those two legends, just I owe so much to, because I studied those books. I learned those books. I practiced. I was up all night going through those. And within a few weeks, my sales began to go through the roof. And really no difference in me at that time as a person 3 weeks earlier than there were 3 weeks later. But now I had a methodology. I had a system to follow. And personally, to this day, Eric, I define a system as the process of predictably achieving a goal based on a logical and specific set of how-to principles. In other words, if it's been proven that the key is predictability. If it's been proven that by doing A, you'll get the desired result of B, then you just need to do A and continue to do A, and eventually you're going to get the desired result of B. And so that just took me to a whole nother. Now from that point, that's where my education started. I was a lousy high school student. I barely graduated high school. I got into college on academic probation, and I'm pretty sure, if this is possible, that I graduated college on academic probation. I just didn't see the use in school. I regret it now, but back then that's how it was. But once I got into sales, one of the first things I learned from Zig's books and Tom's books is how important it was to build yourself from the inside. And they suggested books like How to Win Friends and Influence People, Think and Grow Rich, The Magic of Thinking Big, As a Man Thinketh, Psycho Cybernet, so I started my education there. And really, it's been a love affair with books and with education and, just continuing to learn and to grow. Eventually, I became sales manager of a company. And as they used to say on Seinfeld, yada, 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 here we are today, you and I.
Yada, yada, yada. Well, your yada, yada, yadas, by the way, I mean, I'm just looking at this computer screen of all the books that you've written. Your first book was Endless Referrals. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah. I remember that. I have a copy still in my library here of that book. And it's changed a lot of people's lives. I started reading you when Brian Tracy, I was working with Brian Tracy, and he says, Brian's amazing. And he says,
the first ones that I studied right after Zig and Tom.
Zig and Tom, yeah.
I just love Brian Tracy. Just a wealth of wisdom and just as nice a person and as humble a human being. Fantastic.
It's so true, man. It's so true. And now, did you ever go ahead and share stages with Zig Ziglar or Tom Hopkins?
Yeah, both of them. And it was a thrill for me. One of the biggest thrills was when I was running with my business partner, running some public events in Orlando. This is in Zig. By this time, he had his injury, and so he went on stage with his son Tom and or his daughter Julie, and so forth, because he has memory issues. But at one of the programs we did in Orlando, we had Zig on stage, and Tom came on, and Mrs. Ziglar came on, the famous redhead, right?
Wow.
And we got to actually do an imitation of Zig right in front of Zig. And it was just, oh my gosh, what a thrill for me to do that. But
wait, who did this? You did or she did?
No, I did. But
we gotta hear it. Wait a minute, we gotta hear it.
I actually, there's a video I have of me imitating Zig, going through one of the vignettes on one of his cassette tape albums. That's how long ago it was when I first got those. But here's the interesting thing. Afterwards, so Tom and Zig and Mrs. Ziglar at the break were signing autographs and talking to people. They must have stayed for an hour and a half just talking to people. Everybody was just their friend. And, for weeks and weeks afterwards, and we had tons of great speakers at this program. For weeks and weeks, people were emailing me that the highlight of that event was seeing the Ziglars just the same off stage as they are on stage, how kind and sweet and wonderful they were. And they absolutely were. By the way, Mrs. Ziglar told me that was the one time in Zig's career that she ever appeared on stage with him, because she was up there with Tom.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was I fortunately had the opportunity to be on stage with a number of people who are heroes of mine. So, it's you try to act all cool and everything, but these are larger than life people to me. It's a huge difference to me. So I'm not that cool about it, believe me.
Well, I'll tell you, you're a hero to a lot of people watching and listening right now. You could see these comments coming in that, you're Bob. It says Bob Berg in the house. Bob Berg's a legend. Boom, you're a legend. He's still alive, ladies and gentlemen. He's right here. I don't know. Yeah, man, you're just amazing. And one thing I love about you, not only your how do I say this? You are such a great mind that you deliver in such a great way of learning. I love that process. You taught me something. I don't know if you remember this, but you taught me something in Texas. I guess it was in Houston. And you said, Eric, it's all a system. It's all processes. And that's it. And it's all about processes. It's all like, if this, then that, and I was floored when you came in one time into this event. And I'm used to, this is years ago, 10, 15 years ago, whatever it was. And we had, people would come in, remember the cassette tapes and all these different things, like people would, all the speakers, Brian did it, everyone did it. They would fly with all these things or ship them, there were boxes, right, of these things. And you were the first one that walked into a conference of ours one time. And if you remember this, you walked in just with one briefcase. And I looked at you and go, hey, we have handlers here. Where's your belt? Where's your stuff? Did you send it? And you go, it's right here, man. it's just in this briefcase. I am sold out, and all I do is I'm digital now. You were like one of the first pioneers to go digital on all your things. I think this is really important. Tell us a little bit more about that in this digital age right now, and what transitions or pivots did you need to make recently as well?
Yeah, well, we still did order forms and so forth, but we went to digital stuff a little earlier than some. Not because I had the foresight as much as just people who I trusted said, this is something, and I really didn't like shipping things all over the place.
Right.
Yeah, and then we also, there were times when we had the CD boxes, the clamshell. Sure. The albums that I would just bring order. I'd bring one to put up there for display, but then I would just bring or have the order forms there. And part of that was laziness. I just didn't want to bring all that, have to shipping all that stuff back and everything. But yeah, we were doing a lot for a while in terms of online products. We have since over the years taken them all off because we're coming out now with a new program, an online course called Endless Referrals, the Go Giver Way. And that's pretty much going to be everything combined in one program, and it's going to be all online.
Wow.
Yeah, so we've made a shift in that way. And as I get older, because I'm 62 now, yeah. That first book, Endless Referrals, that came out when it first came out in '94, my hair was jet black.
Okay.
Now it's jet gray. So yeah. And as I've gotten older, I've taken less engagements out of state anyway. So we're doing more live programs in state. So in Orlando, in Jupiter, where it's just more fun for me at this point, just because I really just don't like traveling that much. So even before I got down, I had limited to 20 out of state engagements a year, but that's okay as long as it stays fun. That's kind of part of it.
Well, we got to show this.
That's not jet black, but it was definitely about 10 years ago.
There you go.
In the middle of black and gray. Yeah.
That's it, man. That was man. My suit is jet black. Apparently, you can't even see it.
Yeah.
That was awesome. So I love this Endless Referrals, but let's dive into the Go Giver concept. This is you're famous for this, obviously, and you have all these different things where it's not just Go Giver. It's different types of Go Giving. The Go Giver influencer, the Go Giver, sells more, the Go Giver on leadership, so dive in on that if you could. And tell us about the concept and how important is this concept?
Yeah. And in 3 of the 4 books are parables. And one of them is more of an application guide. These are co-authored with John David Mann, and really he is the lead writer and the storyteller. He's just brilliant. I'm a how-to guy, right? I'm step 1, step 2, step 3 systems and so forth. John is a wonderful storyteller. So the basic premise of all the books really is this, that shifting your focus, and this is really the key, shifting your focus from getting to giving. And when we say giving in this context, we simply mean constantly and consistently providing immense value to others, understanding that doing so is not only a more pleasant way of conducting business, it's the most financially profitable way as well. Not for some way out there woo-woo type of reasons. It's actually very logical. It's very logical. We think about it. When you're that person who can move off of yourself and focus on making other people's lives better, giving them more of what they want, need, and desire, helping to solve their problems, making their lives better. When you do that, people feel good about you. They want to get to know you. They like you. They trust you. They want to be a part of your life, a part of your business. Eric, when I speak at sales conferences, I'll often begin by saying, and I don't say this in a dogmatic fashion. I say it in a sort of a joking around way, but I'll say that nobody's going to buy from you because you have a quota to meet. Okay. They're not.
Say that again. That's awesome. Say that again. That's awesome.
Thank you. Nobody's going to buy from you because you have a quota to meet. And we all laugh because we all know that that's true. But how often do we really think about that? Nobody's going to buy from you because you need the money. Nobody's going to buy from you because you're a really nice human being. They're going to buy from you because they believe that they will benefit more by doing so than by not doing so. And in the free market-based economy in which we live, and when I say free market, I simply mean no one is forced to do business with anyone else. So in a free market-based economy, that's the only reason why they should buy from you or from me or from anybody else. But that's great news, because it means that sales professional who will place their focus absolutely on that other person and making it all about the other person, that's the salesperson who creates the environment of that trust to take place. This is really why John David Mann and I say that money is simply an echo of value. Money is an echo of value. It's the thunder, if you will, to values lightning, which means nothing more than that the value must be the focus, providing value to another human being. The value is the focus. The value comes first. The money you receive is simply a natural result of the value you've provided.
Wow. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first 10 minutes of a 5-hour interview with Bob Burg. Go ahead.
Long before that, I'm afraid.
Man, we got to continue going on with you, man. You're amazing. Everyone else, hold on. Bump everyone else. They're off. No, it's just Bob Burg from now on.
Great.
Wow, you're just awesome, man. We need to add, you know what? I'm going to add you. I'll connect with you afterwards. I need to add you to the School of the Unstoppable, so you can really share these principles and then route to your stuff. But I love this these principles, and I don't want to interrupt. Continue, please. We have about 10 more minutes or so, but please, I love this.
Well, so really that's that has to do with the law of value, which is all about the experience, the customer experience you're providing another person. And in everything you do, you need to make sure that person absolutely feels as though they receive much more than what they've paid for, while you make a very healthy profit. Just to use a very quick example, that you've got an accountant who you hire to do your taxes, and this accountant charges you, and we'll just name a round figure, $1,000. That's his fee or his price, $1,000. We have to understand there's a big difference between price and value, and this is key in understanding the law of value. So he charges you $1,000 fee or price. What's the value he gives you in return for that? Okay, that makes you so happy about doing business with him. Well, through his experience, his hard work, his getting to know you, his focus on what you're looking to accomplish, getting to learn your business, he's able to save you $5,000 in taxes. He's also able to save you countless hours. He also provides you and your family with the security and the peace of mind of knowing it was done correctly. So again, while price is finite, value can be both concrete in terms of that $5,000, but it can also be conceptual in terms of that peace of mind, which to you most likely holds much more value than even the $5,000 savings. So he gave you well over $5,000 in value in exchange for $1,000 price. He gave you more in value than he took in payment. So you feel great about it. And he made a very healthy profit because it was worth it to him in his mind to trade his time, knowledge, wisdom for that $1,000. An old mentor of mine, Harry Brown, once said to me, in a free market-based exchange, there are always two profits, the buyer profits and the seller profits, because each of them comes away better off afterwards than they were beforehand.
Oh, it's like you're like, I bequeath value to you. That's what it is. That's awesome. I love this.
I like that.
It's such value add, man. This is amazing. So are these principles? I know we're going fast, and that's what this whole thing is. By the way, note to self: we need 2 hours with Bob Burg. these, we're going so fast with all these principles. Are these all in your books and in your programs that you're launching and so forth? Not launching, but repackaging and sending it out. Because is there a step-by-step? Do you believe in the step-by-step process? I know it's all like, for me, as you know, I'm very personable. I get out there and I high five people, you know, and I hug them, and I do all this communication things and so forth. What's it take? I believe that it takes a system to do that in addition to doing it out there in person.
It's not either or, it's an and.
It's an and, correct? Okay, I love that. Yeah, can you expand on that for a second?
Well, a system should
Oh, I just took you off the feed. Sorry, that was my mistake. Continue.
Well, you know, a system's very important. I mean, you know, Michael Gerber always did such a great job. You always think of him as talking about having the system, you know, when you have a business. So you're not just a technician, but you're, well, here's the thing. A system, as important as it is, needs to be your servant, not your master, right? And so it's like our emotions. We need to control our emotions as opposed to our emotions being in control of us. It's the same with the system. You can't be run by a system. You run a system.
Wow.
And there's no dichotomy between operating from a system base and being very personal, loving, caring about those you're serving. No, it should be an and.
I love what you just said. Where do you come up with these things? How brilliant. Have you sat down and just realized how brilliant you are? Seriously.
I don't give too much credit, but thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Seriously, man.
Gratitude. Law number 5.
I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. Like these things. So a system should be your servant, not your, what was the last part?
Not your master.
Not your master. Wow. I mean, it's such a simple statement, yet such a profound statement that a lot of us don't actually embrace. And I think that's the key to embrace that. I love that. Wow. Okay. I keep on interrupting you, man. You're just amazing. Continue. I love this.
So law number 1 was the law of value, which is the foundational principle. Law number 2 is the law of compensation. And this one says your income is determined by how many people you serve and how well you serve them. So where law number 1 says to give more in value than you take in payment, while of course making a very healthy profit, law number 2 tells us that the more people whose lives we touch with the exceptional value we provide, the more money with which we'll be rewarded. Your accountant in the first example did a great job of giving you more in value than what he took in payment. So you feel great about him. You do business with him again. You'd most likely refer him to others. Well, his other clients feel the same way. So our accountant is amassing what we call an army of personal walking ambassadors. And as he continues to add that kind of exceptional value to the lives of more and more people, his income will continue to grow and grow. In the story, in The Go-Giver, Nicole Martin, who was the CEO mentor in that part of the story, she told Joe, the protege, that while the law of value represents your potential income, it's law number 2, the number of lives you impact, which represents your actual income. And this, of course, is why we're so big on referral business, right? Because referred prospects are easier to set the appointment with because of borrowed influence. With referred prospects, price is not as much of an issue because of borrowed influence. Now, it doesn't mean it's a non-issue, doesn't mean it's not, but because you come in with that borrowed influence, that borrowed trust, you're able to sell on high value rather than low price. And this is key. When you try to make low price your unique value proposition, right? Unless your last name is Walmart or Amazon.com, they do that. Okay, but we're not them. We're not they. So when you sell on low price, you're
close to it, man. Berg, I can see Berg taking over the world. Continue.
And so when you sell on price, you're a commodity. When you sell on value, you're a resource. And that's very key. And you can do that much easier with a referred prospect. Also, with the referred prospects, it's easier to complete the transaction or close the sale. Why? Because of borrowed trust, or what we call vicarious experience. No, this person in front of you hasn't done business with you yet, but someone who they know, like, and trust has said, This is the person you want to talk to. This is the only person you need to see. This is the person who has your best interests at heart. This is the person who's going to make sure you're taken care of. That right? And then the final benefit, well, it's probably many more benefits, but one of the biggest benefits of a refer for prospect is they're already of the mindset that that's how you do business, because that's how they get you. And so when you take law number 1 and law number 2 together, that really right there is high compensation and helping a lot of people.
That's where all the cool stuff comes into your life. Because you're helping other people. Yeah, I love that, man. I could go hours. This is amazing. Well, I want to take some questions from some of our VIP awesomeness. If you're open to that, are you open to that?
Of course.
Yes. So my first question is: have you read every single one of those books behind you, sir?
Not every single one, but most of them.
Most of them. Okay, excellent. What's your favorite book behind you right now?
I would say it is Harry Brown's book, The Secret of Selling Anything, which he actually wrote back in the 60s, but never had anything to publish. Harry was a guy who had numerous New York Times bestsellers in economics, in philosophy, in politics, but he wrote that book I think for his sales team back when he was a sales manager. And when he passed away about 12, 13 years ago, his widow, Pamela, found the 2 hard drives. And one of them, it was 2 short bits. One was on understanding human nature, and the other one was on how to relate human nature to sales. And so she sold that to a direct response guy who published it under that title. And not many people know about that book, but
I'm writing it down. Can you tell me the title again?
I want to read a review on it. Okay. Go to burg.com/blog and then write in the search, The Secret of Selling Anything, and it will come up. Harry Brown's last name is Browne, and it is perhaps the best book I've ever read in my life. Here's the thing. Harry understood human nature like no one I've ever seen. But what he did, which was so, and Brian Tracy's a lot like this too, he respected human nature. He didn't try to change it. He worked within it. And successful people, Eric, they deal in truths. They don't bury their head in the sand and say, oh, this is inconvenient, I don't want to know about it. No, they recognize the truth. They deal with the truth. They understand some of the inherent problems in that truth, but they don't focus on the problems. They focus on the solution. So they live in truth and they work within those truths in order to advance the world, both for themselves and for those around them. And Harry is just, when you think of it, just amazing.
Oh, I wrote it down. I'm going to be grabbing that book. In fact, what I wanted to do, if we had more time, is I'd have you reach behind you, and then I'd have you reach for one of these, and then I'd have you sign that book and send it to me. But that's okay, I'll get my own. So I'm going to bring on a gentleman who's just a dear friend of mine, amazing leader. You've probably heard of one of his companies. He's started and exited over, I think, 8 companies now. It's just amazing, gentlemen. He started something called Constant Contact, and we just had him on recently, about 20 minutes ago, Alex Stern. So I'm going to bring Alex Stern on.
Right.
Do you guys know each other yet? Bob, Alec, Bob.
We do.
Alex, virtual elbow bump or whatever.
That's right. Here, everyone smile at the camera. I'll take a photo. Ready? 1, 2, and awesome. So, guys, Alec, a quick question for Mr. Bob.
Picture.
What's that?
Did Eric just take a picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do that again. I wasn't smiling.
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do it again.
Right. 1, 2, and 3. Awesome. Excellent. Done.
Yeah. So Bob, I love all your work. I especially loved reading. It's not about you and what matters in business, and I just I take a lot of that to heart with regard to just leaving egos at the door and no politics, and everyone has a voice and you lead by influence. So I was just curious into today's day and age if you felt that there were some other things that have come into play. If you were to say add another chapter to that book, what would be something that you would think would apply?
Well, I'm not sure that that there's more in terms of the principle base, because as you know, universal laws are universal laws, they withstand the test of time. But I think there's, at this time that we're going through right now, it's almost, you need more of a focus on it than ever before. For example, really being able to, and I think of a gentleman by the name of Bob Chapman. He wrote a book called Everyone Matters. He's the chairman and CEO of Barry Waymiller, which is a very, very large manufacturer. For something that is such a commodity, he has put so much heart into the culture of that company that people feel loved, right? People are right. And I think at a time like this, the leader has to really be, and I don't think there's anything soft about it. I think that leader has to be a lover. I mean, I think that leader has to really communicate that they genuinely care about the people in their organizations, because people need to feel that right now. They need to and Simon Sinek in his great book Leaders Eat Last said, trust is a biological reaction, so not even a response. Usually we'd say respond, don't react, right? But that's as a reaction. It's involuntary, right? Biological reaction to the belief that someone has your well-being at heart. And I think we sense when someone really does.
Got it. No, I appreciate that.
Nice, awesome, Alec. Thank you so much for jumping on there.
And thank you for sharing such great wisdom a while ago. I really enjoyed your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, Alec. And we're going to bring on one other person because, well, she's beautiful, and you guys.
I love her. Beings of the entire universe.
Oh wow! There you go. I'm getting off this feed then. See.
I was going to say, Bob, I was like, I hope I get a chance to come on and connect with you, because the little things that we do and the impact it makes, and then how long it lasts and how it ripples outward. And you absolutely lived your go-giver aspect. And I remember at one point you just called and said, how can I support you or whatever. This was like 15 years ago or something crazy long ago. And I was just floored by how much you just wanted to be there to give and connect. And I just really, really learned. I mean, I live my life in that way of what way can I serve and give, but you really were putting that proactively in action in a way that I'd never seen before. And I just love when I see someone in our industry who really lives their message, and you're like sprinkling fairy dust everywhere you go.
Thank you. Well,
and he gets it. Wait. Hold on. Did you say fairy nuts?
No, you did.
I thought you said fairy nuts everywhere you go. I don't know what the heck that was. Fairy dust. I'm sorry. Okay.
It's go-giver dust.
I swear I heard something weird. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Man, amazing. I have one more individual who wants to come on. He's been following you since birth. His birth, not yours. And it is John Kovach Jr. And I got to show you this. Check this out, man. I got to show you this. So Bob Berg, I got to show you. I've got names right here, and I've got lists of things and so forth. And there's this one name that John Kovach Jr. told me. He goes, Bob, I need to speak to Bob. That's what he said. So welcome, John Kovach.
Bob, hey man, it's such a pleasure to meet you and such an honor to hear from you and to see your library. Honestly, wow, I'm blown away right behind you. But I wanted to just share with you a quick story and just allow you to comment. But our business has always taken the influence of the go-giver mentality, and its methodologies have influenced our sales and the way we do things and the way we even just run. And I'm grateful for that, because it's an annual reading that I make our company read. I literally make them word for word, day by day. We're holding each other accountable and reading page by page. But each year we as a company read this book, and we are influenced by it constantly. And I know that as we've had employees move on to other businesses and upgrade in their career and so forth, they come back and they always say, I'm so grateful for what we've learned with the Go Giver series as we've read it and as we've employed it in our working scenario. And I just wanted to share that with you. And I'm grateful for that influence, but I'm also grateful that you and I have had a chance to just connect and appreciate you and all that you're doing. And thank you for living what you've read, what you've taught, what you've wrote, and everything in all that aspect. It is absolutely amazing. I'm just an absolute fan and honored to even know you.
I'll tell you that I'm honored by that, and that means more to me than you can ever imagine. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
That's awesome, guys. Well, Bob, we're coming down to the wire. How can we follow you and just like learn from you and absorb and buy all your? I want to purchase all your stuff right now. How do I do it?
Yeah, me too.
The place to go probably is burg.com, and other resources are there. For people who haven't read any of the Go Giver books, they can get chapter 1 or an excerpt to see if they like it. Then they can always click through to amazon.com. And we do have that video series going on the blog called Influence and Success Insights.
That's awesome. And by the way, this right here is chapter 1, right? This is look, don't just get chapter 1. This is it. You're getting a glimpse of Bob Burg right here, right now, and just grab all of his stuff, which is amazing. So I put the link there. It looks like it's burg.com. Hopefully I got that right. There we go. Yeah, go there, and you're just such an inspiration to all of us. I hope you're being safe down there, and I believe you're in Florida area. Please be careful. Everything's good. Your health is good. You're staying put. I'll send you lobster, man. Just stay in the house. Okay, I'll send you lobster and toilet paper. Stay there. Don't move. Don't go out of the house. What can we do for you? My last question to you is, what can we do for you? Is there anything I can help you out with, or please reach out. We're here to help.
Just stay awesome and keep passing that along, and you're doing good by me. I appreciate that a lot.
Awesome, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Burg. Give it up for Bob Burg, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. If you'd like to hang out if you're welcome to hang in the green room. We have Dennis, by the way, coming up, just to give you kind of an idea, we've got Dennis Yu coming on next. He's the Chief Executive Officer for Blitz Metrics, and the guy is freaking brilliant on all this stuff, all the like just everything. And this stuff, I mean, he's going to blow our mind on how to connect with people through systems of the online strategies. We have Jill Lublin coming up from branding and public relations expert. You know Jill, right? She's a dear friend of mine. Love her. We of course have my dear friend Sharon Lecter. She'll be coming on as well. Scott Reed, Mark Vickson's moving to a different time slot, but Ruben Gonzalez, my dear friend Ruben, coming on as well.
Great athlete. Great.
Oh, yeah, amazing. So if you feel like if you have time to stick around, please do. We're doing, and you can jump on. Just raise your hand. I'll bring it right back on. You can check anyone you like. And also we have a happy hour. I don't drink, but we've got a virtual happy hour. It's starting at 5 o'clock today, I think, or 5:15, and it's BYOB, obviously, because so there you go. Thanks so much, Bob, for being here. I really appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you, Eric. Likewise, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you soon, Bobby. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the awesome, the amazing Bob Burg, and he's just such an influence to the world. I really appreciate having him here and him taking the time. And I want to bring on Lynn Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Lynn Rose.
Hey.
So when I bring her on, she doesn't know. She's like, "Oh."
I guess I'm coming on.
When's the last time you saw Bob? Where did you guys share some stages? What's the
Wow. Well, I had recently, when I say recently, like a few years ago or something, I lose track of time. So it's something like a few years ago, we were in passing at an event, but I think I was emceeing it at the time, so I barely could talk to him. But I was like, oh my God, Bob. Before that, though, it had really been more in the Mark Victor Hansen days, like in 2005-ish, around there. And it's one of those things where you have no idea really who somebody is. Like, I just knew him as this wonderful guy, and he was at the events, and then and then I started learning about all that he was about and what he wrote, and then of course that gesture that he did. He really walks his talk, and those are the best people to learn from. I want to learn from someone who's really walked the path, but also teaches it and lives it.
And so you're going to get a chance right now to do that exact same thing. Check this out. So I'm going to bring on our next speaker and an influencer, and I'll introduce you to him, and you're going to interview him.
Oh, I am? Okay, good.
Yes, you are. Are you ready? This is
I
gonna
did
be
not
awesome.
know. So I will be flat out like I'll just be in the moment. Okay.
It's going to be in the moment. Here we go.
Okay.
Because here's the deal. Because let me ask you a question. How important is it? Let me ask you, Lynn. How important is it in this day and age, with or without this whole pandemic situation going on? How important is it to connect with people through different systems like your laptop, your computer, your all this technology we have at our fingertips, and having systems to connect with them in such a great way? Because everyone's connecting. They're sending emails. They're sending this. They're sending that. This gentleman will bring out the awesome online strategies. I call it online. There's different ninja strategy he has, but also, and I see him smiling down there. Stop eating that. He made lobster tacos. How did you do that, dude? What is going on down there? This guy's so innovative. Let's bring him on. The CEO of Blitz Metrics, Mr. Dennis Yu, ladies and gentlemen. What's up,
Eric, Lynn? How you guys doing?
What's up, brother? How are you, man? How are you?
This is 4 webinars in a row.
Are you serious?
No break for food or even peeing.
You should be on all 4 at the same time. Just do it, simulcast it, right? That would be awesome. Well, Dennis, I'm really excited about you being here. This is amazing. I'm super excited. What I would like to do is kind of do a double interview, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I know we're running. Guys, here's the deal. Let me just go full screen and tell everybody. I learned this from Greg Reed. You know what? Stuff happens. Big deal. It's okay. If we go to 5:15, we go to 5:15. Big deal, right? So we're just pushing back a little bit. But it's awesome because what I want to do is I'd like to interview you as well as have Lynn interview, because she hasn't met you yet. She doesn't really know you and the magic that you have, and that you mastered. So coming from somebody who has genuine questions of, okay, well, how do I scale this? How do I do that? I'd love her to ask those questions. But first off, how are you, buddy? What's going on, man? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. Yeah.
I love your Habitude Warrior mic that you have there. It's the Habitude Warrior branding, man. You got the black and red mic right there. It's beautiful. So tell us, real quick, in 60 seconds or less, what made you get into this whole thing? I know you and I chatted about this on the School of the Unstoppable, but give us a little background on you.
I'm an engineer. I'm a math guy. I'm an Asian who didn't speak English until he was 6. And I've learned that through systems, you can actually connect people. And I've wandered into marketing. Like I started at Yahoo about 20 years ago. I was one of the early employees. And I learned through all the data, you could actually build connections. I learned how the algorithms work and how you could teach businesses, people who have a mission, people who are Habitude warriors, to be able to get their message out there in a non-spammy way, in a way that's friendly with Google and Facebook and Amazon and the other algorithms that are trying to sort what kinds of things are working. And in the process, we've trained tens of thousands of people. We've been honored to be able to work with GoDaddy and Facebook and 12 different universities and other folks, Social Media Examiner, whatever, you name it, to be able to train up both sides. In other words, the young adults, the students, the VAs and the house moms, and then the businesses, the local businesses that need help, and to be able to create what's effectively an Uber-ish marketplace of marketing services. And that's what we've been on the last 20 years.
Yeah, and by the way, part of your bio, we got to say this. I mean, you've sold over how much in like Google, in Facebook ads and so forth? How much have you? You told me this the other day. What was it?
Well, we've spent over $1 billion of other people's money on Google.
What?
And
amazing.
There are only a few people that can claim this, but we've spent over $1 million a day on Facebook.
Man, you're doing
Pretty different clients at different times. Yeah.
But then if you have like a Nike and a Rosetta Stone and a Carl's Jr. or Ashley Furniture, then it's easy to spend their money. It's not about spending their money. It's about measurably doing it in a way that drives sales, in a way that other people can follow the same process that you have and make it work for their business. Because if you're an author, speaker, coach, if you're a small entrepreneur just getting started, stuff for Nike, is that going to apply to you? And so we published this Bible of how we do stuff, and we make it available to everybody. And we think, look, like if you're a mechanic, like you get Bob Berg on, I'd rather hear more Bob Berg than me. But if you've got a process on how you do stuff, let's say you're a doctor, let's say that You fix cars. Let's say that you're a pilot. Should there not be a handbook on how you do it?
Right.
Should you not publish it, or do you claim that it's intellectual property and I'd have to kill you to tell you or anything like that? Why not just publish what you're doing?
Right.
Why all this snake oil secrecy? And in the world of marketing, you and I know, Eric, there's a lot of nonsense out there, and I just want to drain the swamp. I want to pour chlorine in there and say, look, here's a checklist. Go through it. It's like a recipe. You like to eat like me? If someone's cooked an amazing meal at a restaurant, I want to see the chef and I want the recipe. And they normally give it to me, don't they? Have you ever done that, Lynn? Go to a restaurant and ask for the recipe?
Yes. Well, of course. If you really like something.
So why don't people give that away?
Well, I love that you're giving that away. And actually, when they see how thick that manual is and what you represent, and then they get inside how complicated it is, they're like, I just want to hire you. You guys do it.
Yep. And then we have 1,000 agency partners that we've trained up that have gone through our certification.
Wow.
It's so funny. In your manual, it should say page 1, do it yourself, and then page 2, good luck. Right?
So many agencies, they come to us and they say, well, if you give out what you do, then they won't hire you. Well, exactly. Because those people that would try to do it themselves would be nightmare clients who'd never want to take them on. Let them watch YouTube videos all day long trying to figure this stuff out. What's your time worth, Lynn? We have virtual assistants in the Philippines, like stuff like this. We're not ashamed. This stuff is made by people who are making $3, $4, $5 an hour. And over there, that's just fine. And for every 3 Filipinos we hire, in the Philippines, we're hiring 1 person in the United States. And the more people we hire in the United States to run agencies, the more people in the Philippines. We think about it as like a restaurant where you have cooks in the kitchen, and then you have maitre d's and waiters and people that are serving, and you need both sides.
I love how synergistic it is. So what would you say then to someone like many of us on here, I'm sure, or like, okay, I should leverage and use Facebook ads, but it's such an animal. Obviously, we can go get your manual. But what would you say that should be like if people want to investigate that? Obviously, it's a necessity for real business, but what would you suggest?
You ready to get real, Lynn?
Get real, please.
Wow, I got to get myself out of this.
Pull out your phone.
Okay, I got my phone.
Okay, and go to the camera app, just like I'm doing right here. And then go to video, in selfie video, point it at your face. Okay. And then I want you to use this model, the XYZ model, which is I help X, who's your target audience, achieve
XYZ
Y,
is target audience,
which is what the result is, right? What their goal is, through Z, which is what you do. And then I'll just do this. And I'll say, I help young adults and not so young adults start their own digital marketing agency and be able to provide for their families through the digital marketing certifications that we offer. I'm Dennis Yu. I'm CEO of blitzmetrics.com. And then I just made a video, right? There's many ways of doing that. Can you do that? Give that a shot. And everyone here that's watching live on YouTube and Facebook, do that and paste that in the comments. I want to see what you guys are doing. Drop in that link to that video. You can comment with video. So you see, I just made a video, right?
How do you comment with video? I've tried before. Oh my goodness.
Watch. Okay. So I'm opening the Facebook app.
Okay, got it.
Let me put it on the TV behind me so you can see it.
Okay.
All right.
I love it. You got all your systems ready to go.
Technology. See that? You got my phone back here?
Yeah.
See? Okay. Now I'm going to go to Facebook and I'll just scroll through my newsfeed. Okay. So let's see what's going on. Oh, there we are.
There we are.
Hi. And then you can see here, I can comment here, right? And I can comment with the words.
Right.
But instead of commenting with words, oh wait, how come this is not working? This is the one time I can't seem to do this.
Is it because it doesn't work on a live? Like maybe it only works.
Maybe that's what it is. Oh, you know what? With the normal post, let's see a normal post. I can comment here. Okay, you see here?
Yeah, there's the camera.
Here's my friend Augie Ray, and I'll say, oops, I can't even do this thing right. This is one of those things where it's like, okay, there's the camera. There we go, right? And I could say, hey, Augie, I love living vicariously through you. You are absolutely awesome, my friend. And there, I hit next, and you see that show up there? There's the video I made. I can comment with video. So all you guys that are watching, I guess if you can't comment with video, comment with your Facebook page.
We can comment on video afterwards. Come back in to the thread
Right,
and
yeah.
comment the video.
Actually, I'm gonna jump in and say this. So it's amazing with what Dennis had taught me. I don't know, a week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. He said 3 words. And I go, okay, 3 words. He goes, write this stuff down. I wrote it down. He goes, comment with video.
Yeah.
And with video, comment with video, kill them with video. You know. And actually, I'll ask you, Dennis, do me a favor. Go ahead and go to your text messages right now.
You beat me to the punch. Okay, look. So you can see here on the
Play
screen.
it, baby, on the screen, on the
Right
big
here.
screen.
He sent the video right here. He's got 2 of them. Actually, I'm going to go to the other one. I'm going to go up 1. And you're on the big screen here.
Yeah.
We've been making videos back and forth. Look at this. Here we go. Hopefully the sound.
Don't do that one, dude.
Mr. Awesome, you're the best, man. Learn this from you, buddy. You're the best.
Okay, I'll play this other one. Okay. Actually, here we go. I'll go to this one you just made because you knew I was going to play it.
Dennis, what's up, man? Eric Swanson. I'm here at the summit right now, and I'm about to bring you on. I just want to
Can you hear it? I'll turn the volume up.
Yeah.
Amazing, awesome Habitude Warrior Global Virtual Summit. You can probably hear it from the background, but I'm about to
See?
see
Now you see that's in my text messages, but I can do this with anybody. Like here's my friend Ryan Stuman, and he's been sending me a text message. I could say, hey, Ryan, buddy, I was thinking about you, and you're on live with a few hundred of our other friends, Eric Swanson and Lynn, at the Habitude Warrior Conference. I love what you're doing. Keep smashing things. Right? And then I've made a video. There it is. Now, this is the one I'm pointing out that way, but there's ones that you want to do selfie style, and I just press send. Now I've replied with the video. So I can, so Lynn, go to your messages and reply, and everyone here that's watching, go to your text messages just like this, and look at the people. For example, here's my friend Dylan Collins, and I could say, Dylan Collins, dude, you are famous. I bet you are the most social media famous person that is in my group of friends and on this conference. Because how many other people can say they're getting millions of views for each of their posts on TikTok and Snapchat and Vine and other folks? Keep on posting videos so other people can learn from your example. And it's the young adults that are teaching old fogies like me how to use social media, my friend. Keep doing it. See, then I've just made a video. Now I press send. See, there it is. Now I've made this video. So everyone here, Yuri says she just did it. Are you replying to the video?
I love it.
Here, let's go to my Facebook real quick.
This is awesome, man. All right, so we get the okay, so
we get the video aspect.
Time, we got that idea of how to do it because in light of time, I want to get some more nuggets from you of awesomeness. And this is just amazing. What do you think? What's another thing that you think that we are failing at in connecting the dots and getting more, because it's all about getting more eyeballs on us. And I love what you do, man. The way you talk about this, like I want to be very clear about this. What Dennis does is he's a giver. He's such a giver. That's why I'm glad you saw the Go Giver, Bob Berg on this just a little bit ago. You're such a giver, and you give away everything and anything you can possibly give away because the law of reciprocality, they're going to say, wow, I need more of Dennis. How do I get more of you? Which is beautiful. So what do you think the biggest challenge is, besides obviously not using video as much as we should? What's another challenge that you think that we don't do that we should be doing?
Well, you need to overcome that fear of not knowing enough. And my buddy Chandler Bolt wrote a book on how do you get published. And a lot of us have this imposter syndrome thing where we feel like our story isn't good enough. Or if we Google something, there's 1,000 other people that have talked about the same thing. All of us have stories that are worthwhile. We've just got to get it out there because different people are going to resonate with you, right? With Tiffany Cook, with her audience. People are like, I'm not going to resonate with Tiffany's audience. And we think about Lynn or you, Eric, all of us have different audiences. And when we are able to flip the switch to say, it's not about me, but it's about think about it this way. You have an obligation to share what you know. It's not about talking about yourself. It's that when you are not sharing your story and your fears and your challenges and what you've learned, you are denying other people the opportunity to learn. And you're not allowing you, whether you believe in the universe or the secret or manifesting or Christianity or karma, when you don't put out there what you want and what you care about and your knowledge and what you're grateful for, then the universe can't come back and give that to you. So when I put out this stuff here, I want to train up all these students for free. If they're still in school, if they just graduated, I want to train up 1 million virtual assistants in the Philippines. Guess what? John Jonas, who's the founder of OnlineJobs.ph, he has over 1 million Filipinos on his network. He's got this giant job board. He reached out to me saying, Dennis, let's create training together. I'm like, wow, I couldn't have prayed for anything better. And the thing just dropped into my lap.
Wow.
I didn't take the initiative to say, hey, I am not necessarily the best, but I've documented what works. And anyone who has knowledge, I want to get your knowledge in here. I want to create the ultimate digital Bible on how you do stuff. If you've done something and you can document it, give it to me and I will feature you. I will interview you. I will put it out there with conferences that we teach together with Google and Facebook and GoDaddy, right? I'm here to elevate you. You have knowledge.
I'm in, man. I'm in. I'm sending you my stuff right now.
I will help you get published. I will give you clients. We just 30 minutes ago, we had a webinar with a couple hundred people on it that are all starting their agencies.
That's
and I
awesome.
said, I asked them, what's your biggest challenge? And they said, getting your first client. I'm like, that's like asking the Eskimos, is there enough ice, right? We have 50,000 businesses that are ready to hire somebody if they're qualified.
I just have to say, this is so amazing. You are systems oriented, you're engineer minded, and your number one question, number one answer to what Eric asked was about that mindset piece and how important that is.
It is.
Because we have to clear that piece in order to do all the systems and things that we know will be the engine to move forward with what we're putting out there.
Yeah. Amen.
That's awesome.
Can you make a walkthrough video?
So I get a question of how important is it to acknowledge people? And the reason why I bring that question up, I know the answer. I believe I know the answer. But acknowledging people for where they are and what they're doing, and just highlighting them. Like I'm going to highlight John Kovac eating right now, just like that. All right, I'll pull him back off. So just like acknowledging him, but I just wanted to mess with him. But I'm saying, I just saw a comment here. Let's see. Oh, here it is. You just mentioned Tiffany Cook's name, and I don't know who Tiffany Cook is either. I don't know which feed she's on, but she's like all excited. She's like, he's mentioned my name. Right?
I'm watching you.
Speak to that. Speak to that a little bit, Dennis.
She has a great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
She's a
first
great
off,
question, by the way.
you never want to be that guy or that girl, right? You never want to be a douchebag where all you do is talk about yourself. We all have friends that are like that, right?
Right.
So the best thing to do, especially in times of crisis, is talk about the wins that other people have. Talk about the gratitude that you have. The whole, there's no I in team kind of thing. And I'm constantly grateful. Like if I didn't have a mentor who was Al Casey, who is the CEO of American Airlines, give me my first job, I'd probably be, in a rice field with an ox, whatever, picking cotton or not cotton, or, I'd be like some rice farmer, right? If I didn't have parents if I didn't have my mom quit her job so she could raise me and take me around to different museums and make sure that she took care of her body so that I was raised healthy, then I wouldn't, all the things I have are because other people have given them to me. And if I don't start with whatever your morning ritual is or whatever, if you don't start from that, you're not in a position of power. Like Lynn talked about. Like I asked you, Lynn, what are you grateful for today? Like right now, it could be something small. Just off camera, I have a giant stack of toilet paper that you can't see. And I'm contributing to the hoarding problem. I'm grateful that I have plenty of toilet paper. What are you grateful for? Eric, what are you grateful for?
I'm grateful for you, brother. What's going on? I'm grateful. Honestly, I woke up this morning and I said, I'm grateful for waking up this morning, first of all. And I'm super excited about just being able to be blessed with, I honestly said this out loud, to be blessed with people that I surround myself with, like you, Dennis, like Ben, like all these individuals that really donate their time to the greatness of awesomeness out there. And I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, and Wendy just launched her virtual event toolkit. That's awesome. Let's promote that, right? Lynn, what are you grateful for?
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? Let's bring Wendy on. You got to meet Wendy.
While you bring her on, let me just share the answer that I'm so grateful sitting here going, what we are doing right now in this moment and how brilliant and beautiful and that we can access each other this way and what you're sharing, Dennis. I'm still so moved by that. We should make sure when you bring Wendy on that we also ask Tiffany's question. Bring Wendy on.
So I was going to bring Wendy on real quick. to introduce to Dennis, because Wendy's what I call my secret weapon. She's my secret weapon with the all the events that we put together and so forth. She's amazing. So I just want to introduce both of you guys real quick. Boom. Wendy, this is Dennis, Wendy.
Hey, Dennis, it's great to meet you.
Good to see you.
This was like perfect timing for me with the launch of my toolkit. I took like pages and pages of notes. So thank you so much for all of just the knowledge and wisdom that you just dropped. And video is actually something that I just recently started to incorporate into my marketing and things like that. And it definitely, it makes a huge difference.
It really does help. It's amazing, guys. I mean, honestly, I'll even share this with you guys. I've been, and this is Dennis's idea that I took it from him. Just about, 20 minutes ago, I put, it's not showing it. I don't know if it's showing, but, it's frozen, but that's okay. So,
it's amazing. Where are you? Get back over here.
There's a video view in process,
yeah.
right?
So basically I was doing quick videos while you guys were, when I hit my mute button here, did a quick video and posted it on my other site over here, or, Facebook, whatever. So it's just showing up different places. I love it. I love the connection that you're doing, man. It's amazing. All right. So
can we ask Tiffany's question?
I'm sorry, Lynn. What?
May we ask Tiffany's question?
Yeah, we're running out of time. That's all. I was going to kind of, pretend that I wasn't going to ask her and I was going to move on, but yes. Sorry, Wendy. Wendy, we're asking Tiffany's question, I think. I don't know what we're asking. I got lost.
As for a stay-at-home mom that knows nothing about the digital world and is working on an income, what advice do you have to get started sharing your story? It's similar to what you said to Wendy and what you've shared here, but if you want to more laser in on that.
It's simple. Make 15-second videos, a behind-the-scenes documentary style of what you're doing. You're making food, you're dressing your kids, you're talking about your fears. Honestly, you're talking about news, you're asking people what they think. And when you do that, lots of little 15-second, straight to the phone, selfie style videos, and you post that on Facebook, you cross-post it to Instagram, to LinkedIn, to Twitter, to what have you, people will resonate with you. When you present yourself as, hey, this is who I am, and I would love, I'm Tiffany, and I would love to see what you guys think, then people will react to that.
How many are too? Oh, sorry. I'm want to pick your brain now. How many would you say are too many, or per day? Like, do you just do them throughout the day and don't worry about how many you do, or should you be careful not to do more than 3?
Yeah. People are afraid that they're putting too much out there. The problem is that you're invisible and anonymous. I do 100 of these per day, but I spread it across, Facebook and the Apple iMessage thing and Instagram, and look, all these people are replying back with different messages. Some of it's in Skype, some of it's in like WhatsApp, which is what I've got a lot of international friends. I was just talking with this is the personal physician of the Queen of Malaysia, and I'm chatting with her right now. Right?
Wow, what's the cell number?
And we're talking about coronavirus, right? Here it is. We're having a chat, and I hung out with them in Kuala Lumpur recently with the previous queen. I'll show you a picture of me with the previous queen where we were having dinner together, and not to show off because it's just a private picture, right? When you do these kinds of connections, a lot of the things that you, like Tiffany, a lot of the things that that you think are obvious are not obvious. And you just got to put it out there. Things you think they are not as obvious as you think. Just put your knowledge out there. Don't take my word for it. Watch what happens. Your life will be transformed within 72 hours. And people are like, Dennis, I don't understand how you have time to do all this, make 100 of these videos a day. It only takes me 15 seconds.
Right. It's 15 seconds times 100. Yeah, it's not that bad.
You do the math.
Well, let me do the math.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. After
half an hour.
You mean do it later. Okay.
So
that's awesome. Hey, somebody commented on my Rockin' the Tech. Yay! That's good news. Thank you. That's awesome. Dennis, this is amazing. How can we follow you and find out more? Because obviously we need more of you.
Search for me on Google, even though I was an early employee at Yahoo. And you can also look for me on LinkedIn.
Okay. Is there something I can put in the feed here? Is it like
just put in Dennis? Yeah, LinkedIn.com/in/DennisU.
Okay.
And I'll respond to all messages. You can even email me dennis@blitzmetrics.com.
Wow.
It might
Okay.
take me a day or two, but I always reply.
Wow.
And it's actually me.
Yeah, that's actually
Wow.
all right. So I'm gonna have probably John put that in the comments for us. Thank you, John. That's awesome. And Tiffany says, "Wow, thank you so much. I'm excited to put that advice into action." So Tiffany, I would suggest to reach out to this gentleman, and it's dennis@blitzmetrics.com, I believe is what he said.
Yep.
So touch base with them and say, "Hey, I saw you at the Habitude Warrior show. You know, how can I connect with you more?" And you know, what I've noticed, by the way, is always ask how you can help them. You know, ask them, how can I serve you, Dennis? And of course, he's going to say, no, how can I serve you, right? And that's the way it goes. I love this, man. This is awesome. So, awesome. Last quick parting words you'd like to share with us, real quick here.
Hey, if you want to make best use of this time and you're tired of Netflix and you want to learn how to grow your business, learn digital marketing, we've made all our training free right now for the next couple weeks.
Oh,
And
dude, for that. Come on. Where do we go for that? I want that.
Again, I want you to now look. I want people to make 15-second videos because if they do that, all kinds of amazing things happen. So I want you to make a 15-second video about something that you learned here at this Habitude Warrior conference. Maybe something funny about
Habitude Warrior,
right? Maybe about how you like Bob Burg's book, or just something that you're grateful for, or something that you've learned. 15 seconds. Point the phone at your face. It's really not very hard. Don't worry about your hair. Just make your 15-second video, send it to operations@blitzmetrics.com, and use the subject line, "We love Eric." Okay, so "We love Eric" to operations@blitzmetrics.com, and attach your 15-second video.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, tell them you came from Habitude Warrior. We love Habitude Warrior and Eric.
That's
That'd be
right.
awesome.
We used to
So-
charge $7,500. You're getting it for nothing. There's no strings. We're not selling you anything.
John, can you put that in there? I know we've got blitzmetrics.com, but I think it was operations@blitzmetrics.com.
It's not the URL. You have to send it. It's not on the site. You got to send an email.
Right.
Because I want to see evidence. I could just put it out there for free download, and it is free, but I want you to make a 15-second video.
Got it. Oh, look at this. John's amazing. Check it out. He just put operations@blitzmetrics. Do we spell that right? Blitzmetrics?
You got it right. That's right.
Yeah, good. And attach a 15-second video. Tell Dennis that what you're grateful for. And
Dennis, I'm so grateful for you.
Habitude Warrior. That's really important.
Yes.
Awesome, guys. Rock and roll. Let's go with there we go. She's doing look at Lynn doing a video.
Everyone's got 15 seconds.
I love doing this. So we're gonna do that like this. Check this out. We're gonna go like this, and we're gonna take a go ahead, everyone, do a video. Or
You can hit the video just like this and make your video right now.
awesome. Yeah.
You see hundreds of 15-second videos. Anybody can do it. You have no excuse. I have a face
Awesome.
made for radio. See, there you go. 5 more seconds and 15 seconds. You can
That's
even
awesome.
interview your dog, interview your husband, interview whoever.
You guys rock. And I'm gonna put
Oops, he put himself out.
Oh, we lost him. Oh, because he's making a video probably.
Oh, I bet you that's why. Wow, Dennis, that
I was
is
just gonna
very
put the two
powerful.
of you guys together real quick.
Yay, that's us. I'm going to be doing that absolutely 15-second. And so take Dennis up on his challenge. I have so many other questions, but I know from time, but we can't keep going. But obviously, you're giving, and brilliant what you're putting out there. So thank you so much for that.
Honor. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. You're amazing. Thank you, Lynn. I will see you in a second, Lynn. Dennis, you're awesome, dude. You're just amazing. You're awesome. And,
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Let's hit some links this week. I'm good for some golf. I'll
Hit me
kick
up.
it. It'll be a lot of fun. And be safe, man. I appreciate your time, and looking forward to seeing you in a little bit.
Thank you, guys. We'll talk soon. Make
Thanks,
your video.
guys. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dennis Yu with Blitz Metrics. And man, the guy's got so much knowledge. It's just amazing. But you know what's cool about Dennis, in my opinion, is that he comes in, he's got such a brilliant mind, yet he just makes it real simple, and it's stuff that we can do real quick with 15-second videos, you know, and really making a difference in the world out there. So I love that. Maybe he'll stick around. Actually, he probably has another thing to go to, but if he sticks around, awesome. I'm going to bring on our next awesome young lady, and I think I just mentioned to her. Did she get my text I want her to give me a thumbs up if she got my text, because she's not there. She got a sort of. Did you get my text? Yes or no? No? Read the text. Look at my. Oh, she's like, no. Oh, I'm just gonna bring her on. What? We're secretly talking. What? Wait, you're muted. Okay, so we have a little technical difficulties. Okay, so you're muted. You'll have to go off and then come back on. You may have gotten a phone call. Can you hear me or no? Okay, so if you can hear me, Jill, what you'll have to do is maybe you got a phone call while we're on, and that kind of messes it up. So just jump off and come right back on. Okay, all right, rock and roll. So again, thanks, Dennis, for coming on and just sharing his wisdom. Amazing stuff. We're going to be bringing on Jill Lublin next, and she is a fabulous friend of mine, and she is she's awesome at showing you different ways to like get more PR. Like Lynn, you're going to eat this up. Trust me. Let me check her feed if it's working. Are you working now?
I hope I'm working now.
Yay! Go back in the green room. Okay, so did you get my text, by the way? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are you good for that? Yay! I'll be right back. All right, so Jill Lublin is one of my dear friends. She's such a person that helps you build you. That's as easy as I can put it. She is a phenomenal person for PR. She's the PR queen. If you're looking in front of more people, more magazines, more, oh man, I should show you the magazine, more magazines, more anything, like here's a success magazine with Sharon Lecter. I mean, she teaches you how to get in front of the right type of individuals and shows that are going to give you the best type of PR you're looking for. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Lublin.
Hey, thank you,
How are
Eric. Always great. I am doing great. I love that we can be everywhere, no matter what. You know, it's really powerful. So thank you for doing this and being awesome, as you always are.
Oh, I love you. You're amazing. I'm going to go full screen with you, and yeah,
full screen.
I'm going to let you take it away. I don't want to take any more of your time. I want to give you as much time as possible. Please teach us, because we are here to learn.
You got it. I'm in. I'm all yours, and I'm looking forward to supporting all of you right now with publicity tactics that you can use immediately. Because, you know, the real thing about using guerrilla publicity, and I am the author of Guerrilla Publicity, so I'm really big on giving you simple strategies that you can use immediately. The first thing that I think is so important is that it's really all about your message. Your message is your foundation, and you must seed the ground with your publicity. Let me say your publicity messaging, so that you form a strong foundation. In fact, if you seed the ground and have a foundation, you've got a groundation for your publicity. And I think that's will make such a difference for all of you as you're putting your message out in the world. So when you think about putting your message out in the world, what you want to look at is the opportunity to solve problems. You know, I've been doing a lot of free webinars right now on how to get publicity in troubled times. And the truth is, for some people, like my parenting coach, for example, I work with, I've got her going out with a great message about how do you raise your children right now without tearing your hair out, right? What are simple things you can do to stay cool with your kids? My relationship coach, she's going out with a story about, well, how do we talk to these people we're in quarantine with that maybe you haven't spent that much time with in your relationships? And that brings up all new and interesting issues for people. So as a relationship coach, she's now helping people understand, what do you do to create great relationships? So I want you to be thinking about right now how you can create a message that's appropriate for this time, if it's possible. And if it's not possible, I want you thinking about laying those foundation and PR seeds. And what I mean by that is, I want you thinking about, how can you be structuring the publicity that you're doing so that you're looking ahead and that you're planning 3, 6, and 9 months ahead. So check it out. When I wrote Guerrilla Publicity, I was actually privileged to talk to Entrepreneur Magazine. Imagine what it would do for you to be an Entrepreneur Magazine. And I remember talking to Fast Company, and the editor there, she said to me, Jill, the truth is we are planning so ahead, right? And we need your message to be of great value to our listeners and our readers and the people who, look at our blogs and social media. And I'm like, right, you need to give value and benefit. And that's what I think you ought to all be thinking about right now is how do I give more value and benefit? How do I give great content? So, what I want you to do is I want you to come up with what I would call little golden nuggets, right? Golden nuggets of great information that puts your opportunity to be in front of people in a very simple, easy way that makes your information easy to digest. In fact, speaking of easy to digest, I want you to have, really sound bites. And so what that means, my friends, is appetizers, not full meals. All right. Appetizers, not full meals. And so what we're looking at there is the opportunity to create a message that's simple and easy and makes your message be strong and powerful. And so in that, I want you to be thinking about how can I create a message that is about solving a problem in the marketplace and gives 3 identifiable solutions, because what I know the media loves is solutions, right? They want you to be relevant for the people they're serving. One of the things I've been doing for years is helping people get book deals actually without a word written. Been very successful at that. And this will be my 19th year talking to major publishers and agents and getting people real book deals. And one of the things I remember one of the publishers saying was that, the truth is the book you may want to write and the book they need, it might be different, right? And so this is always a thing about what you think is your message may or may not be. And I remember one of the gentlemen at a very major publisher said to me, the problem, the other issue is that people have to have influence. Now, let me just share with you that influence means publicity, and publicity gets you influence. Publicity gets you more prospects. It gets you more recognition. It gets you more credibility. It gives you more exposure in the marketplace. And I only mean the good kind. It gives you the opportunity to be in front of people with a message that matters so that other people care about you. And so I think that's really important, is that we want to put your message in so that others are paying attention to what you're talking about, right? And that your message is going into the fertile ground and growing more flowers and helping that garden grow. That's really important. So as you think about that today, I want you to be answering, what is the problem today? What's the problem today? And of course, we know there's a big problem today. And if you can't address that, again, be thinking 3, 6, and 9 months out, right? Because what I want you to be doing is really growing that garden so that, when everything opens up, you, the thought leader, are positioned highly to go immediately into a new message and a new way that people will pay attention to what you're talking about. So I'll give you an example of how this works. Remember, we're filling in the problem today. And as you're sitting here listening, please scribble along with me. Take some good notes, because you're going to want to identify for yourself the opportunity of what the answer is for you. So when you're looking at the problem today, I would say something like, the problem today is 4 out of 5 businesses will go out of business because you have no clue how to create publicity without spending a fortune. I want to give you 3 guerrilla publicity tips today for how to get your message in the media. The first way to get noticed is to create your ooh, ah factor. The second way is to create the I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. And the third way is focus on networking magic and show up in your communities at least twice a month for name and face recognition. Now, my friends, that was really simple, right? That is my message. When I'm interviewed on podcasts and when I'm interviewed on radio and TV, I repeat that message, as often as possible, right? You want to keep things really simple and really easy. I want you to make it in 5-year-old language. I want you to be really instructional with your message and keep it streaming, right? So we don't want to be caught, shall we say, unaware or, well, I don't know what to say, because your message that I just gave you, the formula I just taught you how to do, what's super cool is you can use this in your networking, in your media, in your prospecting, in your answers to clients. And what I think is amazing is that you can consistently use it. For instance, I have a gentleman, he was actually in my publicity course virtually, and he lives in Australia. He is an author, a speaker, and he started doing this formula. And let me share with you that he posted the answer to the problem solution, and he put it on social media and got 250 likes like that. Now, that's a good thing, right? Now, I want you to know that there's something else I did with my message that I want to teach you that I want you to do with yours. So check it out. I said, the problem today is 4 out of 5 businesses will go out of business because they have no clue how to create publicity without spending a fortune. And then I said, I want to share 3 guerrilla publicity tips today for how to get your message in the media. Now, this is one of my books. I used a book title. And for those of you who are authors, I want you to notice that I'm holding the book at my face, and I'm holding it for, just a bit so that you can zoom into the actual title. Okay. And then I said, if you want to, what? Get noticed, right? By the way, there's always a lot of glare on Zoom and different audio and video programs. So you always want to hold your book just a little bit down. You notice as I'm holding it just a little bit down, the glare gets less. All right. So that's pretty super cool. And then what was my third tip? Focus on networking magic and show up in your communities at least twice a month for name and face recognition. So I'm using every book title in there. Now, let me share with you, you don't have to have a book to do this. You can use, let's say you have a coaching program. You can use one of the aspects of your coaching program name. You can use a title that comes out of one of your consulting programs. It could be the name of your business. For instance, every one of you might have a different way. It can be one word, it can be a phrase, it can be absolutely anything that works for you. But my point is, friends, I want you to get something in there that your name, your recognition factor goes up, and the consciousness factor goes up, and the ability to speak what your message is and to give people a context for listening is really important. So I think that's really, really a good thing for all of you to keep supported in what you know and to have other people, feed it back to you so that they keep listening to you. And I think that's a really good thing to do. So as you're filling in the blank of the problem today is, and then giving people 3 solutions, be conscious about putting in the things that you're working on, titles of programs, names of your business, a consulting or coaching program inside of your main message. I love that. And it really works. And it makes such a difference for people remembering you. So love that. Keep practicing that. And then keep practicing that and keep practicing that. Say it in front.
Practicing it even
Don't
more.
you think?
I love it. I love
in
it.
front of the mirror.
How come I'm so much taller than you? What's going on here? Wait.
Oh, I don't know. We got to lean down.
Oh my gosh. Where did you get all this knowledge? How did this happen for you?
Oh, thank you. So, a lot of it comes from, frankly, working with literally thousands of clients over 24 years. And I think that's really an important piece is I got I rolled up my sleeves and I got my hands in there and I really work with people. And plus I have the opportunity and ability to hear messages and translate them. And frankly, that's been something that I'm grateful for, that has enabled me to support people for a really long time.
That's amazing. And you say rolling up your sleeves. I've rolled up my pants. I literally just have. Anyway.
I just want to know if you have shoes on, but don't tell me.
I literally don't. Do you want to know? All right. I have pants on, by the way. Check it out. Pants. No shoes.
Okay.
Look.
No shoes. All right.
I'm telling you, noshoes.com. It's awesome. I feel
well, wait, I have to tell you one thing that I was watching Jimmy Fallon. I thought he said the cutest thing. He writes those thank you notes on Friday to thank, those they're called thank you notes. And so his
Friday thank you notes, right?
Yes, Friday thank you
notes.
Or
they call Thursday, Frank. What are they called? Thursday thank you notes? No, they're Friday. Go ahead.
Friday thank you notes. And he said, thank you, socks, for being the new shoes.
Oh, for being the new shoes. I like that a lot. That's awesome. Well, how do we find out more about you? Like, how can we capture you? Or do you have maybe a free gift or something? By the way, I got to tell you, I got to tell all of you in this land of awesomeness, this is the very first time that Miss Jill Lublin has been on my stage, and she hasn't walked up to me with a package of beautiful chocolates from Ghirardelli Square in San Francisco. I miss them, so I'm waiting for the door to knock, but it's not happening.
Are you telling me you've eaten all the chocolates ever?
I've eaten all. Absolutely, yeah, they're gone. Yeah, that's the thing is like with this whole stay-at-home thing. I went and stocked up at Costco, and the thing is, it's there, and I ate it all. Like I haven't eaten that many canned carrots and things. Things I would never eat. I'm eating rice. I'm baking cakes. I'm like, who am I? Anyway, it was crazy.
You're baking cakes?
I don't know why.
I hope you're going to send me one of those.
I'll send you one. I baked a carrot. Literally, I took carrots, put it in, I baked a cake. It was a mess. You don't want it. Trust me.
Well, I'm laughing, Eric, because you know what? I'm cooking, and I say to people, I told you I could cook. I love to cook. I've just never had time to cook because I'm out speaking and training and consulting and coaching, and I love that.
That's right. And Catherine says she's grateful I don't wear shoes today. Excellent. Thank you. Somebody's saying create I've heard of you factor. I love that. Create the I've heard of you factor. I love that. So what do you think the biggest challenge that people get themselves in their way? Like that sentence just got in my way. People get in their own way. Oops, I'm covering your face with that comment. Thank you, Lynn. You were right.
No, I like my face covered with testimonials. It's very fun.
Let's put a big one then. Hold on there. There you go. Let me see if I can find a bigger one.
Well, Rick Delaney.
So people just get in their way, and what do you say to somebody who says, I don't know where to start?
So a couple things. You start with your message, exactly what I was telling you. I want you to fill it out. I want you to write the problem today and then give people real solutions. That is a great place to start. And then also be looking for opportunities. Like I'm telling you, I started with the parenting coach. Now is an opportunity for that parenting coach to come forth with, how do you live with your kids without killing them, right? Because everybody's dealing with such new things now. One of my clients was so cute. She goes, she's a business consultant, right? And she goes, I don't know how to teach math to my kid. What do I know about math? I'm a business consultant. And I thought that was such a great comment, right? So how do you double up as a mom, as a business consultant? I love these pictures I'm seeing, with this kid throwing her laundry around and the woman trying to, have a business meeting. That's what's true.
Totally. I'm doubling up as a mom. It's crazy. My kids, I don't even have kids. This is really weird. It's a very strange situation. Well, how can we, I know we're coming down to the wire here on time for this segment. How do we follow you, or do you have anything that we can grasp onto?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, if I can help you in any way, I want you to use this link, and that's jilllublin.com/schedule, right? jilllublin.com/schedule. And I'm giving everybody who's listening here 15 minutes with me to hear your message, to help you, to connect you. If you want to talk to me about books and getting your name out there, I am happy to help in any way I can.
Wow, that's impressive, and that's very nice of you. I just put it on there. Did I spell everything correctly? I think
you did.
.com/schedule, and that's in the U.S. and most countries, unless you're in Australia, it's schedule. Okay, so just a little picking on my friends in Australia. Rock and roll, this is amazing.
Wait, Eric, can I tell him one more thing? Because it's something that it's in my heart I've wanted to do for a while. Thank you. I've got this new book, The Profit of Kindness. So one of the things I'm really big now is launching kindness circles, and they're completely free. And I want to invite all of you to participate on one. It's super cool. And we have an opportunity for you to spread kindness to the other people on the call. So to get on there, again, completely free, is jilllublin.com/kindness circles. And that'll take you right there, and you can register for one, and it'd be free, and we can help you out.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for doing that. All right. So I just put it on the screen there. That's amazing. I really appreciate it. So in 3 words or less, masterminds. Tell me about them. 3 words or less. Go.
Important for your success.
Wait a minute. That was 4 words, I think.
Important for your success.
All right.
Okay, how about important, do it. Important, do it.
Just do it. All right. That's awesome. I love it. Because that's our segment. The next segment, we're going to talk about the principles of masterminding. So really excited about that. Jill, you're just such a blessing to everyone involved in your life. I love you. I just want to reach over there. It would be so weird if I was literally, it would be so cool if we were actually in the same room and I reached over and there I was again.
Whoops. Virtual hug.
Jill, thank you. Jill, did we get you in this magazine? I know we did the Habitude Warrior magazine. Are you in this latest magazine?
I am totally thrilled to be in that magazine.
You're in, right? Yeah. Good.
Wow, I'm so honored, and I appreciate it. And thank you so much. I loved it.
Now I want to find you, and of course I started from the back. There you are. Boom. So check it out. There's Jill Lublin, ladies and gentlemen, in our Influencers magazine. She's definitely an influencer in the world of awesomeness. Check her out. I'll put the banner up there again. Kindness circles. You got to put that behind this thing right there. So jilllublin.com/schedule or jilllublin.com/kindness circles. Maybe with an S.
Kindness circles. Yes, all
Perfect.
together. Yes,
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate you, and I'll see you live in person when we get out of this crap. See you later.
I can't wait. Bye,
You're
everyone.
the best. Ciao. She's awesome. Well, guys, that was Miss Jill Lublin, as you can tell, and she's just awesome. In fact, I'm going to bring on my dear friend and my co-awesome host, Lynn Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Tell me about this Jill Lublin. I knew you'd love her, by the way. So tell me a little bit more.
Well, you know that I know her for years, 15 years.
Of course, you know everybody for years, of course.
So we're good friends, and it was great I have not ever actually though seen her do her presentation, even though we've shared the stage. Times that she's been on stage, I'm either backstage preparing or something, or having a conversation with someone pulled me out of the room, or I don't know why it has happened, but I really appreciate it because it's so important to get your message very clear. And she gave really great points about the problem and what it is, and here's the little issue to be aware of. So I thought she was great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited about bringing up our new. Did you guys see my latest magic trick? Check this out. Ready? Poof. Okay, so I'm going to bring up. She's laughing. I'm going to bring up my next segment. I don't know what I'm calling it. I'm calling this the principles of masterminding, and I'm really pumped up about this because, in fact, let me just double check to see where we're at. How you guys doing, by the way? Is everyone all right? Is everybody good? Well, look at all these comments. I love it. You guys, we're broadcasting, by the way, to 5 different locations. We have tons of people on. This number is, by the way, just like one of ours. So it's all over the spectrum of platforms, I guess you call it. And I'm super excited about all the next speakers we have. We're coming down the stretch for today. If you guys are joining us next week, which is going to be on next Friday as well, we're doing one more day. So this is only a 2-day summit. And what I've done, if you noticed, is I'm taking all these speakers that are in this awesome magazine. By the way, if you want this magazine, just go to habitudewarrior.com and grab it. It's right there. Free, just grab it. But the thing is, what I do is, instead of doing a 2-day straight, because it's really tough to do, I've separated them into 2 different days, right? So today, Friday, April 24th, and next Friday will be May 1st, and we've got a stellar lineup as well. So come back. We have Shanda Sumter. We've got Nick Santo Nastaso. Oh man, he was born with 1 arm, no legs and 1 arm. I mean, the guy is just amazing. We've got my dear friend Marie Diamond from The Secret. So some of you guys know The Secret. Well, she's in it. We've got Doug Grady, Scott Duffy, Paul Blanchard, Eric Lofholm, Dana Lisa Gang, Laurel Langmeyer. We got the founder of Priceline, Jeff Hoffman. We've got who else do we have? We've got Nick Lowry. We've got, oh my God, everybody. We got everybody. So I think I named most of them. This afternoon, we have a few more amazing speakers. I hope you guys have loved the lineup. In fact, I just want to pull everyone on for a second and ask you guys, how's this lineup going, guys? What's happening? Talk to me, rock stars. Oh, you guys, wait. Don't talk yet. Don't talk yet. Now you can unmute yourselves. All right, now you can talk. All right, I'm unmuting you guys. Tell us how's this lineup going for you guys?
Awesome.
Incredible. Wow.
So good. Yeah. John.
Yeah, this is insane.
which one spoke to you the most so far? Like I know all of them. Literally, you guys. I have 5 screens in front of me and this thing, and you guys are all texting me all at the same time, and I'm going, I know. I'm like, I know. So tell me, who are the 1 or 2 out of the 7 that you've already seen that are just speaking to you in each individually? Name a name. Go, Lynn. Just a name.
I'm sorry, I had someone filming me, so
John.
Oh, obviously Bob Berg, incredible. The generosity factor.
Yeah.
And it just seems to be a common theme as we talk to Frank Shankwitz and so forth. It's blowing my mind. It's so sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Wendy.
Dennis just really resonated with me because it's exactly where I'm at in my business right now.
Yeah, Dennis Yu is amazing. Yeah, and I'll connect you guys, definitely.
Awesome.
Yuri.
I can't choose. I know we're supposed to, but like, oh my gosh, like Dan Clark always blows me away, and like Frank Shankwitz, it's just everyone. Honestly, like I feel like my brain, my heart, my soul, everything's like being inspired. It's amazing.
Right.
And that's what I think, Eric, you did a great job with the lineup, because it's not just a whole bunch of mindset people or a whole bunch of business people. It's like we're getting a little bit from everything. So it's like that whole cohesive package.
Yeah,
right.
So good, so good. So honored to be here.
Thank you for saying that. That's awesome. Natalie.
You know, so I would say the same thing that everybody's saying, and certainly parroting what Yuri just said. Like, it's so challenging to pick. I was moved and inspired, and mindset shifted in so many occasions today. I'll share the thing that I shared with you, though, because this was the first time I heard this person speak, was Jim Cathcart. I just thought he was a beautiful way. I loved everything he said. It really super resonated, but amazing. I think everybody here is amazing, and I want to give all of you guys props. You've done an incredible job interviewing everybody and asking the most brilliant questions. It's just beautiful to be in this space with you guys.
Aw, thanks for saying that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And Lynn.
Yay, thank you. I literally had someone on the boat going by filming me. I'm like, what the heck, man? Anyway, sorry.
So again,
so the
Lynn.
answer is, I would say, I mean, it's hard to choose, like Yuri, and I would echo Dan Clark. He always blows me away. I mean, they all do. But it was very special to be able to interview Nito in that way, because we get to have wonderful conversations, but in this format. And I just, he's always just brilliant. So.
Yeah, Nito's amazing, and thank you for making that happen. That was amazing. All right, guys. Well, this is awesome. This is the time that this is probably one of my favorite times. I get to show you my magic tricks. John's out. Lynn, see ya. Wendy, I'm so sorry, but bye. Okay. I don't know why I love it. Oh, Natalie. How's it feel to leave? Okay, and Yuri, any last parting words? Okay, so we're back. So guys, and somebody just said, Tiffany says, another day? Yes, another day. We have The best is yet to come. No, the best came and now it's coming. Yes. So we have another day of this next week, next Friday. It's going to be fun. Yeah. And guys, I'm not doing this every Friday. I'm just letting it no. Okay. Just saying. Do you know how fun and amazing and character building it was to put this whole thing together? Woo! It was awesome. And it's amazing that all these people showed up and literally showed up. You know what I mean? Like not only just showed up, but showed up. And I love that. So next I want to talk to you guys about something where it's near and dear to my heart. Oh, Jim Cathcart, just all these texts are coming in. It's amazing. And saying thank you for including them and so forth. And I love that. Something, if you see behind me here, there's, I guess you can see it there, Think and Grow Rich. You've got Napoleon Hill. You've got a lot of my books here as well. Just different books that really resonate with me. And there's a concept that's all about masterminds. The concept is to mastermind. And it's almost like what I just did with all these individuals, right? And bringing everyone together. So I love the concept of masterminding. And as you know, I'm a big proponent of your habits and your attitude. And I believe today we need some new, it's a new normal. It's a new day, right? It's a new time that we need to learn how to grow and dig deep into what we have in front of us, right? And what we have inside of us. And it's time for new habitudes is what I call it. So I definitely want to bring on a gentleman who's changed a lot of people's lives. He's changed my life as well. I met him years ago. My great friend, one of my close friends, Ruben Gonzalez, introduced me to him years ago. He said, "You guys are gonna be fast friends." So I was like, "All right, let's do it." And this guy has been written. Well, he's been written up in so many magazines. He's written over, I don't know how many books here's the deal. I have a bookcase behind me. I've got one of his bookcases. All of his books are like right there. And then Sharon Lecter's books are over on this side. So it's crazy. I want to bring on the one and only, the amazing, the awesome Greg Scott Reed, ladies and gentlemen. Greg Scott Reed, what's up, dude?
And then the crowds go wild. What?
Yay! I love your introduction when you introduce yourself on stage. You're like, "Yeah, I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, and nobody knows me." All right. So anyway, how that line go is hilarious, dude.
I'm the most unfamous guy in my industry, I figure. But what the heck? Get out there and make action and do stuff, right?
That's awesome, dude. Awesome. And that's the thing. Interesting that you just say take action, right? Let me take this this little banner off the same. So Greg and I shop at the same places too. We got the same jacket. Like we have to like make sure we're not wearing the same thing sometimes when we share stages. But interesting you say take action, right? You just said that. How important is it to take action on things? Because let's face it, you and I both know this. We have a lot of people have a lot of great ideas and we hear things, right? We're like, we should do this, we should do that. I think that's what attracted you and I, not in that way, but attracted you and I to each other because we took freaking action, we get shit done. We get stuff done right away. And then people look at it and go, how are you doing that? How are you there? And I'm just taking more action, right? So tell me about that. How important is it to take action?
Well, you talked about the secret earlier, and the real realities are it's the action in the law of attraction that makes our dreams come true. You got to think it, you got to feel it, but ultimately you got to get off your backside. You got to take action and you got to do it. One quick story. I know you're going to be popping on here in a second. I remember interviewing Truett Cathy, founder of Chick-fil-A restaurants. And I said, I want to be more successful. I want to be a billionaire like you. What should I do different? And he looked at me and said, that easy. He goes, stop planning so much. I said, what are you talking about? That goes against everything we've ever learned. And he said, last year you had a lot of plans. I go, yeah. And he goes, how did that work out for you? He goes, you hit a goal from time to time, but I guarantee it didn't go as you expected. He goes, look for and capitalize on unexpected opportunities. And he said, if I'm on my sofa and I want to get to the end of the street and that's my goal, I have to get off my backside, move, and take action. He goes, a planner is going to overthink. They're going to contemplate where they're going to stop, pause, take a break, avoid the sprinklers. He goes, I'm looking for opportunity. Did a kid leave a skateboard or a bicycle out to make my journey shorter? If I get lucky, I'll wave down a neighbor driving by and I'll hitch a ride to the end of the street. He says, either way, I'll get to my goal and my destination. I'm just not so caught up in exactly how it has to happen. And as you understand, Eric, it's the people that take that action that end up getting the results in the long run.
Absolutely, man. I love that. I love that story too. And you're a master at this story. I just want to like follow you around, and take notes, dude. That's what I want to do. Amazing. So what makes you, what's the fire in you that makes you do the things that you do? Because let's face it, man, you're such a go-getter and a go-giver all at the same time, to use a little bit of a Bob Berg there for you. But it's true, man. Why is that?
I'm just fueled with getting things done. I've had a goal. When I was 17 years old, I made a bucket list. I was just a kid, and they were crazy, insurmountable things to do. But last year, I crossed the last one off my list. 80 items came to be. And again, I always took small incremental steps toward it. And there's a quote that says, "Be kind to your future self." So I would always say to myself, look, if I want to be, a best-selling author, I got to take a simple step today and start interviewing ghostwriters, because I can't write for jack. And start surrounding myself with people I could take my gift and create in a way that people would want to read it. But the most important key factor was surrounding myself with a mastermind, positive, like-minded people, surrounding yourself with people you have respect for and not people you have influence over. That's been the key turning point to everything that's happened in my entire life.
I love that. Okay, so let's expand. I love this. Let's expand on the what you just said there, where you don't have influence over people, but you have respect for them. And people who are, what's that saying, which I never get the saying right, which is perfect because I'm reiterating the reason why the saying is true. Don't be the smartest guy. How's that saying go? Don't be the smartest dude in the room. Be in the room that doesn't have the smart. Anyway, surround yourself with really smart people.
It's interesting. One of the things that Sharon Lecter and I wrote in 3 Feet from Gold was that successful people seek counsel and failures listen to opinion. Opinions based on lack of knowledge or inexperience, counsel's wisdom, knowledge, mentorship. If you go to a family friend and say you're going to write a book, they might talk you out of it if they've never written a best-selling book. If you go to Jack Canfield, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul, he'll say, before you get started, here's what you need to know, and give you counsel based on wisdom, knowledge. If we would spend our activity only seeking counsel and ignoring people's opinion, that's the day our life would change. And that's one of the cool things that I think between Secret Knock and Habitude Warriors is that we always attract the people that are doing it, not just talking about it.
Yeah, it's so true. Like all these people, I keep on jumping up here. I don't know. I got to pull full screen and go like this. Right? I like eating the emojis up there, but it's so true. And somebody just said, Greg Reed, Secret Knock, Habitude Warrior with Eric Swanson changed life. Wow, changed my life. That's amazing. And well, thank you, Yuri, for saying that. And it's so true. Like like-minded, surround yourself with like-minded people. That's what the saying was. I actually love that saying, but I also like to take it to the next level. And that's what the whole mastermind's all about. Because I figure if you're surrounding yourself with like-minded people, then you're just staying stagnant instead of moving to the next level and growing to the next level. And I love it.
All right. I'm going to expand on this. And
okay, good.
One of the things, people tuning in, look, Eric and I are buddies. We're friends. We're colleagues, peers, all that, but we're friends. We're friends. And what's interesting, one of the things we were talking about on the phone probably a week ago, the thing that's driving us nuts in this industry, how it's getting a little tainted and miscombobulated. And I'll give you an example. People are selling what's called mastermind groups, and then they invite you to their house. They sit in a semicircle in their living room, and then the host just talks at you and does a mini seminar, and then tries to sell you a bunch of crap at the end. That's not a mastermind group. That's a small seminar, and we want to change the face of that. So a year ago, we set on a journey to create something called the Mastermind Association. It's the first ever Robert's Rules way of running a mastermind. Robert's Rules is like if you start a corporate meeting, you say, I first it, I second it, and there's like a system to it. So we created the same exact format for running and hosting, maintaining mastermind groups. So I took Napoleon Hill's greatest principles found in the 20th best-selling book in history, and my secret weapon, Shannon Parsons, and I together, and our illustrious mastermind group, our founding members, created the Mastermind Association. And this blueprint is amazing, and I'll tell you why. Because it's all about you. So instead of, again, sitting in this circle, the way it works is this. The host starts and says, let's get out of our selfish mind and get selfless. Right now, everyone's trapped inside a house. They can't get out. What could we do, one act of kindness to our neighbor to help them out? And all of a sudden, as a group, a collective, everyone starts throwing ideas. Oh, I can have my gardener mow their lawn. Oh, next time I go to the store, I'll buy them some toilet paper. Hey, you know what I could do? And what happens for the first time, your whole brain starts syncing together and you start synergizing and starting to see things outside your normal existence. And then here's where it gets really cool. We read how it works, and then there's a system, a blueprint to follow, but then comes the opportunity chair. You see, someone sits in the chair and they say, my name's Bob. You know, I got a pet grooming business. It's not going so good. I don't know what to do right now with COVID. But what do you guys think I should do? Here's what some of the actionable steps I've done. Now, here's what a mastermind group does. They ask qualifying questions. Imagine walking to a doctor's office and say, I don't feel good, and he just hands you a bunch of pills. That'd be malpractice. It's the same thing in life and business. So what you got to do is say, hey, my name's Bob. I'm working on this. And then the group as a collective goes around. They ask qualifying questions. Hey, have you tried this? Have you done this? Have you ever looked at this opportunity? And then they throw out ideas, and then they do this second round, which is the most important. Everyone offers feedback that you could actually take tangible steps and separate yourself from the 95% who are just dreaming of success to the top 5% who actually do it. Imagine having an opportunity where you've got 10 minds, 15 minds all working on your situation. And that's what the Mastermind Association is all about. And, you know, right now, Eric and I have been working on putting one together that is going to be absolutely spectacular.
Super excited about it. Whoops, I'm still here. Here I am. I'm super excited about this. And let's bring on, I know we have Shannon Parsons with us as well. Let's bring her in. Shannon is ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, I got a paddle. It's got a little crazy train here.
Okay, wait, let me explain that. So here's what's so cool. We created this system. So imagine if you're sitting there talking and you're explaining your situation and you start going down a rabbit hole. We hold this thing up. It means the crazy train. Shut the hell up, right? And then we have a timer where everyone's asking clarifying questions. And when it gets close to the end, we put this up and say, slow it down. And then we say, your time is up. And by doing that, we actually created a program that people can be heard and listened to at the same time.
That's amazing. So let's chat about, tell me more about this mastermind that you and I have put together, because I want the audience. And by the way, I got to tell you, we literally have I keep on doing like the Craig Ferguson thing here. We literally have this. I went like this last time and I was like, where did I throw that? I yelled at the producer, the production manager. I was like, shit, that's me. So we literally have a certain number of a maximum amount of people we can bring into this. And we're going to open this up today for the audience to latch on and bring and come with us and come on this amazing journey. I would love you to explain what it entails, how long it is, what do they get out of this? Talk to me, my friend.
Well, Shannon, share some of the experience of what it's like.
Oh my gosh, it's been amazing. The masterminds have completely changed my life just because I'm surrounding myself with people who, number one, are focused on me and my personal growth, but people who have had certain amount of successes. So they're giving me that counsel from where they're coming from. And it's just been amazing. One of the things that we've noticed in the Mastermind Association is that a lot of times people, no matter where they're at, are lacking clarity from taking that next step forward. So my favorite part of being part of the Masterminds is being able to help someone find that clarity, step outside their comfort zone. And Eric, you said this earlier, have that outside your comfort zone be your new normal.
Yeah.
So I love getting to create new normals for other people.
And you know, it's interesting. Napoleon Hill always talked about one principle that I believe you're going to see more than ever before. And that is collaboration over competition. Collaboration over competition. Even in our space, you know, I do an event, you do an event, Bill does an event, you know, Bernie does an event. And right now, at this time, everyone's coming together as a collective. And for the first time ever, we decided that Greg, Eric, and Shannon are going to get the band together. And we're going to do the very first ever Habitude Warrior mastermind group that no one's ever seen before. Now, imagine this. For 3 months, every other week, we jump on one of these Zooms and we follow the Mastermind Association where Eric, myself, and Shannon are your guides. We bring on a guest speaker, one of our famous friends between his Rolodex and mine. It's pretty insane, right? And they're going to come on and they're going to share 10 minutes of words of wisdom, discoveries, that they might have found, a new lead, a link, a hot stock, something that's going on. And then we start our session. And the best thing about these moments when you're sitting in the opportunity chair is we want to learn about you and know exactly what you're going through. Because when you come back the next time and we gave you a tangible steps to do and you didn't take them, you're not allowed to sit in the chair until you've taken action and show that you're willing to do what it takes. It's about accountability and responsibility. And that's what this program is going to be all about. Eric, are you excited?
I'm super, super pumped about this. And what I love is it's simple, yet it's direct. You know, it's twice a month. It's about what, 90 minutes? Is that right? The time frame is literally a 90-minute meeting where you're going to be, and explain this again, because I love this part, that we're going to have X amount of people in the hot seat, and it's really what I call the action seat. And really, we go ahead and mastermind around to give you, and they're only allowed to say certain things. I don't want you to give away all the secrets, right. But okay. Can you dovetail a little bit on that? Because it's beautiful.
Shannon, you can share on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love it.
It's beautiful. So everybody is getting so much wisdom and so much counsel, and some of it we can take and some of it is not usable for us. And you're only allowed to say one thing, and that is thank you. Again, it's this idea of being gracious and having gratitude. Everybody is giving you a beautiful gift that's coming straight from their hearts to help you grow in the way that they see possible. So if you can use it, great, hold on to it. And if you can't use it, say thank you, but take action on at least one of those things.
Yeah, one of the beautiful systems that we've created is literally having an opportunity to have your voice be heard. A lot of people as entrepreneurs or individual business people, we're in our house, we're all by ourselves. We don't have positive group to talk to. We don't have a mastermind. We don't have a board of directors. We don't have these advisors. Well, we put it together for you. And here is the best part. Last time we've done mastermind groups, they're always what, $25,000, $50,000. That's the standard going rate. You and I got together and said, we're going to do this for 3 months for $1,000 a month, just $3,000 total. But here's the best thing. Right now, today, you sign up, it's only going to be $2,000 for 3 months of us, our friends, and access to everybody. The reason we did that, we took away every excuse. You got no excuse anymore. But I will tell you this, you will not remember the couple grand you spent, but I promise for the rest of your life, you're going to remember these connections and the wisdom that you gained, especially because you took action.
And I have to be a little bit selfish here because one of my favorite parts, and Greg, I'm sure you enjoy this too, is we get calls, text messages every day from people saying, I took action on this and something big happened, something exploded. And in some cases, I just quit my job because now my side hustle has become so beneficial that I can go with that full time. So we get to really bear witness to some amazing things that are happening in real time.
Yeah, Eric and I do that too. Sometimes, we'll overhear a conversation. Let's say Brian Tracy's off the stage and he's talking to someone, and he and I are like, listen in, because you can learn from observing other people. And sometimes when you're sitting in the chair, you might be going through something where everyone else eavesdropping, looking in, or they're offering feedback, or thinking, gee, I'm going through something very similar as well. So anyway, look, we don't have a sales pitch. We have only an opportunity. We only have an invite, something that's very unique and rare because we literally have never done it. A lot of times you go to these events and they go, we've never offered this before. Everyone watching this, you understand we've never, ever teamed up like that in our history. This is that. So take advantage right now. Again, the program is called the Mastermind Association's Habitude Warrior Program. It's going to be 3 months, every other week. It will blow your mind. And here is our offer to you. You trust us. You join us. When it is done, your life will be completely transformed, but not just for you. It's going to be transformed for your family because they're going to be so proud that you took action on those ideas. The greatest thing we can do is honor those around us, is to live the life that we were destined for.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I love that. And I want to mention one more thing. I want to stand taller though. Hold on. I want to mention one more thing that I love the fact that the mastermind most people, they have this idea of building their business and doing different things. And then what do? They go home and they talk to their wife about it, or they talk to their whoever, or they talk to the dog walker or whatever. It's like, really, they're going to have the answer. And maybe your wife or your spouse or something they're going to let you off the hook. Well, when you're in this group, you don't get off the hook. It's like a commitment to your success, which I absolutely love. I'm so excited and so proud to be part of this. I know we had a gentleman who wanted to give us a testimonial, an actual testimonial right now, and that's Mr. Alex Stern. There he is.
Hi, Alex.
Alec, if you could give us, let me unmute you. How about that for an idea? There we go. All right. Either I'll play or you play. There we go. All right, good. Alex Stern, tell us about Masterminds, man. What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, so for a firm believer in every way, and I've been able to participate in many. We're coming in as the guest expert, and so just seeing how they operate and how they flow. It's actionable immediately, and today more than ever, we all have ideas of things we want to do, or maybe figure out what do we do with our business, how do we go to the next level. This is the best way for you to go forward, because you're accountable. You're gonna get action. You'll take that action and you get results. And there's no one better to do that than the group that's sitting the other three around here for pulling together the right people that can participate. And then when you're in that opportunity chair, the pulling out the sort of the Rolodex and being able to connect you in every way for the ideas of how you're going to take your business to the next level. So when you're taking action, you're also teaming up with folks that can really help you do it. So let me hats off to all you guys.
Let me elaborate. So what that means is when you're in the opportunity chair and you say, look, I'm looking for a connection over here in this category. What we do is literally pull out our cell phones and go, hey, I know a guy. And then we start texting it to each other. So this isn't conversation. Let me be very clear. This isn't you believe in yourself and you got to go. This is you got to believe in yourself. You got to go. This is the steps to do. And by the way, here's the person you need to contact to make it happen. And Alec was on one of my masterminds just the other day. Alec, I don't know if you're still there or not, but someone texted me your quote today. And what you said was, I did not take no's personally, but I took the yeses personally. And you just explain real quick what that meant, because it was so powerful.
Yeah, so it just goes back to something I live by. A no's mean not now. So I honestly, in every situation when someone says no to me, and it started when I was a kid, on a hot day I wanted ice cream. I'd say, can I have ice cream? My mother would say no. But when by the end of the day, I got ice cream because I figured out a way to whatever I needed to do for her to want to reward me with ice cream. But in business, if I accepted all the no's that I heard, I never would have started or even pursued the companies that I had and that had led to some great success. And so no means not now, because it might not be the right time. There might be some work on your part or their part before you're going to turn that into a yes. And so when the yeses happen, I take those to heart, and they mean a lot to me. And oftentimes they're the result of a no, putting in some work to turning that to a yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, one of the people that popped up, Christian, is in my other mastermind group. Alex, this is what's so cool. It's combining forces. We're just like the Brady Bunch right now. We should all be waving at each other because this is what's happening. We are now going to have an opportunity to put all of our brains together. And the fact of the matter is, we truly want to help you, because at the end of the day, this too shall pass. And when you come out of it, you want to be ready to go. It's like a bear coming out of hibernation. You want to be in your summer clothes, ready to rock and roll, and come out with a fierce attitude. And that's what this group's all about.
And I love this. And I love what you said. You said this isn't a sale. This is an opportunity. I love that. And I'd love you to talk about the fact that they're getting certified as well. Tell us about that. I mean, that's huge right there.
Yeah. So we created the Mastermind Association, which is an actual blueprint certification online. And each member is going to get access through Shannon, where you're going to go through and become a certified mastermind consultant yourself. And what that means is that you can actually start running and hosting your own masterminds. You can charge money. You can make all this money back and more. We're not telling you just for that business, but I'll tell you this. Just like he said earlier, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. When you go back home and you got no one else to talk to except your fishing buddies and people you went to high school with, you can only go so far. It's time to expand the horizons. So we are going to teach you our principle, certify you while you're going through it. So when you come out the other side, you're on top, ready to rock.
Love that. All right. So tell us again. I mean, tell them. I already know. It's a $3,000 deal. What we're doing is this. For those who actually get in touch with Shannon today, and all you have to do is text that number, right? Or text the word mastermind to that number that's on the thing. John Kovac, could you go ahead and type that into the feeds there? That'd be great too. So the number is 59925. Type in mastermind. That's all you have to do. What you're going to get is, and this is for the people who are serious, like literally we have a certain number of people we can bring into this because
I got 2 people already just right now.
All right, good. So those who, if you already know Greg's text or email or whatever, connect with them. If you already know Shannon, connect with her right now, or just type in this mastermind to 59925, and you're going to get an auto response right away. It'll give you a little link that you put in your first name and last name or something like that. And Shannon, that goes directly to Shannon. She'll reach out to you to have a quick 10-minute conversation, 15-minute, to see if it really resonates and if it really is right for you. Because let's face it. I mean, let me ask you, Greg, is this right for everyone or not? You know, is it something where it's right for a lot of people, but maybe some people it's not right for? You know,
I'll go with that. But more importantly, we're only going to do. There's going to be 18 positions. That's a good
point. Good point.
It isn't for everybody because we couldn't do everybody. This isn't one of those things where it's hundreds of people like a seminar. It's a mastermind group. And the way we split it up is we'll like 1 week do 9 people and the next week do 9 people. So everyone's getting a chance to be heard. And for those who don't feel like they're in the right spot, in the right position, we understand that and we wish you love. Keep joining us, keep coming out, and we welcome you all the time. For the people of you or people that are going, I'm just not sure if it's right now, then it is now. Yeah, that's it. That means you want to separate yourself. You want something more. Look, draw a line in the sand. You know, step across and say, it's my turn. You've been taking care of your family and friends, and that's nice, but it's time to get selfish. Like Les Brown says, fill your own cup first and then feed the world with what flows over. The greatest way to become a form of yourself is to become the greatest form of yourself. I love this. And just step across and go, it's my turn. I love you, family, friends. You don't need new sneakers today. Mom and dad, we're going to go surround ourselves with positive, like-minded people. Join us. It's a very selective group, and it will change your life forever.
I love that. I love it, love it, love it. And again, if you get in touch with Shannon today, by the end of, how long do they have, Shannon? Like the next 2-3 hours? Basically, at the end of the day today,
you want to get at some point.
They get a thought. You got to go to bed at some point. Yeah, no. Look. Those who connect with her today, have a conversation with her. We jump it down from $3,000 down to $2,000. That's it, and you're in. And there's no other fees. There's no other things. And you get certified, which is really cool. Somebody put something down here saying, oh, certification is really interesting. That's actually worth the money right there. So guys, I'm super excited about this. I'm so excited. So rock and roll. Thanks to the Brady Bunch little Zoom thing that we got going on here. This is awesome. You guys are the best. Thank you, Alec, for the video testimonial live in person. Hey, Greg, have you seen my new trick? Watch this. And there goes Alec. I know, it was weird. Yeah, watch this. Shannon goes
do that again.
I know. No, I can do it again. Watch.
You can't. There's no way.
Check this out. I just take the pen and all I do. Watch this. When I put the cap on, Shannon goes away. Is that crazy? It's nuts.
Didn't even see it happening. See you later, brother.
Shannon, love you. You're the best. People are going to connect with you. Shannon, would you like to give your personal, cell number on this or not to have people connect with you?
Sure. My phone is already blowing up. So it's 760-522-2156. And if you're ready, give me a call. If you're not ready, give me a call. We'll give you some other resources that will help you get ready because we want this ripple of success to reach the masses.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. And just before Greg goes, and that's the thing, I mean, Greg, you and I know this. It's all about collaborating and connecting. That's it, man. I mean, let's face it. Like you and I look at our offices are similar. Everything's look. I got a whole thing. You got a whole thing. We got events and so forth. But it's not all about what's it called? Competition. It's all about collaboration. And that's why bringing the minds together. That's what a whole mastermind is all about. And that's where the genesis of the masterminds years and years ago started. So I'm super excited about it. Super excited to rock and roll with you and all these individuals we're going to bring to the next level. Love you. You're the best. Thanks, buddy. See ya. Rock and roll. That was Greg Scott Reed, ladies and gentlemen. And that was so awesome. I'm going to bring a couple people onto this. We got Lynn, and we got Wendy, we got John, we've got our newest member of our MC team, Alex Stern, and then we've got
welcome, Alex.
Yay!
And we've got Yuri. So I'm just so excited about that. Can you tell? Like I'm like, oh, like it feels like it's 7 o'clock in the morning for me right now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I just feel invigorated of awesomeness. That's what I feel. What are your thoughts, guys, real quick, before we bring on our next speaker who's gonna blow you away?
Well, I didn't know you guys were doing it. That's an incredible deal. Honestly, I had no idea you guys are doing that, and that's amazing. And just like today's been amazing. I can't believe the people that were on here today.
It's awesome. Super excited about it. Yeah, John.
One of my favorite things about what Shannon and Greg just shared about is they are bringing to life what Napoleon Hill set in place, right? Going back to what he preached and what he shared as the most effectiveness. They're reliving it, and they're not recreating or reinventing the wheel. They're just bringing what works and what helps people. And I love that concept of, masterminds weren't meant to do anything else but help other people. So they're all about you. They're not about someone else, someone pitching, someone, sharing some sales technique or whatever. It's all about you. And that's what you get when you attend a mastermind.
And it's a private space for you to go ahead and say, okay, guys, here's the deal. This is what's working. This is what I'm really sucking at, and we can help you with that. Because, I mean, raise your hand if all you raise your hand right now. Go ahead, just raise your hand. Raise your hand. All right, Alex, stop. Raise your hand if you've ever been in a situation where, people, colleagues, or, people in your industry are like, oh yeah, let's have coffee. Tell me more about your business. And you're like, oh, it's great. It's awesome. It's awesome. This. And yet you're thinking, no, I really need help in this area, that area. But you just don't want to be honest with that person right there because you don't even know that person. Well, here's the deal. It's a mastermind. It's like having 15 doctors around you that can see your business from a different perspective, which I love. Real quick before we end this session, Wendy.
Well, I was just going to say, I think, the fact that you're keeping it small also has a huge benefit. I'm in a couple of different masterminds. One has about 75 people, and then the smallest one has 8. And just being able to have that smaller group, what I found is that you'll speak something, you'll say, I'm having trouble with this. You come up with a solution, you say, I'm going to do this. But then it's the other people in the room that are like, oh, well, you know what? I can connect you to this person. They can really help you with that piece. So not only are you getting the advice and helping to gain the clarity, but it also fast tracks how quickly you're able to actually implement what you're saying you're going to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all about that. It's fast tracking and implementing, and we're keeping it to 18 individuals. That's the real mastermind frame is what we're doing. Lynn, do you have one quick thing?
Oh, yeah, bam, echo what Wendy just said. Perfect. But I wanted to add on that because what also comes with it that's so important, it's that accountability piece. When we are entrepreneurs and solopreneurs, we kind of have to self-motivate ourselves, and we have business coaches and mentors. But with that group, there's kind of that collective group accountability that acts like an engine, especially the way you guys just said how you have it set up, which is fantastic. Will force you to take that type of action and feel actually fueled for that action.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah. Somebody just mentioned or asked a question. Will there be other rounds of the masterminds? So what we're doing is we're putting together, it's 18 people for the first round, first group. And if we have an excess of that, which we probably will with all the different people and the texts that are coming in, we may open up a second group. So connect with, if it's already sold out, connect with Shannon and just let her know that I'm approving a second group. All right. So please connect with her on that. Awesome. And let's see, was there somebody else? No, nobody else. No. All right. So, what's up, brother? Oh, what's up? Well, you guys are awesome. I appreciate you being on this, and I'm going to show you my magic tricks, but I wish I could just do it all at once, but I can't.
Wait. When I snap my finger, Eric goes away.
What? All right, next. Try it again. Bye-bye.
Oh, no.
All right. Oh, Wendy. See you later. Oh, by the way, Wendy, I got to tell you something. People are texting me saying, oh, my God, I want to know her. She's the sweetest and super brilliant at what she does. So I need to connect with her. So you're getting like shout outs everywhere.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Can't wait to meet all of the people.
Whoever they were. All right. All right. See you in a little bit, Wendy. By the way, John, oh my gosh, everyone's texting me that you are the brilliant and sweetest guy ever. They want to connect with you. Okay, Lynn, everybody is texting me. They want to, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They did say that about, just kidding, John, you're up. A little bit. Lynn, thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and I'm really nervous because guess what? It's this young lady. I am so excited for the fabulous, amazing. I see her smiling down there. She always is smiling. I tell you what, here's the deal. What time we got? Oh, it's perfect timing. It's about 10 minutes late. it's perfect timing. It's actually not that bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you something that whenever I'm at an event, I always love being able to look in the audience and I see a friendly, amazing person, heart, face, heart, everybody. I mean, everything. I see this aura of awesomeness, and it's usually Sharon Lecter just there. She's just like there for support. She's one of the people that I know, and one of the very few people that will show up early and leave way late, so that she connects with everyone in the audience and connects with you. She's such a heart-centered individual. She's a dear friend of mine. She's written, she's a 7-time New York Times bestselling author. My whole section of Sharon Lecter is over here, actually. And I have all of her books over there. And it's not in reach. Here's one of them, actually. The 3 Feet from Gold. And where's my other? I had Outwitting the Devil here a second ago. I was just had it out a second ago. I'll pull it up in a little bit. And she's been written up in many, many, many magazines. One of them is called the Success Profiles magazine, Sharon Lecter. She's also in the Influencers magazine in here. There she is. Bam! She's amazing. She has been on, she's financial literacy on the presidential council for this. She's just a phenomenal individual, one of the brightest people I know. And I got to tell you, I was scared when I met her because I was intimidated because she's so smart, yet she's so sweet. So I want to bring on the fabulous Sharon Lecter, ladies and gentlemen. Sharon Lecter, how are you? Oh, let me make sure you're unmuted, and you should be in 2 seconds. Up, you're mute. It says their mic is not unmuted, so you need to unmute your mic. There you go.
I'm here. I'm here.
Sharon Lecter, how are you, my dear? How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I feel great. I feel like I just woke up. It's awesome. And
you've been busy today. Been great programming.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's great individuals, great people that I surround myself with, like you. So how are you? You're being safe, obviously, and you're probably at the ranch, I'm assuming, today.
Well, I've been back and forth between my home in Paradise Valley and the ranch. I brought Mike up here 5 weeks ago because he's got lung issues. So when we bought the ranch, he always wanted a survival property, and it's out in the middle of the Tonto National Forest, and it's all solar power, own water. I never thought we'd actually use it as a survival property, but that's exactly what we're doing. He's been here now 5 weeks, and I don't see anybody else, but I go home to do some video stuff. And so right now, I'm sitting here at Bruzy's Vineyard. Give them a little because the internet at my ranch is satellite, and so it's great for the download. But the upload video, you'd see kind of a fuzzy Sharon, not quite the highest quality. So Bruzy's opened up and said, "Come use me." So I come here and do my broadcasts, and I love them dearly. They're very supportive. So I'm sitting here in Young, Arizona. Having a little glass of vino, waiting to come on your show. So
that's awesome. Wait, that's water, right? Yeah. So interesting. So they open up the whole restaurant for you. You are the one.
Well, they can't serve because they're, this separation. We talked about social distancing. So I said, well, instead of 6 feet, we came 200 miles. So we're here in Young, Arizona, and they are here. They do takeout. People can come buy wine and get takeout dinners, but they open up so I can come in and use their internet.
Amazing. What's the best thing on the menu that they have besides the wine?
Well, they have a varying menu all weekend. Tomorrow night is filet mignon, and they go across the board. They have fantastic, huge submarine sandwiches, and they have the beef and cheese boards and vegetable boards. So
Gotcha.
it's great. Support your local people. You know, we've saying for weeks, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, now I said, transform that, be the beacon of light, and start supporting your local businesses.
Love that. Love that. Okay, so where are we today, and where do we need to be tomorrow?
Well, hopefully you've had the last few weeks to really focus, you turn that fear into focus, because when this all started, I say it's the trifecta of fear. We had the fear of the illness, the virus. We had the fear of the economic collapse, our businesses stopping. Some of us, our businesses are even busier, and the fear of isolation, being alone, the trifecta of fear. And of course, that fear is real. The question is, what do you do with it? Fear can either paralyze you or motivate you. And most of us are paralyzed by that fear. And we want to hide under the covers. But let's turn that fear into energy and motivation to focus. We've had the opportunity as a global reset to redefine who we are, redefine what we want, redefine our business, and say, what has served me well, keep it. What has not served me well, get rid of it. Who's on your team? Who needs to stay on your team? Who else do you need on your team? It's so important for you to take this time to truly work on your business as well as in your business and redefine, because the world is different. And what are you going to do to prepare yourself to be able to capitalize on the new world instead of being capsized by the new world? And so each and every one of us has that opportunity. And I know you couldn't find it, so I'll show it up for you. Outwitting the devil right now is more important than ever, because it talks about how to deal with that fear. And even in the book, he talks of when he's interrogating the devil says his strongest fears are the fear of death and the fear of poverty. Well, guess what's happening right now? And so take control, take this opportunity to find that definiteness of purpose, to define who you are and what you truly want. Now, when I first released Outwitting the Devil, I talked about the world we lived in. The fear of criticism, I felt, was the most pervasive. We want to keep up with the Joneses. We want, what will people think of us? Well, 6 weeks ago, that got erased. Fear of criticism, we don't have to worry about anybody else right now. Just worry about ourselves and how we're going to serve and help others. And so redefine who you are and what you want out of life. And you have a clean slate. Create the life you want. Be able to develop and successful businesses, solve a problem or serve a need. We have a few of both right now. So this is an exciting time to redefine and recreate your business to be able to serve more people. The Play Big movement that I launched 2 years ago is about being number one in your field, living your legacy, and that comes with every heart you touch, and creating maximum impact. And these kinds of shows, Eric, you're helping create, you're playing big, you're helping impact more people. Because one of the things I've talked about for a long time is, like Eric, people that are single out there that have been alone, reach out, be their beacon of light. But as we start seeing,
I've been trying to reach out to single people, and they're not responding back. They're like, calling the police. I don't know what happened. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Well, be that big. Right now, instead of fearing about what's happening, states are starting to open again. How are you going to serve people? How are you going to redefine your business and get out there and really serve others? So for the last few weeks and everything I've been talking about is focus on you, focus on what's good about your life, what needs to change, good about your business. But now I'm saying, okay, it's time to play big and think about other people. Pick that one or two local business like Bruzy's and support them. Give them a shout out, make them feel better, because by supporting other businesses, you support yourself.
I love that. That's amazing. And the way you just said that, by supporting other businesses, you support yourself, you could actually just really edit that and say, not edit it. I'm not saying, believe me, I'm not telling
you. You're going to edit my words?
Hold on one second. Wait, hold on. I am not saying, now I'm nervous. I got to walk away again. I'm so intimidated by you. It's crazy. I love you. What I was saying was, what if we change now, support your local businesses, but you could change the local businesses word to support others, and then you're going to support yourself as well that way. I think that's beautiful. That's excellent. So we're in the, I always do this section of the commercial break, and I'd like to just commercial break it with a couple of the books. There we go. Tell us about this this book. Oh,
let's add this one. Hold them all.
Yeah, I know. I can't find my copy. I think my dogs are reading it right now. They're like, I'm serious.
How about this one?
You know Samuel and Jackson, and they have it in the other section here. It's crazy. Tell us about this one right here. Something success is something. This is one of your fairly new ones.
That's the latest one with Greg and I. We decided to come back together after 10 years releasing 3 Feet from Gold, and did Success and Something Greater. It's a great book. We have some incredible success stories in there of people, and each one of them defines success differently. And so I challenge everybody, especially with what we've been going through in the last 6 weeks, sit back and say, what does success truly mean to you? All right, what does success mean to you? My definition has always been, it's how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror, and it has nothing to do with the reflection, right? It has, Mother Teresa was hugely successful. It wasn't because it was money in the bank, right? She had a vow of poverty. What is your definition of success? I know a lot of very rich people that are not happy. I know a lot of other rich people that are very happy because they're fulfilling a purpose greater than themselves. And that's a success and something greater.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You saw me go off camera there. I'm still trying to find my Outwitting the Devil book. I can't believe it. I think the devil's playing a joke on me here somewhere, but amazing. So what do you think is the next step for people? If people are sitting at home right now, hopefully, and they're scared. They don't know what's happening. They don't know what they should do. What do you think their first step to do would be? What do you suggest their first step to be?
Well, you know who I am. So the first step is to figure out where you are financially. Mm-hmm. Sit down and figure out, even if the picture is bleak, at least you know where you are. My dad said a map doesn't do any good if you don't know where you are and where you want to go. Figure out where you are financially, and then chart a course out. And understand it's so important to buy, build, or create assets. You can go back to the cash flow quadrant, my second book with Rich Dad, where it's the quadrant where it's the E and the S on one side, employee and self-employed. That's you exchanging time for money. And that's the people that are being crushed right now. I help people move to the right side of the quadrant, and that's where the B and the I, business owners and investors, those are economic engines. Those are where the assets are. My favorite word on earth, assets. Assets are sexy. I'm doing an event for you ladies, May 15th, assetsaresexy.com. It's important to understand if you want to prevent this kind of economic problem for yourself, start building and creating income producing assets. Every single one of them becomes your employee, an economic engine working for you. And that's everything I've always taught is don't focus on income, focus on assets that create income.
Love that. Love that. All right. So what's next for you? What are you doing? I know you're speaking all over the world. You're helping people. And what drives you? What drives you to help people? First of all, I'm curious because you're one of the most. Look at all these magazines you're in. You're one of the most, driven people I know. And at the same time, you're one of the most sweetest people I know. So what drives you?
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Well, many people that have seen me speak before know I share this. When I was growing up, my father would say every night, Sharon, have you added value to someone's life today? I lost him 14 years ago. I still ask myself that every night. Have I added value to someone's life today? Wouldn't the world be a better place if everybody focused on helping others and adding value? And it's something that, 7 years ago, I lost my youngest son, and I went into this numbness, this world of numb, living my life in neutral, no more highs, lots of lows. And I almost made the decision to retire because I stopped playing big. in my prior companies, building the talking children's books and Rich Dad. I was playing really big, playing with the big boys and the big girls. And I started playing small. And when I thought about retiring, and I said, you know what? It's probably time to just like hang it up. I wasn't sure what I would do. And I started getting a lot of pushback from friends and family, and even you, Eric. But I also kind of like from my son saying, get over it, Mom. There's more for you to do. And everybody watching, particularly now, this is even more important, that we've all had something that stopped us in our tracks, whether it be this current issue, whether it be a death, divorce, another financial setback. And the issue is you got through it. You're here, and you're still here for a reason. And people can learn from you. You can help others that are facing the same thing that you faced and survived. And so it is our responsibility to support those that are going through the same thing. It's also an opportunity to create income producing assets, because you know what? It's okay to make money while you're helping other people.
Right.
And it's so important to understand that if your motive is helping people, solving a problem or serving a need, you're going to make the money. The money will come.
Right.
If your initiative is just to make money, you're going to have a few bumps along the way.
Right. I totally agree with you. Thank you for sharing that. So interesting. You had to take a self-reflection. You looked internally and said, okay, you probably asked this question, am I playing as big as I can possibly play? Am I helping as many people as I could possibly help, or are you self-serving? And I love that you came back out and said, all right, I'm going to play big. In fact, people are putting down, Aaron and Veronica Garcia say, let's play big. Tell us about the play big. Now, I was going to ask, tell us about the play big movement, but I'd rather ask a different question. Tell us about the play big theory. What's it mean to you to really play big? And how are we not playing as big as we should? Are there certain questions that we should be asking ourselves?
Well, certainly. The Play Big movement really stands for being number one in your field, living your legacy, and that means every heart you touch, you create your legacy, and creating maximum impact. If you're going to work, why not play big? Why not reach out to those powers of association? I know you just had Greg on the show, 3 Feet from Goal. We talk about that personal success equation. And that personal success equation is taking your passion and your talent. Now, my passion came from anger because I was mad we weren't teaching kids about money in school. Right. Combining your passion and your talent, and most people stop there. But in order to truly be successful and to build a successful business, you need that power of association, just like you and I have that power of association, Eric, and all the people you have on the show today. That power of association, making sure you're surrounding yourself who are strong where you are weak, surrounding yourself with the right mentor that can help you get to the next level. And sometimes a mentor that's helped you get to where you are today isn't the right mentor that's going to get you to the next level. And then taking the right action and having faith in yourself. And so when I start working with people as a mentor, I go through that formula with them. And I go, if your passion and your talent is there, right? Let's talk about your power of association, the action, and your faith, because that's usually where people get stalled and they don't play big.
Interesting. Very interesting. So do people come to you? What's the most common question that people ask you, and how do you respond?
Well, the most often, let's see. That's a good question, Eric, because I have a lot of different questions that people come to me because I love the mentoring that I do. And it's like, what's the one thing? Tell me the one thing that I can do to take my business to the next level. And that's what we're going to show on May 15th, assetsaresexy.com for the women businesses. I'm bringing in my friends that have 100 million in revenue plus businesses, $1 billion valuations, the founder of Jazzercise, the founder of Extreme Solutions, a cybersecurity company. She did cybersecurity in the military. She came out, built a business around it, and skyrocketed. She was Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year, first woman in technology last year. And I'm bringing them all together to share what they did and how they did it so that people that are attending can find that one thing that can help them take their business to the next level. And taking action. It's one thing to watch programs like this, and that's good because that's what you're feeding your mind, but you've got to do something. You got to take that one action that will employ it in your business to get to the next level. If you want more information about the personal success equation, this is not a sales, there's zero cost. Go to personalsuccessequation.com, and I have a formula for you to walk through that to determine and access your own personal success equation.
Oh, that's awesome. Watch my magic trick. It's going to be on the screen in about 10 more seconds after John types it in. Watch this. So he's smiling down there. That's amazing. You know, you just mentioned, you know, what's that one thing? So if people are asking you, so people come up to you and you say, what's that one thing that I should do that's going to take me to the next level? Your answer, I'm assuming, is, well, it's going to be one thing, but it will be one thing for different people, right? People are in different positions in their lives. So you have obviously a system to identify that. I know you have a lot of coaching and masterminds and different things that you do, and I love that. So it differs, but let me ask you this: if there's 100 people and they all have different lives and different things going on, and they all have different one things, does it come down to maybe 3 or 4 major one things that you could collectively see? You know, this is the average 4 or 5 things that really is the one thing that come. You know what I'm saying, right? Does it come down to like 3 or 4 things?
Well, it really is just one thing, Eric, and it's building, buying, and creating income-producing assets. Because otherwise, you're your only economic engine. You're your only asset. And if you don't get up and get out of bed, you're not going to make money. And we've been taught that very quickly in the last few weeks. So you have to create those economic engines, create those assets. And you've had a pass for the last 5 weeks. You've been able to actually sit down and do some of that. And if you haven't, then start doing it now. Write the book that you've always wanted to write. Create the online program. And maybe you have a product that you can create. All of that is so important because every wealthy person in the planet has one thing in common. They have income producing assets. And if you don't have assets, then you are still trying to run for money. You're on that rat race. Start to, it's not what you do for your paycheck. It's what you do with your paycheck. So that's the one thing that I do with all of my clients. Let's see what assets you have, and let's see how we can double it, triple it, quadruple it. Because you may have a successful business, but I want to help make your successful business sustainable, scalable, and saleable. That's when it's truly an asset, because otherwise you may just own a job.
I love this. All right. So tell me, wow, thank you. So tell me more about the saleable, because ironically you have, isn't her last name part of that? You just co-wrote a book with Michelle Saylor Tucker. All right. Oh, you have it there. Yay. Exit Rich. Let me put it full screen. Go ahead and hold it up again. There you go. Wow.
This is a pre-release copy.
Wow.
It will be released in hardback in July. You can go to exitrichbook.com right now. And if you pre-order it, you get some special gifts from us. So exitrichbook.com.
All right, wait, hold on. Do you have a magic marker right there or a little Sharpie?
I do, actually.
Oh, you do? Here, grab the Sharpie. Is it right there? Right?
No, I'd have to get off screen. But.
Oh, that's too bad. Never mind. I was going to have you sign that book for me right now. You know I was going there. Wow. So Exit. So what's like the top 2 or 3 things that we need to do to build this, make sure that our business is saleable, and we can exit rich? What are there 2 or 3 quick principles that we can that we should start looking at right away?
Well, it's your systems, right? My favorite word, assets. My next one is leverage through systems, right? Systems. Do you have systems in your business? And that's what makes it operate. That's what makes it create an economic engine. And so the systems in your business, do you have them? Have you developed them? Because if you have not, then you have a job. Those systems are operated by other people's money, other people's time, other people's resources. Right. Those are how you create the systems within your business. And, from a minor standpoint, online, a funnel is a system, right? Okay. A marketing system, a communication system, a processing system. How am I processing my money? That's a system. How am I collecting orders? How am I serving my customers? How am I nurturing my customers? All of those are individual systems that when you pull them together, create the economic engine of your business.
Love it. What is the type of person that you love to work with? What type of person, like what type of industry do you love working with? Do you resonate more with the entrepreneur or the business owner or the person that has, 1,000 employees or that person that's getting into speaking? What type of industry do you love to work with?
Yes. I work with people from all different industries because, number one, for women, all right, only 1.7% of women-owned businesses make more than $1 million a year.
Wow. Say that again.
1.7% of women-owned businesses make over $1 million in revenue a year. That's criminal. We need to get that high. So I do a lot of focusing on helping women create stronger and scale their businesses. I love working with businesses that are in that $1 million to $5 million range and help them get to 10, 15, 20. That's really good. I love that. I also help beginning authors the old-fashioned way on how to get your book out there and sell it and get people to support you in distributing your books and getting them done.
Quick question about the author. So is it better to self-publish or go through a big, huge house?
Do you have an hour for me to explain the assets on either side? The accountant's favorite response to a question is it depends. Okay. It's very difficult to get a big house to take you on today if you're a single author. Plus, it's a year and a half to market. That's not the kind of world we live in right now.
Right.
Plus, they own the copyright. Plus, yes, they pay for everything and they get it into the stores, but you no longer own your book. They basically own it into perpetuity unless you have somebody like us negotiating a different term for you. They handle all the systems. It's a year and a half for it to get published, and they help you for about 2 weeks, and then it's up to you.
Yeah.
So in today's world, with everything so virtual, and certainly before all this happened, I talked about the demise of the bookstores. Well, now even more on a virtual world, you have the opportunity to use a smaller house or a house that is a hybrid where you still maintain the ownership. You might have to pay for getting the books printed, but they have the connections to get them into the stores and the airports, and so it's a partnership. And so every person's intent is different.
Okay.
But you write a book, and if your book is really you're writing it to be a business lead, you don't want to have to pay for your own book. And a traditional business, a traditional publishing house may sell your book for $25, which means you get 15. You may get 50%. You have to buy your own book for $12.50. That doesn't make a lot of sense if you want to use it for leads. You want to find somebody that's going to help you with it where you can get your own book at cost so you can use that for leads. So that's only a few. I have probably 100 different tips related to that. But you have to make sure you have the right mentor, Eric, somebody who understands the systems of publishing, understands what your goals are. Because the right answer for you, and I see Lynn on screen, so the right answer for you may not be the right answer for Lynn Rose. Mm-hmm. You need to have somebody that can sit with you, step into your business, understand what your desires are, and help you come up with the answer that's best for you to take your business to the next level.
Love that. So we have some comments coming in. Someone who doesn't want to be named. I'm just kidding. The name didn't come up.
I need you in my life. Is that a marriage proposal? Sorry.
I don't know.
I'm in my 40th year, so marriage is out, guys.
No case or anything. Nobody. No, it's crazy. Let's see. It's all these. I
need you in my life, Facebook user. You can email me at info@SharonLechter. We'll see what we can do to help you.
Absolutely. There we go. And I know that people want to come on and ask you some questions. Would you mind if I brought on a few people to share this conversation? But before I do that, what's next for Sharon Lechter? How do we absorb and just learn from you constantly? What's the best way to do this? I mean, I know that.
Well, I would appreciate everybody signing up. It's geared for women entrepreneurs, but we have a lot of men. We have several men panelists. We're going to have men attending. The assetsaresexy.com, the event May 15th. It is virtual. I actually planned it before the virus, but assetsaresexy.com. And the entry-level ticket is free because we want to make sure we support and help as many people as we can. There are some VIP levels and everybody's going to get a giant bag of gifts. We're tallying up the value, but it's well over $10,000 now of people that are participating in this, that are giving something to the people that are taking the time to take action to come and support themselves. And the whole idea is to find that one thing that's going to take you to the next level.
Okay.
And so I would love for everybody. I would love everybody to go on to exitrichbook.com and pre-order. And if you pre-order multiple copies, you get more and more gifts free.
Nice.
So,
I'm putting that on right now, exitrich.com. There you go. And we can pre-order those copies. Awesome.
Yes, exitrichbook.com. Yep.
Did I get it right or wrong?
Exitrichbook.com. John has it right.
That's what I meant. Sorry about that. Excellent. Awesome. Well, we're going to bring on a few people to ask. By the way, Tiffany Cook loves you. She's so excited. She can't wait. She's going to be on the assetsaresexy.com, I'm sure. This is a comment from our YouTube channel over there. Let's see. And then we've got your information there, of course, info@sharonlecter.com. So we're good there. Let's bring on.
You can go to personalsuccessequation.com to get that download that's free. So.
Okay, great. I'll have John put that in, or somebody can put that in, and I'll share that in a little bit. Awesome. Well, I know there's some people that would love to say hi to you. If I can bring on.
Absolutely. But I challenge everybody watching. Are you taking action? Or are you just sitting back and let this fly by? Take action.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I wish we had a lot more time, because I love your story of just the whole story of Rich Dad and Rich Dad Poor Dad, and how Robert came into your office and the whole thing about that. And actually, could you just take just a minute or so just to explain that it was supposed to be a pamphlet that went with a board game. Tell us really quickly about this, if you could. And how
my husband, Michael, is an intellectual property attorney. And
Sure.
so one day this guy came into his office and flip-flops, Bermuda shorts, Hawaiian shirt, with this idea for a board game drawn on a piece of paper. His name was Robert Kiyosaki. And Mike knew that I was already working with school systems trying to get financial education into them. So he introduced us. And I was at the very first beta test when the game Cash Flow was drawn on a piece of butcher block paper. He had different caliber bullets as playing pieces. So fantastic person. But I was the only one that got out of the rat race. And the whole concept of that game is teaching you the importance of buying, building, and creating assets.
Right.
And so I said, I love this. I want to help get this out. And he said he wanted to charge $200 for it. And I said, well, maybe we should write a brochure. And that's when he asked me to be his partner. That was the launch of the Rich Dad Company, Cashflow Technologies. We were partners for 10 years, during which we wrote 15 books together. But the brochure to sell the board game, which we never expected to write anything past that, was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So this was the original edition of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. So.
Wow. It's just crazy. The story is just amazing. And wow. All right. So I want to share with you a photo and a quick story before I bring on a couple people. Let me see if I can share my screen. Let's see here. Where's my share screen? There it is. Application. And I will go here. This is kind of cool. Tell us about this. So you just spoke on the world's greatest motivators. Tell us about that. That had to be pretty cool.
That's right. worldsgreatestmotivators.com/episode 8. 8 meaning episode of abundance.
Nice.
That was when I talk about playing big again. When I made the decision to play big again, the world started opening for me.
Right.
I was on the Think and Grow Rich legacy movie. I had I shared the stage with Susie and just so many different people. It was incredible. And then to be asked to be highlighted along some of my dear friends and greats like Bob Proctor and Les Brown and Mary Morrissey and John Assaraf and Lisa Nichols. So I was asked to be part of the World's Greatest Motivators show. And you can go to worldsgreatestmotivators.com/episode 8 and see the episode that I did. And there's all kinds of free gifts there as well. And you can actually see all the episodes there of all my friends, David Meltzer and Lynn and Kitchen and Julie Jones Hamilton. They came together to create this. And it's just an incredible series of life-changing information for people. So take action and go visit it and review it and see what 1 or 2 tips you can take to take action with.
It was awesome. Yeah. And they had, you shared the stage there with Brian Tracy, who was there, Jack Canfield, Michael Beckwith. I don't know if you mentioned him. It was amazing. So excellent. I have one more photo I want to share with you. And I guess I have to sort of preface the story here. I don't know if I mentioned that I was, the first time I met you, I was a little intimidated. Have I ever shared that with you before?
Oh, yes, several times. Thank you. I still can't figure out why.
It's because you're so fabulous and you're so, and someone came up to me and said, "Oh my God, you know who that is?" And I was like, "No, who's that?" And they told me. I was like, "Oh my God." And then you were right there, and I walked up to you and I shook your hand. I literally went like this. I said, "Hi, Miss Sharon Lecter. My name's Eric Swanson." You go, "Hello, Eric." And I said, "Okay," and I ran away. It was hilarious. But I want to show you a photo of right then. This is that day. Do you remember this photo? That was at Secret Knock with Greg Reed, yep. And that was the day I met you. The first day I met you, and
yep.
that
bad
photo.
Hair day. That was a bad hair day, but yep.
I'm sorry, but it was windy that day. This photo is just near and dear to my heart, and I know that just you've always been.
You have that look on your face in that photo.
Oh yeah, I was scared. I mean, oops, I just lost it here. There, I'm totally scared. Let me pull a full screen if I can. Oh, there we go. I was like, I'm getting out of here as soon as I can because I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I'm just kidding around. So I want to bring a couple people up I want to introduce you to a couple of my friends because they're amazing. Oh, by the way, Natalie Susie just signed up, so she's going to be at the Sexy Assets asset. Make sure, by the way, if you're going to type that in, make sure you get all the words in there, okay? Because if you just leave one word out, you will get a whole other website. So make sure you put assetsaresexy.com. There you go. And entrance is free. And everyone's going. Let's see. Tiffany's going to go. We've got everybody jumping in here. Debbie Campbell says, hello, inspiring women. I love it. Love that. And Dr. Young, good to see you, Dr. Barbara Young. Dr. Barbara, excuse me. Great to see you from California. All right. Oh, Lynn just signed up too. I want to sign up. Somebody sign me up. So I want to bring on a couple people. First is just someone who's fabulous and so sweet. Just really almost like feminine awesomeness. Alex Stern, ladies and gentlemen. I want to bring Alex. I'm just kidding. I want to bring Alex Stern up.
Oh my God, it's really windy. Bad hair day.
Yeah, I was gonna say hi, Alec. I love the hairdo. Yeah.
Listen, hey, it's been long,
Alec, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. How's my favorite person, Sharon?
I'm fantastic. Now that I see you.
That's so sweet. I'm so excited for the new book. I'm excited.
It is. I'll send you a copy and give me a quote.
All right.
You gave me one already.
I think I'm on the book. I'm on the cover somewhere.
Yeah, you're in here.
I gave you a quote. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Alec, any quick questions for Miss Sharon Lecter that you might have? I know that.
Quote. Let me read his quote.
Oh, great.
Exit Rich reveals the best way to plan your company exit. Michelle and Sharon cover all the steps and lay out the game plan from scaling to selling. Alex Stern.
Nice.
Yeah. Drop the pen.
Drop the pen. That's awesome. Any questions that you might have, Alec, for Miss Sharon Lecter? I know you all share a lot of stages together and time.
We do. No, I just it was great to hear how you've I was fortunate to be on the Play Big movement, and I'm just excited to hear how much you're doing now and playing big again. And it's amazing what comes your way when you set yourself up to receive. I guess I would just say that I talk to a lot of businesses about working on the business versus in the business, and get out of the tactics and focus on the strategy. And I just wonder if you had someone that you've worked with where there was a breakthrough just in chatting with them about doing that.
Well, so many times people, they have blinders, right?
Yeah.
And it takes people like you and I. The opportunities are right there. They're right there. But they're wearing their blinders and they're 8 to 5 or 8 to 8 or 8 to midnight days, just working in the business, and they don't recognize it. That's why it's so important to have people on your team like Alec and me. We have that more experience that we want to share, both good and bad, right? So, but we have the opportunity to, ask those questions. Have you thought of? I can't tell you how many times I've asked that question to people that I mentor. Have you thought of? Not telling them what to do, but opening their eyes to the possibility, right?
Yeah, and I think so I've done the same and just had a lot of breakthroughs where getting out of the tactics and looking at the strategy and some of the things that they are doing that they can do today. When they actually sat and really thought about it, they're coming up with great ideas to just a new way of how they're going to market or a new way to serve their customers. And so it's been exciting to have those. I just read a quote that somebody put on from a call yesterday of the breakthroughs that we experience that they feel will just take their business to that next level. So it's great.
Absolutely. Well, I heard a quote last week that I've shared a couple times today. It says, smart people learn from their mistakes. A genius learns from the mistakes of others. And that's why it's important to have mentors, because they can help you learn from the mistakes of others.
Exactly. So, well, you're great. Thank you. Thank you. It was great to be able to see you and talk to you.
Always. Love seeing you, Alec. Thank you.
All right. Love you too. Thanks.
See you later, Alec. You rock. Hey, John, can you write that quote down from Sharon? Because I want to write that down for myself. Thank you. So that was great. We're going to bring on a young lady who is named Lynn Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Lynn Rose. There we go.
I wonder if I'm winning the lottery. Is it going to be me? Is it going to be
Hi, Lynn. Great to see you.
So good to see you. And I love hearing some of those backstories, which actually has us understand all the more where your insights and experience comes from. I've been having the joy of working with Michelle Seiler Tucker on ExitRichBook.com because we created the whole funnel for the big sales of the book. And I just want to add, because what you are doing is so incredible in that book, and there's all these extra bonus videos and resources. So if you want more of Sharon, that's also a great way, ExitRichBook.com, like you said. And I am so excited for your AssetsAreSexy.com. And I think right now is a great time, because I already was planning to make time to really get inside my finances and know my numbers instead of being more loosey-goosey. I knew that was an area I needed to clean up. And right now I think is a great time for all of us, because look at what we're facing, where we have to get smart about our numbers, period, but also prepare so that on the other side of this, we are all the more strengthened. So I'm very excited to be a part of your Assets Are Sexy. I'm glad that you're offering that.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. I wasn't planning on selling anything today, but since you said that, I've got my money mastery course. It's on my website for $1,500. And for the last month, I've been offering it to people to help them get their hands on it for like $79 so that they can really dig deep into their finances. And it's like a semester course in money and taking control of your finance. But it's really the cost of onboarding somebody. So I want people to take advantage of that. And if you're at all interested, you can go to, let me see here, bit.ly/money mastery intro to get the $79 price.
Wow.
I'm writing it down here.
Bit.ly what is it? Bit.ly /
bit.ly/money mastery intro.
Wow.
I'm writing that down.
$1,500 down to $79. Oh my gosh.
I'm all over it.
We're having a lot of people do it, and that's really at cost, because that's what we pay our team to get it upwarded. So, but it really will help you take from where you are to identify those areas that you need to work on first, and then how you can start the first initial thought process of what assets should I create and how do I do it, and that power of association. So
brilliant. So brilliant.
Nice.
Thank you for what you do, Sharon. Thank you.
Awesome. So we're going to bring on next. Thank you very much, Lynn. We're also going to bring on Miss Yuri Choi. Yuri Choi, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Yuri. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? So good to see you. And just like Eric, the first time I met her, I was super intimidated, and I actually told her. So yeah, it's so cool to be here with you. And yeah, I'm just super inspired just by your environment, like just the environment, the energy that you create everywhere you go. Like you are someone that I look up to. That's a woman that's killing it. That's so amazing. So, and I love what you were saying today about how, you know, and coming from you specifically, like there's a difference between being successful monetarily and then being successful, like actually living a happy, fulfilled life. And you're somebody who's doing both, and it's so amazing to see. And I can't believe you were married for like 40 years. It's crazy. So wow. Yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, Brian Tracy and his wife have been married 40 years this year, and Mike and I have been married. We had dinner together in Ireland a few years ago, and realized that there aren't too many of us in this personal development stage that have those long-time marriages. So,
yeah. What do you feel like? I know this isn't like a financial question, but what do you feel like is the key to a long-lasting relationship?
Well, I'll give you my humorous answer: separate bathrooms.
No taken.
Yeah. My husband's the smartest man I know. I have tremendous respect for him. We have a tremendous marriage, and it was started in love at first sight. We literally fell in love the moment we met, and yet the longevity of our marriage has been mutual respect. And we still do a little pitter patter when we see each other, so that's good too.
Aw.
That's so sweet. And you know, I think about what you said all the time, which is I think you met him when like you had like a bad business moment, but you like met him. So I'm like, you know what? Literally, there's nothing that can go wrong. Like
what a good memory. I'm so impressed. Yes. When I made the decision to leave public accounting, it was when I decided I was working too hard for someone else. And so I made the decision to go with a client, and it was the worst business decision of my life. But as Napoleon Hill said, out of every adversity comes a seed of an equal or greater benefit. Well, had I not made that mistake, that big business mistake, I would not have met Michael Lecter. And so my worst business decision gave me the best life decision.
Yeah, that's amazing. So yeah, it gives me so much courage. I'm like, whatever I do, literally nothing can go wrong.
That's right.
Like something amazing will happen. So thank you.
There are no mistakes. There are simply learning opportunities. And when you have a mistake or a learning opportunity, it is an occurrence. It is not a definition. And too many people take that as a definition as who they are, make it a label. No, it's just something that happened. Accept it, learn from it, and move on.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
All right, we have two more individuals who are going to jump on. Thank you very much, Yuri, for joining
Thank you. Love you.
a little bit. And we have Miss Natalie Susie, one of my favorite friends and favorite humans in the world.
Hi, Jen.
Yeah, so I wanted to introduce you guys. You guys met, did you meet yet?
Yeah, I think we met at your birthday party, didn't we?
Yeah, we've met at Habitude and your birthday. Yeah, I love that story that you just shared. First of all, thank you for everything you do. I'm really just coming on to say it's so beautiful having someone like you teaching us this kind of stuff. And I cannot wait to do this sexy assets. What a beautiful way to market this. I love it so much. But I love your story that, you know, I don't ever hear you talk about the story around your husband. I'm sure you've told it a million times, but I haven't heard that part of it before. And it's such a beautiful thing. And I think the thing that Yuri is hitting on too is like for women, we have to consider the business, the babies, all of that content, all of that stuff. And every time you make a business decision, you have to think about those things too in such a different way. So it's just beautiful to hear that one of your biggest business mistakes led to something that's just awesome. Like, what a lovely story.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your work.
Natalie.
Bye, guys. Have a beautiful night.
So we're going to invite one more person, then I might have a surprise for everyone involved. I'm going to invite, so Sharon, I'm going to definitely introduce you to this young lady offline as well, because I call her my secret weapon. She's just awesome on putting together systems for events. And I told her yesterday, I said, you really, you calm me, which is cool. Like, have you noticed, like, I'm pretty calm, you know?
I can't wait to meet her. Somebody that calms you down. Oh my goodness.
So her name is Wendy Freeman. Ladies and gentlemen, Wendy Freeman. Wendy, this is the fabulous Sharon Lecter, a dear friend of mine.
Hi, Sharon. I'm honored to meet you. I've heard so many amazing things about you, and I'm glad that Eric gave a little intro, because I'm sitting down here and I'm like at my computer screen like this, just like watching. I was like, oh, I better sit up. He's gonna bring.
I hope some of the good things are true.
No, they've been great. I think, first of all, I went to your Assets Are Sexy website, and like, from an event planner, I love that you're calling it a live event, because they're virtual. You have in-person events and you have virtual events. So that was like the first thing that like caught my eye. But when
they wanted to call it a virtual summit, it's kind of being used a lot. I said, it's a live event. It's a live event. We just aren't in the same room. So
Exactly. And you'll have that engagement, which is what, we're experiencing here, which is what makes it a live event, because it's not just a bunch of pre-recorded things thrown up there. But I think the thing that you talked about early on that really, I appreciated all of your stories and everything that you've done. And I just added like 6 books to my Amazon wish list. But I think that the biggest thing was, leaving your legacy and remembering, your why, right? Like tapping into your why. Like you said, for you, it was based on anger. And I think that for so many people, they're like, oh, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do this. And they don't take action because it's not who they are. It's not their way of being. They can't speak to that. So I was just wondering if, what other of all of the successes that you've had, I mean, that's what, ultimately kickstarted your career, but what other whys, motivated you to do all of the amazing things that you've done?
Well, my personal mantra from the moment I left public accounting was, why not, right? When you are asking why from other people, you're expecting an answer from someone else. Why not comes from within. Why not do something different? Why not solve a problem? Why not serve a need? Why not walk the road less traveled? I don't want to follow everyone else. I want to tackle something new and create a new path. And so for me, my passion initially was my kids didn't like to read. So I started the first talking book company with the inventor of that. And we grew that around the world. So I've always seen something that was where I could invest my heart as well as my mind. And that's, I think, where the passion comes from. And certainly with my oldest son, got into credit card debt when he went to college, had a good time his first semester. That was December of '92. And that's when I really dedicated the rest of my career to financial literacy, financial education, helping entrepreneurs. And that passion is as strong today as it was back then. So the people you're referring to, they may have something they're interested in. It's not a true passion. If you truly have a passion, it's what drives you out of bed in the morning. And when you remind yourself what problem you're serving, or what problem you're solving, or what need you're serving, that's what helps you get out of bed in the morning.
Yes.
And that takes it outside of you. And so it gives you that motivation and inspiration. Okay. Now, I don't consider myself a motivator. I want to be an inspirator. I want to inspire people, because inspiration comes from within you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love
this. Powerful. It's so powerful. And that's, as an entrepreneur, I think that's so important, because if you're just doing something for the sake of doing it or for money, good luck.
Wendy, thanks so much for being here. I'll definitely connect the two of you. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Awesome. So I want to ask you, I may have a little surprise coming on the screen here for a second, which would be kind of cool. And I really want all of us to, this is going to be awesome.
I'm going to look down for just a second, because I'm
Sure.
supposed to be on another show right now.
Of
So
course.
I'm just going to tell them 10 minutes. All
I
right.
will just do full screen like this. Check this out. So it's
All right,
amazing.
go ahead.
It's amazing how I love the fact that that Sharon, you have. Did you say 40? You've been married to Michael for 40 years. Is that correct? Wow. Well, I'd like to bring on a couple people that are really near and dear to my heart. They're my Habitude Warrior, Rockstar, Dream Team members. They're two of my Dream Team members, and I'd like to bring them on because they want to say hi. There they are. Let's make sure that they're unmuted. Let's see. You got to unmute yourself on your phone, Tucker and Sarah.
Hey.
All right. Oh, you're even wearing the shirt, man. What's up? That's awesome.
I'm always representing.
Yeah, he's got the uniform on. Good job.
He does.
So I think at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay here, but I'm going to put myself on mute and Sharon on mute for a second, because if I think what's going to happen is going to happen, we'll be just sitting here watching.
Okay. So, Sarah, I actually wanted to talk to you, and I felt it was just right to do it here because, for those of y'all who don't know, me and Sarah, we are actually dating. We're together. I met her at Habitude Warrior, and just as everything else great that's ever happened in my life, it happened at Habitude. That's where I got to meet the amazing Sharon Lecter. I got to meet the Wishman and everything. I get to share the stage with legends, and that was really like phenomenal. And in my past, one of the people that on the stage actually spoke about it. So it spoke about writing down your dreams and the things that you want to accomplish in detail. And I actually wrote down in my journal that I wanted to meet someone at an event like Habitude Warrior that wanted to put on events and build businesses like me. And I've met you, and I know like we kind of like I even like we like I tried not to run with it, tried not to do everything, but ended up couldn't stay away from each other. Ended up driving us like we're going crazy about each other. So anyway, just as everything great in my life has happened at Habitude, I feel like this is the right place. And I want to grow with you. I want to build with you. I want to travel the world, and I think that we're going to do great things together. And I want you to understand how serious I am, and I want you to know that I do genuinely love you from the bottom of my heart, and it would mean the world to me if you, Sarah Alexander, would be my wife.
Yes. Oh my God. I love you. Gosh, I'm so excited. Oh my God. So talk about.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh my God. How excited are you guys? Sarah,
I'm so excited.
Did you say yes, Sarah? We didn't hear
I
you.
said yes.
So cute.
You said yes?
Eric is now a matchmaker.
This has got to be the first marriage proposal, the first marriage proposal in the history of Habitude Warrior. It's not the first hookup, but that's definitely the first.
I originally wanted to do this on stage at Habitude Warrior, but it wasn't possible due to COVID. So,
well, you are on stage right now, brother.
This works.
Oh, perfect.
That's awesome. So we have, I'm just like rotating people in here. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations.
We're so excited.
So you'll have to name your first, second, and third and 19th after Habitude Warrior. Your first it'll be Habitude. The second will be Warrior.
Oh my God.
Habitude Junior, Warrior Junior.
Guys, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
So excited for them. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Hi, Sharon Lecter. Sorry for the little tiny break there. Oh my gosh, we have you muted. Sorry. There we go, Sharon. You're unmuted now. Sorry about that. Wasn't that beautiful? Oh my gosh, he just.
That was fantastic.
Oh,
let's check back in 40 years, right?
Let's check. We'll check back in 40 months. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. That's amazing. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful. We got Lynn crying over there. This is great.
That's awesome. That's good juju for you, Eric. That's beautiful.
And they're still here. Look, guys, go honeymoon. Just stay indoors. Oh, you guys will stay indoors in your honeymoon. Good idea. Yeah. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, guys. We'll celebrate in person when we can meet.
Yeah. We'll definitely do that. I'm so happy for the two of you. All right, that was so sweet. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about that. So I wanted to just let me pull this full circle to finish up this conversation with the one and only fabulous Sharon Lechter. Sharon, was that like the first proposal that you've had within an interview of yours?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, done. That's funny.
First. Yep. I
Have
often
you-
ask people, when was the first time you did something for the last time? Or when was the last time you did something for the first time? So here we are.
Here we are. That's amazing. Have you ever seen any proposals on in person, like stage at an event like this?
Yes.
You have? Oh, great. Excellent.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I'm really happy that I know we took a little bit of time here, obviously, with you. Super happy that you're here with us. I'm so happy that you're healthy and happy up in beautiful ranch. And I know we listed a bunch of different websites and different things. People are joining that. What's something you want to leave people with today that they should remember to do tonight and tomorrow?
Well, you are the CEO of your own life. And we're all where we are today because of the choices we made before today. So if you want something different in your life, start making different choices. And you've heard a lot of fantastic speakers today, a lot of resources provided to you, and many of you will just not choose to accept, go after it. Take that action and make sure that you make those choices that are going to drive you forward, because the economic world will come back strong. We just don't know exactly which markets are going to come back first. So prepare yourself to be able to take advantage and be able to serve other people to create, we're not just economic opportunity for yourself, but for everyone else. And as I have said earlier, we talk about the light at the end of the tunnel. Become the beacon of light for others.
Become that. I love that. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you. I love you. Mwah. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Tell
Bye,
Mike
everybody.
hi, everybody, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was the fabulous, amazing Sharon Lechter. If you haven't read any of her amazing books, well, you've been living under some type of rock, and she is just awesome. So make sure you go to assetsaresexy.com. Check out the fabulous Sharon Lechter. She will. She's going to be on that, obviously, that show or that event, and it's she's offering it for free, which is really nice. That was Sharon Lechter. I'm so happy that she was here with us. Okay. And wow, we just had a proposal, a marriage proposal on stage, on the Habitude Warrior stage. We're so excited that they met, these two souls of amazingness, Tucker Bearden and Sarah. It's going to be Sarah Bearden. I love it. So I'm super excited about bringing up my next guest, my next speaker, and actually final speaker. Before I do that, I want to bring up Wendy Freeman to just chat about our little happy hour thing that we're going to be doing in about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes.
Yes.
And tell us about this. So it's a BYOB, bring your own butt, bring you. and it's going to be a virtual Zoom happy hour. Tell us about that.
Yes. So, we've all been here all day, inspired, engaged, lit up. I've seen the chats coming in. Everybody's been chatting, with each other and responding in that space. But now it's time for us to see each other's faces. I'm sure you're sick of seeing all of us and have the opportunity to kind of just talk with each other. And I mean, this will be a large mastermind, but who knows what will come of it. Basically, as soon as this last speaker is over, I will pop a link in the chat. The password is going to be BYOB. I'm not going to repeat that. No, I'm just kidding.
Can you put the link
I'm
right now?
going to pop it in there.
Yeah, pop it in there, and we'll show it towards the end as well. But the password is BYOB, so be careful, all right? Because don't spread that around too much. But it's going to be a great amount of just awesome people just jumping in there, and it's going to be a Zoom situation. It's password protected, of course. But what's cool is we'll have different places where you can jump in and say hi to different people. We might open up different rooms, and you could just go in and go out and do different things and meet some people, for the next half hour or 45 minutes. Might play some music over there. We'll see what happens. Oh, if you have an instrument, bring it. Let's play some music over there. But get to know your fellow people who've been here all day long, which is awesome. Love you guys. Get to know some people so that you can collaborate a lot more. All right. And somebody said, wow, such an incredible day. Oh, great. Thank you. So, Wendy, anything more about that? You just put it in there. Great.
Yep, I just popped it in there. We'll pop it in there again, and just looking forward to chatting with everybody.
Awesome. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate you. Awesome, guys. So we are going to bring up the final speaker of the day. And I'm so excited about bringing this gentleman up. And it's perfect for him to be the closing awesome speaker of the day, because he is one of the most genuine and most just rocketing, unstoppable people that can possibly be in your life. And if you allow him to be in your life, he will change your life. This gentleman is a 4-time Olympian in the luge, and he will share with you his story of never giving up, of always sticking with things, of always moving to the next level, and conquering the awesomeness that you can conquer on a daily basis. So I'm really excited about bringing up the one and only Ruben Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen. Ruben Gonzalez, you
Eric,
are frozen.
where am I?
Let's see. I don't know. Let me pull it up again. It's I can hear you. I just can't see us.
I don't know. Let's see.
Right. We'll just let's do this. Why don't you pop back out and pop right back in? We'll do it again. Okay. So I'll pop you off, and there we go. I kicked him from the studio. Sometimes when some people get a phone call while they're waiting in the green room, it just kind of cuts it out for some reason. So we're fixing that issue in a little while. But he'll just jump back on. So I'm so excited, guys. I'm so excited. I was going to play a sizzle reel of his. Actually, I'll see if I can share this screen while he's still jumping back on. And let me see if I can share the application of what I have. I think this is it. All right. Let's see.
He's a perfectionist, and he wants it to be the best because that's his Olympian spirit. It's truly who he is. He wants to give the best and have people experience the best. And that's why, in my opinion, he is one of the best. Would you please help me welcome to the stage from Houston, Texas, 3-time Olympian Ruben Gonzalez!
All right, here we go, man. Woo! Hey, look at this. Wow! Woo! All right. Even before my first Olympics, I might have been jogging. I might have been lifting weights. I might have been eating dinner. I might have been walking the mall. We know what's going on in here all day long, what I thought about all day long. I was walking into that opening ceremonies and the Olympics. I could see myself walking into that stadium. I see all those people cheering. It was so exciting. I look over there. Wow, there's that flag and there's those rings and we're here. I look over my shoulder and there's that torch burning brightly. And here's the Olympic orchestra playing the Olympic anthem, my favorite song in the whole wide world. And we're high-fiving each other. Man, we made it. We made it. It was worth it. It was worth it. And you feel the cold wind hit your face. And you feel the snow and the tears of joy. And you feel the goosebumps just riding up your face. I can feel the goosebumps right now, guys. I am there. I am. And 4 years later, when I actually got to go into that stadium, it was just like I imagined it, only 100 times better. It was awesome. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey.
Let's bring on the one and only Ruben Gonzalez, but I gotta push pause on that video. Now you can talk. What's up,
Eric? How you doing, man? It's great to see you.
I'm doing great, brother. How are you, man? Great to see you.
Awesome. Thank you.
You look younger. You look younger than
No, I don't know what happened, man.
You look younger, bro. What's up? You look awesome. So, dude, tell us about what's happening in this world of conquering awesomeness. You know, you are the king of this. Can you, I'm not going to take any of your time. What I'm going to do is I'm literally going to pass you the torch. If you
will. My gosh. Are you sure you want to do that? We'll be here till midnight.
You got a 20-minute talk. You're on right now, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, cool, man. So what's happening? Gosh. About a month ago, it got very interesting around here. Everybody started canceling their events, right? I'm a professional speaker. That's all I've done since 2002. And I got scared there for a couple of days, right? And then I realized, hey, just got to figure something else out. And started testing out the Zoom, making some calls. And when something like this happens, guys, you're hearing everywhere that this is a time of opportunity. Well, let me tell you, it is, but
only if you're willing to take advantage of this change. Okay. We're going through the biggest change ever. Okay. And change, you know what it does? It's a blank slate. It's a blank slate. So that means that this is a great opportunity to pass the people that were ahead of you, as long as, so you have to take advantage of the opportunity. And so in the luge, for example, when we got started doing the luge, the first few years, whenever at the end of the day, we watch videos of our runs, and coach would always point out to us when we made an adjustment, right? Maybe we're a little going into curve 6 a little bit late, but we made a little adjustment, and you can see that on the film, believe it or not. He says, see, you made an adjustment there. Good job, right? And he was telling us that because, see, the more adjustments you make, the faster you are, your better time, right? You don't want to wait till you're way out of your line to make an adjustment. Heck, you might crash. And so this is a time to make quick adjustments, right? And so change, the way you take, I'm just gonna give you some examples of change, okay? Because this is what we're going through. This is what you need to grasp. Watch a tennis match. Player A wins the first set. Player B makes an adjustment, wins the second set. Player A makes another adjustment, wins the third. It's always back and forth. It's because they're adjusting. Baseball, same thing. The pitcher's adjusting to the batter, and the batter is adjusting to the pitcher. And so you have to take advantage. And so whoever adjusts first wins, okay? And so in times like this, what you need to do is throw mud on the wall. You always have to throw mud on the wall, okay? You throw mud on the wall, someone's going to stick. You can clean up the mess later. And so you want to make mistakes as quickly as you can. This is what I started doing. I got scared for about a day or two. Then I realized, hey, it's mud on the wall time. So I started trying everything, contacting clients, contacting different, trying to figure out which parts, which industries where we're still hiring, right? And then trying to figure out the Zoom thing. And I've been able to book gigs, right? And it's great because this is just because, and so you want to throw them on the wall because you want to quickly make the mistakes so that you quickly figure out what doesn't work, what you need to stop doing, and you find what's actually is working, and then you spend all your time on that. You got to take advantage of that 80-20 rule. And so that's what I did. And the second week I started getting a little bit, I was getting closer, right? And by the third week after this whole thing happened, I'm starting to get gigs, and I've found some places that are hiring. And now I'm starting to figure it out. And you can tell I'm not too depressed anymore, right? So I'm excited because this, you know what? This is going to be a whole new income stream. After this blows over, it's a new income stream. And you don't have to be dressed from the waist down anymore. I mean, I'll let you imagine what I'm wearing. But I got a nice suit. Look good here. So this is good. This is good. Take advantage of it. Take advantage. Don't watch TV. That's another thing. Don't watch TV, okay? You know why? Everything they do is going to hurt you. It's going to hurt your attitude. It's going to scare you. It's going to make you mad. It's going to slow you down. It's going to make you focus on how bad things are instead of focusing on where I need to be going, all right? And let me tell you, the TV, the news, they make their ratings go up whenever they make you mad or whenever they scare you. Yeah. And so stop watching it. Stop watching TV. Force yourself to just focus on those books. I mean, you've been listening to, everyone talk about these great books. I mean, Sharon's, Eric's books, everybody's, there's good stuff out there. And so take advantage of it. Eric, can you still see me? Because I just froze, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's frozen. I don't know why.
But as long as you can hear me, who cares, right? Just imagine that I'm bouncing off the walls because I am.
That's right. All right? Facebook's having some issues, so we're over on YouTube right now. But yeah, you're frozen, but we love you.
No worries. That's cool. No worries. Yeah, at least I wouldn't like this, my nose or something when I got frozen. That would have been really bad. So see, that's man, good news. So anyways, put on mental armor. Okay. The first time when I was 21 years old, I decided I wanted to go to the Olympics, right? And actually, that's when I really believed. When I was 10 years old, I saw the Olympics on TV, and I was hooked. I got all excited, but I'm not a great athlete. Always the last kid picked for PE, so I didn't believe it was possible, so I didn't do anything. It wasn't until I was 21, 11 years later, I'm watching the Olympics on TV. I see Scott Hamilton win the gold medal. I thought, man, if that little guy can win, I can at least play. I'll be the next one no matter what. It's a done deal. I just got to find a sport. I lived in Houston. I picked the luge. I went to Lake Placid. But when I called Lake Placid, the guy tried to talk me out of it. At first he was laughing. He says, no way, man, 21 years old. There's no way. We start them off when they're 8, 9, 10 years old. There's no, he's trying to, he's trying to steal my dream. Okay. And whenever somebody laughs at your dream, you know what just happened? You just ran into somebody that doesn't believe as much as you do. Okay. So disassociate from them and hang around winners like the people on this call. People you've been listening to all day long today. That's your dream team, baby. Okay. They will encourage you. They'll connect you to other people. They'll help you. They will. And that's what we do. I mean, that's another thing I started doing. Okay. A month ago, and this, started going crazy. I started networking 3 times as much as before. Some of my buddies that do similar type of speaking like I do to the same audiences, we were calling each other sometimes a couple times a day. Hey, did you figure something out? Did you figure something out? And we're brainstorming fast, right? Now we got 3 people throwing mud on the wall, right? That's even better than 1. And we started helping each other out. There's no competition out there, by the way. You know what my biggest competition is? How much I'm willing to market, right? It's true. It's true. I'm not Eric's competition. He's not mine, or Sharon's. We're not, because there's like 7,000 meetings out there every single day. So there's plenty for all of us. Okay. We're better off helping each other than trying to, push back. But anyways, this guy, when I called him up in Lake Placid, he's trying to scare me, right? He says, well, if you want to do it at your age, you want to do it in just 4 years, it'll be brutal. 9 out of 10 people quit. When he said that, I started smiling, right? I thought, wow, this works right into my plan, right? I picked the luge because I was hoping everybody would quit because I was very perseverant. And I said, well, what's the second thing? He said, expect to break some bones. And I got really excited, okay? Now, I'm so glad that he told me that it was going to be tough and that I was going to break bones. Because you know what? If he had candy coated it, then I had gone over there with different expectations. As soon as I crashed, I would have quit like a lot of the other guys did. But he told me it was going to be tough. And so I knew there was going to be a battle ahead. And so you know what I did? I put on mental armor. Okay. I got myself ready because I knew it was going to be tough. And I started thinking, okay, well, what am I going to do? Contingency plans, right? What am I going to do? What's the worst case scenario? Well, I'll probably have a bad crash and break a bone. Okay. Well, what am I going to do then? And what I came up with is, hey, a broken bone, temporary inconvenience, because 40 days later, it's healed and stronger than before, right? And so I had it figured out. If I break a bone, I probably will, this is how I'm going to handle it. And so when I got hurt, I just kept coming back, because I had figured out ahead of time. And so figure out ahead of time, what's the worst thing that can happen? You can do that first thing in the morning, taking a shower. I always think, okay, what am I really looking for today? And what's the worst thing that can happen if it did happen? How am I going to handle it? And that gives you confidence, right? Another luge analogy. We visualize, okay? We visualize a lot in the luge because we only take 5 or 6 runs a day. But, and so how are you going to get good unless you visualize it? So we take runs in our mind. Now, before we actually going to take a luge run, right? Whether it's practice or a race, we're visualizing the perfect run. All right, we're taking 3 or 4 mind runs before the actual run, and it's perfect because you want to groove in the right motions. But when you're in the hotel room, you know what you visualize? You visualize escape routes. What am I going to do if I'm a little bit late into curve 1? What am I going to do if I'm a little early? What am I going to do if I hit the left wall before 1? What about if I hit the right wall? And we do that for every curve in the track. Most tracks have 15, 16 curves. And so you're figuring out what's the worst that can happen. And if you got a plan for everything, heck, that gives you confidence because I can handle anything that track can throw at me. And that makes you better. And that makes you relax. And that actually makes you faster. So that's stuff for today, guys. That's stuff for today. What else can I tell you guys? If you're working at home for the first time, all right? I mean, I've worked from home for the last 20 years. And we homeschool our kids. So we always had them around, right? But early on, I trained them, right? And I learned this from Edison, okay? I'm a big Thomas Edison fan. He was super productive. And you know why? One of the things he did, he would work in 90-minute chunks, okay? He would work on one thing, just on one project for 90 minutes uninterrupted. I mean, he would lock himself in. And then he'd take a little break. And he had a little pond about 100 yards away from his from one of his laboratories. He'd just go out there and fish, right? And that's how he cleared his mind. And then he'd go back and do another 90. And so that's what I've always done here. I'll work for 90 minutes on one thing. And my kids know you better not interrupt me, okay? Because ramping back up takes me about 15 or 20 minutes. I just kill 15, 20 minutes if I get interrupted. And so one thing, but they know that after the 90 minutes, we got 20 or 30 minutes. We go play, throw the ball, whatever you want to do. We'll go mess around. And then I need another 90. And then we got another little break. And if I can get 4 of these 90s in a day, uninterrupted time and no multitasking, look out, man. I get a lot of stuff done. I do. And so, so start doing that, you know, if you're working at home. Don't check your emails. First thing you do when you sit down at your desk, you don't check your emails, okay? Because that's an automatic interruption, and it's somebody else telling you how your day's going to go. Now, first thing you do is you write in the present tense what your dream is, what your goal is, and it doesn't have to be, you know, War and Peace, okay? It can be 2 or 3 words, you know. You just write it down, and now your day has focus. Now your day has meaning and it has purpose, right? You just gave purpose to your day, man. It's not just going to be, you know, calling people, trying to get gigs or whatever your thing is. No, now it's, hey, I'm getting closer to that dream, right? And that gives you purpose, that gives you strength, and that gets you going. And so, so those are some of the small things that can make a big difference to get you through this, and just take advantage of it. Okay, a lot of people are just wallowing in their misery right now. Okay, and they're whining and they're complaining. And man, you know what? Champions don't have the luxury to whine and complain. Okay, when you get knocked down, from now on, think that you're a boxer. Okay, a boxer, he gets knocked down. Guess what? He got 10 seconds, okay? If he gets up in less than 10 seconds, he's still in the fight. He could probably win the fight, all right? You turn around. He's got a shot, all right? If he waits 10 seconds, he's out. He lost. So from today on, when life knocks you down, think that you're a boxer. You can get back up in 10 seconds. So, Eric, ask me if we have any time left. Ask me some questions, and we can do it that way.
I love it. Yeah, so we have little technical difficulties with the image. You should see your image. It looks like this now. Anyway,
yeah, I know.
I don't know what happened there. So
okay.
I love it, man. So you say, yeah, I've got some questions. This sounds like really like a podcast, and people seeing me on YouTube know that I've got a podcast microphone. I don't know if you can see it. And then all I do is I bring it closer and I eat it. Anyway, my question is this: what's it take to have the muscle of endurance that you have? You know, you have is it that simple where you can just say, well, if Scott Hamill can do it, I can do it, or if, you know, just like a bulldog, I'm going to be like that. How do you have that? How does somebody harness or develop a muscle like that?
Great question. When I was 10, I saw the Olympics. I got all excited. And that's all I talked about for years. But I was afraid. I didn't believe it was possible. I didn't do anything. My dad got me to read books. He said he was like the Charlie Tremendous Jones of South America, okay?
Wow.
He said, it's the books you read and the people you hang around with, man. He said, read biographies. He knew I liked to read books. So he says, read some biographies, okay? If you'll study the lives of great people, you'll figure out what works and what doesn't work in life, because success leaves clues. And I started reading them and I loved them, okay? And what I kept seeing over and over was perseverance. I saw that all these successful people, they're just a bunch of hardheads, okay? They are. If your mom called you a hardhead, that's us. Take it as a compliment, okay?
Right.
So after a couple of years, I made a decision. It's like one day, you know, it's kind of, I'm 12 years old. I made a decision to change my life. And by the way, success is a decision, okay? One day you just draw a line in the sand, and it's like in Rocky, okay? Well, I guess today's boxing night. Rocky, you know, Rocky won, the first one.
Yeah.
He gets knocked down, and finally he gets pissed, right? And he says, I ain't going down no more. And they start playing that music, and you know something big's going to happen, right? Well, you can be the Rocky of your own life, okay? Draw that line on the sand. And so I said, as a 12-year-old, I said, hey, if quitting is the key to success, no guarantees, but at least you still got a shot. It's a no-brainer, right? From today on, Ruben doesn't quit anything. So that was part of it. I just made a decision. And then the other part was hanging around winners. I mean, hanging around like people like you and John Kovacs and all the people, Sharon Lecter, all these people that, you know, they're positive, right? And they're lifelong learners and they're achievers, right? They're not talkers, they're doers, right? You hang around people like that, you start you start picking up their habits. That's what happens. You pick up the habits of the people you hang around with. And so you hang around, but like Greg Reed, the way he says it, you hang around a bunch of smokers, you're a smoker, right? Hang around a bunch of jocks, right? In high school, you're a jock, right? Or a dope head, or maybe an A student.
That doesn't happen all the time. I was hanging around a lot of supermodel, bikini model girls, and I'm still not a supermodel, bikini model girl.
But anyway, yeah, true. But most of the time, what happens is you pick up their habits.
Right.
And the way jokingly I say, hey, you want to lose some weight, just start hanging around some skinny people.
Yeah.
Right? You'll start exercising and eating, green stuff, and it won't even hurt. And
Right.
So that's what I did. And so over a period of those 10, 11 years when I didn't believe in myself, I was actually growing from the inside out. And then, so I'm growing, right? I'm starting to believe more and more and more, but I didn't see it, right? And now I see Scott Hamilton is like, he was the spark, right? And boom, and now it happened. But if I hadn't read the books and I hadn't been hanging around with the winners and I hadn't grown, well, then seeing Scott Hamilton would have been watching a great performance, but it wouldn't have done anything for me.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, I love your no giving up attitude. I just dig that. And it's taken you so many different places in life. And I think that a lot of people can harness that attitude. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't. That's the thing. I mean, what do you think the percentage wise of the world, do you think it's a lot of people that just, they give up on themselves? What do you think about that?
I say 95%. I say 95% of people.
You really think so?
Yeah, I think 5% are making it happen.
Yeah.
And I believe, 95% of the people can make it happen. Really. I mean, if you do those things, right? The things that we preach all the time, right?
Right.
I mean, I've read hundreds of books. I've listened to thousands of audios. I've been to tons of seminars, and I took notes. Okay. And it's so funny. I used to sell copiers. And right before the Salt Lake City Olympics, this little kid asked me to be a show and tell project in school. I'll go and, tell my story to the kids. And afterwards, the principal said, you need to do this for a living. And I quit my job 3 days later, which I don't recommend. Okay.
Wow.
Don't take that. I know that was not smart because I was a good storyteller, but I didn't know how to build a business. But anyways, but I did. And first thing I did, I started taking all of my notes of all the things, because this mentor told me I got to write a book. And so the first 50 pages of The Courage to Succeed, my first book, that's my story. Okay.
Yeah.
But then the rest was, I just started trying to think stories in my life that fit with all the success principles that I had learned through all the other books that I'd read and through all I just put them together. Right. And the story point, just like a preacher. And so it worked. Right. But if I hadn't been a student of success, man, that'd have been a itty bitty book.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, and you, like you said, you're a student of success, and you're constantly a student of success. So success is never dead. How do you feel about, like you mentioned something about who you surround yourself with is really important. What are your thoughts there? Because I'm part of a mastermind is pretty amazing. What do you think about masterminds and surrounding yourself with the right type of people that are thinkers that are going to make you grow to the next level? Like coaches are kind of like, those coaches of masterminds are coaches that you've been dealing with all your life in the Olympics.
Well, yeah, you don't make it to the Olympics without a coach. Nobody does. And every pro athlete has a coach. And most CEOs, I mean, big CEOs, right? Like Fortune 500 CEOs, they have coaches too. They have, they just call it something different. They call it a board of directors, right? They're usually CEOs from other companies, and they meet and they get advice, right? And so if you're out there, you were asking about coaching and mentoring, and if my dad always said, you got to find somebody that's already done what you want to do and follow in their footsteps, and just ask them, okay? Because successful people, they like to talk about success. If your attitude is that I'm willing to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes, whatever that mentor tells me, if that's your attitude, then approach them. You're not wasting their time. And I'll tell you why in a second, okay? If your attitude is, I just want to be an eternal learner, then leave them alone. Don't waste their time, okay? Because they're busy people, all right? But let me tell you, successful people, like everybody in this call, You always hear, well, she's successful, but she's empty inside. She's always looking for something else. Oh, he's successful, but yeah, he's never satisfied. Well, you know why that is? And that's true, okay? It's true because success is not the gold medal, all right? Success is the silver medal. Significance is the gold medal. That means you help other people. Yeah. That means you helped other people become successful. You created a ripple effect, and now you feel in your heart that you made a difference. That makes you feel really good, okay? And so if you genuinely are willing to do whatever it takes, as long as it takes, what they tell you to do, then you're helping them get their gold medal as they help you get your silver medal. And it's a good deal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. What's the number one favorite question that you love when people ask you?
Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll tell you what it is. It's a new one. I love hearing a new question, something that kind of stumps me for a little bit. And
the one I just gave you.
Yeah, I know that one stumped me too well.
No, what I'm saying is like when people come up to you and say, "Hey, Ruben, can you help me with this? You know, my attitude's a little funky here. I need help on this," or whatever they're asking you. You get many questions after you get off stage. I know because I've seen it. There's like this. There's the lunch line, and then there's the Ruben line. Like everyone's in line to talk to you. So what's your favorite question that people ask you because it helps them?
I'll tell you mentioned attitude, so let's go with that. Yeah. I believe that you have to protect your attitude, okay? Mm-hmm. Your attitude is like this little golden thing, all right? That if it goes south, your whole life is going to go south, okay? So you have to protect it. You have to do whatever it takes. And that's why you disassociate from negative people and you associate with positive people. Oh, yeah, well, Ruben, well, what about if it's somebody in my family? Well, you know, if cousin Bill, right?
No, just kidding.
Well, if it's somebody in your family, let's say it's cousin Bill at Thanksgiving. Well, how do I have to, you know, she's still my cousin. Well, okay. Right. Well, then when you go see Bill, don't talk to him about your dream, okay? Because he doesn't want to hear it, all right? He that's the last thing he wants to hear. Talk to him about what Bill likes. So how's that hunting season? Did you get that big buck that you were going for? Or how's that bowling, right? Or did you finally break the beer drinking record or whatever Bill's into, right?
Beer drinking record? That's a Bill.
Man, what family do you have, dude? It's about the relationship, okay? And now you go your separate ways, and it was cool, right? Because it was not uncomfortable. And now next Thanksgiving is going to be a lot easier because you can't, a dreamer, right, will never be understood by a non-dreamer. It's two different animals, okay? I mean, it's totally different. And so don't waste your time trying to convince a non-dreamer to be a dreamer. Right? You just waste your time.
I love it. And you brought me into my last question because we're coming down to the wire here. My last question is this. Is how important was that guy across the street from you when he's like, Ruben, I believe in you. You can do it. Da, da, da. And he ended up tell us that story real quick if you can.
Tom, I just saw Tom. Every time I go to Houston, I see Tom. I love that guy. Yeah. So he's my across the street neighbor, and we lived in this cul-de-sac. And whenever I'm mowing the lawn, I mean, he's like the most positive cheerleader type person in the world. I'm mowing the lawn. He's got this big conversion van. He drive it in front of the house, and he opens up the window, starts yelling, man, Ruben, I believe in you. You will be a 3-time Olympian. And he just peels off, and there's smoke everybody. And when I get all excited, I'm mowing my lawn like 5 minutes flat, and then I'd hop over and mow his lawn. And I don't know, maybe he was doing it because I mowed his lawn. But a couple of years later, about a couple of months before the Salt Lake City Olympics, 2002, I get this call. I get selected to carry the Olympic torch, and it was going to be in Kansas City. And so I run over to Tom to tell him, and he points to his big van because Tom knew I was broke, okay? And he points to his van, and he said, I'm driving you, road trip, right? And he wouldn't even let me drive 12 hours each way. He didn't want my arm to get tired. He said, oh, you got to save that arm for carrying the torch. Now, is that a dream team person or what? I mean, I tell everybody needs a Tom. Yeah. It's better to have 2 Toms in your life than to have 50 mediocre friends. Yeah.
Or Bill's, right? Bill. We already talked about
Bill. Yeah, Bill. Yeah,
Bill,
good, man.
The beer drinking Bill.
Bill. Yeah. Billy Bob.
Wow. So how do we find those Toms? Because we're not just like, usually just hanging out and mowing our lawns and toms across the street all the time. So how do we find those toms? Is there a characteristic that you look for in finding those toms?
That's a good question. I'm still. See, you didn't make me think. That was easy. The other time you had to make me think. I was just like, nah, it's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was on the soccer team, I played soccer all my life. Right. Born in Argentina, we're soccer fanatics.
Right.
And I found out that Houston Baptist University had an NCAA Division I soccer team, and I tried out, made the team, but I was on the bench. I mean, I got to play 5 minutes flat. All right. Coach said I was a threat to our own team because I was so slow. But he kept me around because I did all the marketing, right? I got people on the stands. But anyways, so I get all excited. I decide I'm going to go do the luge. And I'm sitting on the bench telling the soccer players, hey, I'm taking up the luge because I'm be in the Olympics in 4 years. And they would laugh so loud. I mean, sometimes they fall off the bench, right? And after that happened a couple of times, I realized, hey, wait a minute. There's two types of people in the world. They're either on your team or they're not on your team. And so the faster you figure out which team they're on, the better it is. And so I started testing people. I tell them a little bit about my dream and see what the reaction was. And they either passed or failed. And most of them failed, right? Because it's the 5%ers or the real dreamers. But and so that's what I did. And that's how you make your dream team. But you got to kiss a lot of frogs, Yeah. And that's how it works. You're looking for tip-top people,
I've kissed a lot of frogs, man. It's crazy.
Me too, baby.
I kissed, I don't know, they were reptile. Anyway, it's
reptilian frogs, the worst. Ugh.
Yeah.
You know what? I love this stuff. I don't think I'm holding this up. I don't think you can even see it, but I took a bunch and I caught the tail end of Sharon speaking, and man, I talk about a tough act to follow. Sharon plus a wedding proposal. I mean, geez. But I took a bunch of notes. I love this stuff. That what she said, have you thought of? How it opens the eyes up to possibilities. Awesome. Right. I love that. She said, I wanted to invest in my heart and my mind, and that's what my dream did for me. I'm going to steal this stuff, Sharon. Okay. A live event. I like it. There's no mistakes. There's only learning opportunities. I knew that, but I never heard it phrased that way, and I like that too, Yeah. So see, iron sharpens iron. Okay, it means you take two swords and you're rubbing them against each other; they both sharpen up, right? Even if and so we're sharpening swords, even amongst the speakers we're learning. And that pumps me up. That pumps me up.
And that's thanks for saying that. That's the key is, what I learned years ago, and this because whenever you come to the Habitude Warrior conference, the in-person conference, there's speakers there that are in the audience. They're waiting to watch the other speakers and learn from them. So iron sharpens iron. I love that. So
I didn't make that up. It's from the Bible.
Sorry. That's the best.
You know what? Talking about the Bible, okay? It's funny. You read a book, right? Let's say Think and Grow Rich, and he references a book that was written 30 years before. And you read that one, and you read that, and you keep going back. You'll always end up the same place. Proverbs.
Yeah. Bible. Yeah. Best-selling author. God.
Yeah, that did pretty good.
Yeah, his son, pretty good too. Jesus.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's amazing. Well, dude, you're such a pleasure. I love you, man. You're awesome. How can people follow you? What's the deal? Is it RubenSpeaks.com or what do we got?
No, Ruben Tips, RUBEN. RUBEN Tips, TIPS.com. That's a place where I've got a bunch of my favorite articles. I put them there for you to read. If you like them, then you can sign up for a newsletter, right? You get the newsletter every 2 weeks. And you get tired of them, guess what? You hit unsubscribe. I won't even be mad. No, I just save some money. If you're not going to read them, unsubscribe.
Right.
But it's good stuff and good videos and uplifting. And there's even some stuff you can buy too. But start with kick a few tires first.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. You should have that. Kickafewtires.com.
Kick my tire.
Yeah, kickmytire.com. And then Bill will show up. So that's awesome, man. I really appreciate it. We have a guest, surprise guest we want to bring on. It's Tom. Tom, want to say hi?
Hey, Ruben, how are you? Oh, no, that's Coach.
That would have been awesome. Then we got Bill. Bill's like, opening up the door. Man, you're just awesome. How's the wife and the kids? Everybody's good?
We're good. Yeah, I love this. Gabriella, our daughter, she's sophomore in college in Chicago, but now she's
really-
a sophomore
not
in
really a
college
kid anymore.
virtually right here. I love it.
Remember, she was this small.
Yeah, but now she's here, so it's so cool. And so we're doing different things, like everybody, watching movies at night and hanging out. And I like this, man. I'm an introvert anyways. It's got to be tougher on you than it is on me, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with it because I'm cool either way. I do a lot of this anyway, so it's all good. I love your Champions Creed, and I'm gonna probably share it up here if I could.
Sure. And yep. You want me to read it? Want me to tell you about that?
Yeah. So I'm putting it on the screen right now. It's up there right now. So it's called the Champions Creed.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. So I read this story about how back in medieval times, the knights, before going to battle, they had this poem that they wrote, that they read to give them strength. And it was all in Old English, right? And I thought, that's a cool idea. And so I made this to read before my luge run, right? And it's an affirmation, right? See, affirmations, you write them in the positive. I am is very, very powerful, right? So you do that because it goes right into your soul. But you go to the championscreed.com, you can actually print one up. That's and you put it in the mirror, right? Where you're going to brush your teeth in the morning and at night. That's the best time to do it. If you're half asleep, seeing double, that's the best time to do it because your brain waves are more susceptible to making that stuff go in. You look at yourself in the mirror like you're mad, okay? You're passionate. You read it like you're mad, okay? Like, I am a champion. I believe in myself. I have the will to win. I set high goals for myself. I surround myself with winners. I'm cool, positive, confident. I'm willing to pay the price of success. I focus all my energy on the job at hand. I am a champion and I will win. You say it like that, pounding your chest like you're mad. I tell you, you call somebody about your product or about your service and they laugh at you or they say no, man, it's like next, right? You write their name on a piece of paper and flush them, right? They lost. You didn't lose. And so mental armor, you get yourself strong and you win, okay? What you have has value. You just got to find somebody that needs that value and somebody that can see that value, okay? The other 9 out of 10 are just people. They're not there yet. They're not ready for your stuff. But you're too good for them. So don't take it personally. You're making an offering. You're not selling them something. You're making them an offering. You're giving them an opportunity. And if it's a fit, man, that's good for everybody.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome, dude. You're just amazing.
You're Mr. Awesome. You're Mr. Awesome. I want to grow up to be like you.
Yeah, I'm pulling up this just a lot of well, you can see. So let me stop sharing this. I'll share something else with you here, and then we'll finish this up in 2 seconds here. Cool. Share screen, application window. Boom. Here we go.
Man, you're good at this. I didn't know you're such a technologically advanced person.
I didn't either yet. Look at all this stuff, man. How fast are you going down these fun, man? This is crazy.
Well, that one with the rings, that's Salt Lake City. Top speed there is about 83 miles an hour. And then that one, and then the one that was before was Vancouver. There where I'm waving, that was 95. We got there. They said, "Oh, by the way." Now, when anybody tells you "by the way," brace yourself, okay? Because the next thing's not good, all right?
Right.
It said, by the way, the engineers messed up. It's 20 miles an hour too fast. What are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
Gotta race. That's my gold medal right there. That picture, I mean, that's when I finished my run, and that's Gabby and Grayson. They surprised me. They weren't even supposed to be there, right? They didn't have tickets for that grandstand, and they finagled their way in, and somebody shot that picture, emailed it to me, and, man, that's my gold medal.
Amazing. That's the goal. Did you guys? Well, we got to end it right there. This is perfect. Did you hear what he just said? That's his gold medal. So it's just reaching out to his kids and saying, "Look, we did this." That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, dude, you're amazing. I call you dude just because you're a good friend. So
I still remember the first time we met when we spoke in that little flooring place. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
It was great. It was great. It was like kindred spirits, right? It's like, man, this guy's cool. I like him.
It was awesome. I think you opened for me. You were my opening act.
Is that right?
Now look at this.
I
I'm
don't
the
know.
opening act. What the hell happened here?
I don't.
Dude, amazing, man. And now I know we didn't even get into the story about you sharing the bus with Zig Ziglar traveling across the different cities and speaking together. Just amazing. So you really are you're such an inspiration to all of us, brother. In the future, whenever we do these, we're going to make sure that we can get you on video. We'll do it earlier in the day. So last quick parting words for the end of the show. You're our closing speaker, dude. What should we do with our lives?
All right, let's see. What are the chances somebody like me can make it to the Olympics even one time? Okay, I wasn't a great athlete. I didn't get started till I was 21. I lived in hot and humid Houston. I go pick the luge. Okay, I mean, what are the chances? Now, you might say it was 1 in a million. Well, you know, it wasn't. I have to say it's inevitable because I had a dream. I was willing to do the work. I followed the mentor, and I refused to quit. Now, what are the chances you're going to hit your goals and dreams this year? I don't care what people are saying about 2020. This is a good year, okay? You make it a good year. What are the chances? It's not 1 in a million. It's inevitable. As long as you're willing to throw that mud on the wall and take action and refuse to quit and follow a coach or a mentor, it's not 1 in a million. It's inevitable. So next time you're having a bad day, just remember that guy got to go to the Olympics, because if I can do that, you guys can do anything, okay? Just listen to Eric. He'll show you the way.
You're awesome, dude. You're awesome. So it's not 1 in a million. It's 1 in 1. Ruben Gonzalez, ladies and gentlemen, you are a phenomenal individual. We really appreciate you. I know we've got some. Well, I'll just bring them on. They're clapping right now. Check this out. We got Lynn Rose clapping. We got John Kovacs Jr. clapping. We got Yuri Choi, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Kovacs.
Wendy Freeman.
You got that's so cool. You got something for everybody. A little heart for the couple. I got the arrow.
We got everything. I remember I actually got to hold the torch and just wow. I don't know if you remember this, Ruben. I was there when you called me, or we were out to dinner, one of the two. No, you called me. And you're like, dude, guess what? Today I just got a phone call. I get to hold the torch. I get to carry the torch from they're passing through in Denver or wherever it was, and you got to carry it from one place to another. Is that right? Where was it?
Yeah, Kansas City, almost Denver.
City.
A little flatter.
Yeah, a little close. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, no, but it's exciting stuff, you know. And if you put yourself out there, and you're not afraid, or it's okay to be afraid, but just do it anyways.
Yeah,
it's amazing what you can do. It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, when I decided I want to be a speaker, and my mentor, he said, "You got to write a book." I told him, "I can't write a book. I make C's in English." He said, "Man, you got a great story. Write it down. We'll give it to some A students. They clean it up for you." I said, "Wow, I didn't think about that." He goes, "Yeah, it's called editing. So shut up and sit down." I mean, this guy's beating me on the head, right? But I wrote the book, and gosh, well, I've written 4 or 5 or 6 now, lose count, but over 300,000 sold in 10 different languages. It's crazy.
Wow.
And so when I you got to get some good testimonials for your book. And so I started calling, all of the speakers out there, right? And you never get the speaker, you always get the assistant, right? And so I changed my pitch to the assistant. And then I called Chicken Soup for the Soul. And the girl says, I said, "Hey, is Jack Canfield there?" And she goes, "Yeah, he is." And she puts him on, right? She probably doesn't work there anymore. But he said, "You got 5 minutes." They're kind of mean sounding. We talked for an hour and a half. Okay, we became friends, and he put me in the Success Principles 3 times. I've gotten a ton of gigs from that because people read that book a lot. And so, what if I hadn't called? Okay, what if I hadn't called? So make those calls. Make those calls.
That's awesome. I love it, man. Well, thank you so much, Ruben, for being here. Really appreciate it. I know the team and I are all going to give you an applause right now. You're awesome.
Thank you, guys.
You're the best.
I'm bowing. You can't see it, but I'm bowing.
Oh, you don't have any clothes
Now I'm
on.
going to stand up, and as soon as I stand up, the camera's going to get fixed, and you're going to see my shorts. That's okay. I'm kidding. I'm not wearing shorts.
Ruben, thank you for joining us, my friend. We will see you soon. I appreciate it. Keep the faith, and you're awesome, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ruben Austin Gonzalez. His video wasn't really showing, but man, what an amazing gentleman. Did you guys enjoy that?
What a day. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys?
Incredible.
Yeah. All right. I just learned, by the way, that thanks, Alec pointed this out, so I want to mention this as well. That congratulations to Tucker and to Sarah. I guess he actually proposed a couple hours earlier on Facebook, and I didn't realize that. That's awesome. So now I'm seeing all those feeds, but they kind of reenacted it on here, which is really cool. So I'm so happy for them. I just want to give that shout out to them and congratulations to them. Awesome, you guys. I'm so excited. I'm going to put Wendy full screen so she can tell us what we're doing. Where we're going. I know we're about 30 minutes late, but where we're going, Wendy?
All right, so we are going to the Zoom bar.
Zoom bar. So cool. I love the way you say that.
It's my favorite place these days on the local. Everyone knows me there.
I got kicked out of that bar earlier today.
Yeah, there's some of them, they have some strict rules and protocols you got to follow. But no, the link is in the chat. It is posted on the group. So just click that link. Password is BYOB, and we will see you guys there.
Yay! All right, so it's in the link, and we're gonna put it up here somewhere. I lost it. Here it is. Boom.
Make sure you know password BYOB, not just the link.
Yeah, that's right. And guys, you can go. YouTube. Go over there. No.
I posted it on YouTube as well.
Oh, perfect. So you guys got it, and people from Facebook will be able
I'll post it again there.
Bottom. Awesome, guys. Well, I'm going to play one quick last video that I totally forgot to play this morning, and so let's see if I can actually play it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, and we will finish this this session, and then we'll see you guys next week, which is on Friday. But first, I want to give it up for all of you guys. Thank you very much for all of your awesomeness. You guys are amazing. I wish we could include Natalie and Steve and Alec was in here earlier, and everybody and all the speakers. Just oh wow, just phenomenal individuals that are just kicking butt and helping us change lives. So appreciate that. I'm going to share. Let me see if I can still share.
And Eric, thank you for bringing together these amazing speakers and giving everybody an amazing start to their weekend.
Absolutely.
Yes, Eric, thank you so much. This was
Absolutely.
incredible.
I'm happy to do it, guys. Here's the intro video that the producer earlier of the show forgot to play.
Intro, outro.
That was me. So here's the outro. Here we go. Take care, guys. Rock and roll. Love you guys. You're amazing. We'll see you next Friday when we continue day 2 of the awesome, the amazing Habitude Warrior Global Virtual Summit. We'll see you guys next week on Friday, 9:30 to about 6 o'clock Pacific time. Take care, guys. Have a great day. And don't forget, if you want to connect with us about the Mastermind, then do it right about, let me find it if I could. There you go. Text the word Mastermind to 59925. Have a great day. I'm going to go to sleep. Take care, guys. Oh, enjoy the party. See you guys later.